Into the novel, the heroine wants to kill me. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Standing at the entrance of Yannan University, Chen Feng scanned his surroundings in utter confusion, his expression completely dumbfounded. He used to be a writer, a mere code monkey churning out words. From his memory, he had been kidnapped by furious readers and locked in a dark room, forced to keep writing until he finished his book. And yet, just moments ago, he had dozed off. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Not only was there not a single familiar face around, but he also heard an extremely unfriendly voice buzzing incessantly in his ears. You're not worthy of her at all. A loser like you doesn't deserve to be in a relationship. Take this hat I'm giving you and get lost. As soon as the words fell, a bright green hat was tossed over. Chen Feng frowned and turned his head. He saw a young couple standing nearby. The woman sneered coldly, while the man smirked triumphantly, his face full of mockery. This. Chen Feng seemed to understand what was happening. Transmigration. Getting dumped as soon as he arrived? How cliché. Just then, a flood of memories surged into his mind, confirming his suspicion. He had indeed transmigrated. And not just anywhere but into the very novel he was writing. However, he wasn't the protagonist. Nor was he some big villainous boss. Instead, he was a cannon fodder. A minor villain so insignificant that he didn't even have a name. A character who only appeared 3 times in the story. And by the 7th chapter, he was stomped to death by the protagonist, Yi Chen, for getting in the way of his moment to shine. In other words, his entire life could be summed up in one word: miserable. The only silver lining. The timeline was still in the 1st chapter. He wouldn't die just yet. And since he had arrived, this cannon fodder character had finally been given a name: Chen Feng. He had become a named cannon fodder. Chen Feng was speechless for a long moment. He had always known that being a writer was a dangerous profession. Miss a few updates, and you risk being kidnapped, beaten, or even executed by enraged readers. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect to one day become a character in his own book, a doomed side character, ruthlessly tormented by the protagonist. What kind of tragic fate was this? How unjust was this? The mocking voice rang in his ears again. You idiot, so dumbfounded you can't even talk. Go eat shit, ha 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 ha. Chen Feng snapped out of his thoughts. He realized he had made a mistake just now. Not only was he going to be tormented by the protagonist, but he also had to endure abuse from the villains. Take these 2 scumbags in front of him, for example Song Renchu and Gao Lujie, who were currently humiliating him to their heart's content. Sigh. Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Getting bullied inside his own novel? This was outrageous. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gradually calmed down, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Once, he had personally written this world into existence, like a god of creation, breathing life into every character. And now, he had descended into this world himself. Though he had lost his keyboard, he still had ways to control the plot and manipulate every single character. He would continue to reign supreme in this world. He was the true protagonist. As for these so-called villains and the original main character, Yi Chen, they would all become stepping stones on his path to the peak. A used shoe, and you're this proud. Chen Feng glanced at Song Renchu with amusement, then pointed at Gao Lujie. Don't you know? She had 3 abortions for me. I've long since worn her out. What did you just say? Gao Lujie's face twisted in fury as she shrieked, baring her teeth. You're full of shit. Song Renchu also roared, say that again, you bastard. He had stolen someone else's girlfriend and even gifted a green hat as a taunt, thinking he'd enjoy humiliating someone today. But to his surprise, not only did this broke loser refuse to cower, but he even dared to fight back, completely disregarding his status as young master Song. You piece of shit, I'm going to kill you. Song Renchu whipped out his phone, ready to call for backup. But Chen Feng didn't care. As he turned to leave, he sighed dramatically. The saddest thing in life isn't picking up someone else's leftovers, it's picking them up without even realizing it, still flaunting them around like a trophy. Pitiful. Truly pitiful. FCK. Song Renchu was so furious that he nearly exploded, wanting to rush forward and beat Chen Feng to death, except he wasn't confident he could win. His face twisted with rage as he roared, you better wait for me. Wait for your mother, unfilial brat. Is that how you talk to your father? You? You what? You're done for. Start picking out a coffin. Chen Feng spat out a string of insults before bolting. Before Song Renchu could react, Chen Feng had already dashed to the roadside, flagged down a taxi, and left the university in a flash. Right now, he was just a second-year university student. But academics were no longer his priority. He had something far more important to do. Something that would change his fate. He was going to Song Renchu's house to recruit his grandfather as his underling. Around 3 in the afternoon. Inside the Song family's grand estate. For entire generations of the Song family, regardless of age or gender, had rushed back from all over the world. Something major had happened at home. The patriarch of the Song family, the true pillar of their household, Song Chufeng, was on his deathbed. This was a devastating blow to the Song family. All of their current glory was built upon Song Chufeng's vast network of connections. If the old man passed away, the Song family would inevitably plummet from its current status. On the sickbed. At this moment, Song Chufeng's face was sallow, his eyes dull, his life was hanging by a thread. Beside the bed, 2 elderly men stood with heavy expressions. They were Song Chufeng's 2 sons, the current heads of the Song family, Song Long and his younger brother, Song Hu. Mr. Song. The private doctor glanced at the 2 brothers and shook his head slightly. The Song brothers felt a chill in their hearts, realizing their father might not make it through this crisis. The 2 turned and walked out. Outside the sick room, dozens of family members, young and old, had gathered. Every single one of them bore a somber expression, their hearts weighed down with grief. How much longer does he have? Song Long spoke up. Everyone immediately turned to the doctor, the atmosphere stiflingly tense. The doctor pondered for a moment, then let out a sigh. At most a day, he might not even make it through the night. Thud, thud, thud. Song Long staggered back several steps. All color drained from his face, and he even felt his legs go weak. For the Song family, this was nothing short of a catastrophe. Just as everyone was drowning in sorrow, a servant rushed in from outside. Master, there's a young man at the door who claims he can extend the patriarch's life. Extend his life. At those words, everyone's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, Song Long rushed outside. He was so frantic that he lost a shoe in the process, running as he called out, "Where is he? Where is the esteemed expert?" The servant quickly led the way. I wasn't sure if he was telling the truth, so I didn't let him in. He's still waiting outside. Fool! Song Long glared at him fiercely. How could they neglect such an esteemed guest? Even if this so-called life extension was uncertain, it was still a glimmer of hope. A hope for the entire Song family. Better to believe in it than to dismiss it outright. Go invite him in immediately. No, I'll go invite him myself. Song Long sprinted toward the entrance, his strides full of newfound vigor, as if he had just taken a shot of adrenaline, suddenly appearing decades younger. Song Hu and the others followed closely behind, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Chapter 2, Astonishing Beyond Belief. Outside the main gate. A young man in a grey daoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from the Song family estate. Song Long hurried forward and asked, "Master Daoist, I am Song Long. I heard that you can extend my father's life. Is that true?" "Of course." Chen Feng turned around, his expression calm. He had bought this daoist robe on his way here to increase his credibility and avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, Taoists were often seen as mysterious figures. How exactly do you extend life? Song Long was filled with anticipation. At this point, he no longer questioned the truth of Chen Feng's words. Better to believe than to dismiss. Not only him, but everyone in the Song family, including Song Hu, thought the same. As long as they could prolong the old patriarch's life, they would spare no cost and seize any opportunity. Chen Feng glanced toward the entrance but said nothing. Realizing his mistake, Song Long quickly smiled apologetically. "Forgive my rudeness, Master Daoist. Please, come inside." He gestured respectfully and led the way. Chen Feng did not stand on ceremony. He carried himself with the air of a master and strode confidently into the grand courtyard. As the creator of this world, He not only knew the plot but also understood every character's personality and temperament, allowing him to easily manipulate anyone. You all wait outside, Song Long instructed the gathered family members as they arrived outside the sick room. Only he and Song Hu accompanied Chen Feng inside. On the bed, Song Chufeng was barely clinging to life. Chen Feng flicked his horsetail whisk and narrowed his eyes slightly, radiating an aura of mystique. His time is up. He won tea last the night. What keen insight! Song Long immediately stepped forward. Master Daoist, I beg you to extend my father's life. Sigh. Chen Feng sighed, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Chen. I am a cultivator who has practiced for endless ages, comprehending all the natural laws of this world, including reversing yin and yang, and controlling life and death. The Song brothers exchanged glances, each seeing the same two words in the other's eyes. Nonsense. This was quite the tall tale. Controlling life and death. That would be godhood. Despite their skepticism, Song Long clung to hope. Please enlighten me, Master Daoist. Forcing an extension of life is an act against the heavens. It requires a great price. Moreover, each ritual can extend life by only 1 year at most. Song Long immediately responded, I implore you, perform the ritual. Chen Feng merely smiled, saying nothing. Song Long glanced at Song Hu, then suddenly understood. Master Daoist, whatever payment you require, just name it. For every person, life holds different value. The worth of each additional day varies greatly from one individual to another. The higher one's status, the greater the cost of extending their life. Chen Feng paused before continuing, how much revenue did your old patriarch generate for the Song family last year? This. Song Long hesitated, reluctant to disclose the information. Chen Feng pretended to calculate with his fingers. No need to say it. Last year, 28 billion. The year before, 25 billion. Am I wrong? The Song brothers were instantly shocked. This information was known only to them and the old patriarch. They had never leaked a single word. Could this young Daoist truly possess the power of foresight? Had they encountered a true master today? The two exchanged glances before solemnly bowing. Master Daoist, you are indeed a divine being. Of course, I know I wrote this story myself. Chen Feng chuckled inwardly but maintained a composed expression. I will extend his life by 1 year. My fee is 20% of his generated revenue for the next year, paid monthly. Do we have a deal? Song Long's mouth twitched. This was daylight robbery. But at this juncture, they had no other options. As long as the old patriarch survived, everything else was secondary. The two brothers exited the room, and Chen Feng began the ritual. Following the method used by the original protagonist, Chen Feng plucked 7 strands of Song Chufeng's hair, burned them to ash, mixed the ash with his blood, and then fed it to the old man after 5 minutes. This method had been completely made up when Chen Feng wrote the novel. However, in this fictional world, every word he had ever written was an absolute law. Come in. After completing the ritual, Chen Feng opened the door. Master Daoist, how is my father? Song Long asked anxiously. Before Chen Feng could answer, Song Chufeng suddenly sat upright, yanked off his oxygen mask, and exclaimed, What kind of divine elixir did you feed me? The Song brothers were dumbfounded. The man who had been at death's door just moments ago now radiated vitality, his temples subtly pulsing with newfound energy. He had just been on the brink of death. And now, he looked completely rejuvenated. An immortal. He must be an immortal. Overcome with excitement, the Song brothers turned to look at Chen Feng. But he was already gone. Looking outside, they heard Chen Feng's voice fading into the distance. The bank account details are on the desk. Pay me my share monthly. If you dare break the agreement, you will face the consequences. Master Daoist, rest assured. The Song family will honor its word. Song Long swore, terrified of offending such a being. He then hurriedly chased after him. Master Daoist, may I have your contact information? Chen Feng hesitated briefly before exchanging numbers with him. After all, the Song family held significant power in Qingjiang City. He might need them in the future. Having a connection couldn't hurt. No need to see me off. Chen Feng waved dismissively and strode away. Watching his retreating figure, Song Long felt that the Daoist truly possessed an ethereal presence. An immortal naturally carried an imposing aura. He was deeply in awe. Forming ties with such an extraordinary being would undoubtedly elevate the Song family's standing. But since Chen Feng had requested no send-off, Song Long dared not defy his wishes and could only stand in place, watching him disappear into the distance. By the way. Suddenly, Chen Feng stopped. Your grandson, Song Renchu, is arrogant and reckless. If he continues down this path, the entire Song family will be ruined because of him. Song Long's body stiffened. The immortal even knew about Song Renchu and disapproved of his behavior? That wretched brat. He must be disciplined. With newfound determination, Song Long said, "Thank you for your guidance, Master Daoist. I will ensure strict discipline and never let him run amok again." Words are meaningless. Act wisely. Chen Feng waved him off and walked away. After watching him depart, Song Long immediately pulled out his phone and called his grandson. After scolding him mercilessly, he ordered him to return home at once to face punishment. When he finally returned to the room, Song Chufeng had already heard everything from Song Hu. The old patriarch trembled with excitement. An immortal. We have encountered a true immortal. Song Chufeng's hands shook as he sighed in awe. He turned to Song Long. If he could extend my life once, he can do it again. Did you get his contact information? Rest assured, father, I have it. Good. Song Chufeng calmed himself and said solemnly, I never imagined that true immortals exist in this world. From now on, we must spare no effort in maintaining a good relationship with him. We must never offend him. Understood, father. The Song brothers nodded in unison. Looking out the window, Song Chufeng murmured. This is an opportunity granted to the Song family by the heavens, we must grasp it firmly. Song Long nodded. He had thought so a long time ago. Otherwise, why would he chase after Chen Feng and ask for his contact information? Chapter 3, A Couple of Bastards. The Song father and son could not calm down for a long time. After some discussion, the three of them called in a private doctor. After an examination, the doctor was also shocked. Song Chufeng's physical condition has completely recovered to the state it was a year ago. It's incredible. The doctor exclaimed in horror. Remember this, you must not reveal a single word to anyone about the Taoist priest extending my life. Otherwise, no matter how close you are to me, you will die without a burial place. Song Chufeng looked stern. We must not cause any trouble to the immortal, so it's better to keep our mouth shut. Everyone present shuddered. No one would doubt the truth of what Song Chufeng said. Because they all knew very well the ruthless methods of this ancestor. If he says he can do it, he will definitely do it. After Chen Feng left the Song family, he took off his Taoist robe and changed into ordinary clothes. He still has a long way to go to escape the fate of being cannon fodder. Winning over the Song family is only the first step. What he needs to do next is to strengthen his own strength and reduce the risk of being stepped on. This may be very difficult for ordinary people. But for him, there are shortcuts. However, he still has to wait for another opportunity. Wait for the protagonist Yi Chen to appear. This son of luck in the original novel will become his chess piece for counterattack. This is it. Chen Feng looked towards a Western restaurant on the side of the road and strode in. This is where Yi Chen first appeared in the original novel. He planned to wait for Yi Chen in advance. However, as soon as I entered the door, I met a couple of adults. It was his cannon fodder ex-girlfriend Jiao Lujie and her adulteress Song Renchu. It's you? Song Rentu's face was gloomy and he clenched his fists. If he hadn't just been scolded by his grandfather, who told him to keep a low profile and to go back and get beaten, he would have wanted to order someone to beat Chen Feng up right away. Chen Feng shrugged and was about to walk in. Song Renchu looked at the restaurant security with contempt, and said, Does my restaurant have a rule that people who are not dressed properly are not allowed to enter? Yes, sir. The security guard nodded repeatedly. This restaurant is owned by the Song family, and Song Renchu is the fourth-generation descendant of the Song family, and can be regarded as a true young master. The security guard understood the meaning of Song Rentu's words without even thinking. His face darkened and he said to Chen Feng, Sir, please go out. Song Renchu raised his head proudly upon hearing this. Jiao Lujie on the side also glanced at Chen Feng with contempt and sneered. Interesting. Not only was Chen Feng not angry, he laughed instead. After looking at the complacent Song Renchu, he took out his cell phone and called Song Long. Master, no, Master Immortal, what do you want me to do? Song Long's tone was somewhat doubtful. He wasn't sure why the Immortal was calling him. Chen Feng said bluntly, Clover Western Restaurant is your family's business, right? How much is it? I'll buy it and the money will be deducted from my share. It's not that Chen Feng is showing off, but in order to get close to Yi Chen, he must enter this restaurant today. Song Long heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. It turns out it's just a small matter. It's just a Western restaurant, why bother talking about money? If you like it, I'll give it to you. All right. Chen Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, then you should tell them. I came to eat now, but I was blocked outside. What? Song Long was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. How dare these blind people not let you in? Please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away. Thank you. Chen Feng hung up the phone. Song Renchu laughed loudly while watching from the side, pointing at Chen Feng and saying, You are so funny, who are you talking to on the phone? Don't tell me it's an elder of the Song family, I'm almost laughing at you. Pretending to be forced. Gao Lujia standing by also sneered. The two were making sarcastic remarks. The restaurant manager led all the employees and walked in front of Chen Feng in an orderly manner. He bowed and said, Hello, boss. It is our fault. Please forgive us and don't hold it against us. That's all. Chen Feng shook his hands and glanced at Song Renchu. By the way, I have a bad stomach and I can't stand ugly things when I eat. Take this garbage out of here. Okay, boss. The manager nodded repeatedly. Then he winked at the security guard and pointed at Song Renchu and said, What are you standing there for? Why don't you kick him out? The security guard was a little confused. Isn't he this the young master? Song Renchu was even more furious, his eyes widened, and he yelled, You are blind, do you recognize who I am? Do you know whose territory this is? The manager shook his head, Your grandfather just called. The owner of this restaurant is now Mr. Chen. Song Renchu roared again when he heard this, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bang. The manager raised his hand and slapped him. Your grandfather also said that no matter who it is, if they dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Chen, they will be beaten to death. You? Song Renchu covered his face, which was hurt by the beating, and could not believe what he saw. He, the fourth generation descendant of the Song family, was actually beaten? You fucking. He wanted to curse again. As a result, the manager slapped him again and took back the second half of his words. The manager is very confident. Because Song Long gave him privileges. Mr. Chen must not be offended in any case. Anyone who dares to make Mr. Chen unhappy will be beaten up. If beaten to death, the property will be the property of the Song family. Song Renchu was completely stunned. The manager smiled flatteringly and asked Chen Feng, Boss, what do we do with the woman next to him? Let her stay and dance for me. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he strode into the restaurant. Hurry up and serve the boss. The manager glanced at the chefs behind him, and then slapped the security guard. What are you standing there for? Clean up the garbage. Okay. The security guard didn't come to his senses until this moment. He grabbed Song Renchu's arm and dragged him out. No. This isn't true. No. Song Renchu looked devastated. He couldn't understand why his grandfather would give Chen Feng so much face. Why should he? Seeing that he was powerless to resist, he could only look at Gao Lujia and said, Lulu, let's go. But not only did Gao Lujia not leave, but she turned her gaze to Chen Feng, with light gradually appearing in her eyes. She saw everything that happened just now. She cursed herself inwardly for being so blind that she lost the watermelon and picked up the sesame seeds. Chen Feng is the real boss. Even Song Renchu's grandfather, the person in charge of the Song family, gives him this face. What does this mean? This shows that Chen Feng's social status is at least on the same level as Song Renchu's grandfather. Isn't this guy hiding too deeply? I had been in a relationship with him for half a year, but I never noticed it. I was so blind that I thought he was a poor guy. I wonder if it's too late to redeem it now? Gao Lujia was thinking secretly in her heart. Song Renchu was so angry that his face turned blue. He pointed at Gao Lujia with a trembling hand. Are you going to stay and dance for him? What's wrong with dancing? Gao Lujia glanced at him and said, what does this have to do with you? Is it your business? Chapter 4, Pure Revenge. You, bitch. You are bitch. Song Renchu was struck by lightning and trembled with anger. He wanted to rush over and beat Gao Lujia, but the security guards and waiters dragged him out of the restaurant like a dead dog and threw him on the roadside. Gao Lujia rolled her eyes and walked towards Chen Feng with a smile. Dear, actually I. Chen Feng frowned. The waiters on both sides immediately understood and hurriedly stopped Gao Lujia. The boss asked you to dance, so you just dance well. Why waste your words? You? Gao Lujia looked a little ugly. She had originally hoped to win back Chen Feng's heart, but now it seemed that things were not as simple as she had imagined. It seemed that Chen Feng asked her to dance not because he still had feelings for her, but simply to humiliate her and take revenge on her. I won't serve you anymore. She turned and tried to leave. But the two waiters pulled her back directly. Dance well, the boss hasn't finished eating, so don't go anywhere. Gao Lujia still wanted to resist. At this time, the manager rushed over, slapped her in the face, and shouted, jump. He even dared to hit Song Renchu, let alone a woman. Chen Feng remained silent and just watched quietly. Gao Lujia's eyes were full of grievance. Looking at the ferocious manager standing beside her, she twisted her waist stiffly. If I had known this would happen, why would I have done it in the first place? Gao Lujia's heart was filled with regret. As she danced, tears of humiliation flowed from her eyes. Outside the restaurant, Song Renchu angrily called his grandfather Song Long. He asked, why did you give the restaurant to Chen Feng? Why did you help outsiders deal with your grandson? It would be better if he didn't say anything. As soon as these words came out, Song Long exploded instantly. So it was you, little bastard, who offended the immortal. Mr. Chen, you still have the nerve to ask me this. Now, kneel down in front of Mr. Chen and beg him to forgive you. It was not until this moment that he realized that the evil creature who had offended the immortal in the restaurant was actually his own grandson. This blind thing wants to kill his Song family. You want me to kneel down for him? Are you old and confused? Song Renchu was furious. He never dreamed that his grandfather, who had always loved him, would say such a thing. You little beast, you are such an enemy. The old ancestor was seriously ill and you didn't come back, but went out to cause trouble for me. If you don't ask for Mr. Chen's forgiveness today, don't come back to the Song family. I want to go back. Song Renchu snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Then he strode back quickly. He wanted to confront his grandfather in person, but as soon as he got home, he was caught by his father and grandfather, stripped of his clothes, hung up and beaten. He kept screaming from beating, and it took nearly half an hour before it ended. Inside the restaurant, the guests who had dined before had finished their meal and left one after another, and the restaurant was closed. At this moment, only Chen Feng was left, quietly dining. The restaurant manager and a group of waiters stood on both sides, waiting for his orders at any time. As for Gao Lujia, her coat was stripped off. At this moment, she was twisting her waist, shaking her long hair and dancing with grievance. Her smile was uglier than crying. She felt aggrieved and extremely insulted. But he dared not say anything because the slap marks on his face still hurt. She could only regret it in secret. How good would it have been if I hadn't broken up with Chen Feng in the morning and hadn't thrown myself into Song Renchu's arms? Her tears flowed into her heart. She looked at Chen Feng with aggrieved eyes, hoping that he would consider their old friendship and give her another chance. However, Chen Feng was eating steak and sipping red wine, without even glancing at her. Honey, can you give me a chance to explain? Her voice trembled as she spoke tentatively. However, before she could finish her words, the restaurant manager glared at her fiercely and said, if I tell you to dance, then dance well. If you dare to disturb the boss's meal again, I will cut off your tongue. The waiters also stepped forward. A strong feeling of oppression came over me. Gao Lujia trembled and dared not say a word, continuing to dance with tears in her eyes. She deeply experienced what it meant to regret beyond the limit. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly looked up. But he wasn't looking at her, he was looking at the door. Because Chen is here. At the door, the security guard looked embarrassed. Sorry, sir, we are closed now. Suspended business. Yi Chen looked at the time and it was dinner time. He looked at Chen Feng who was eating inside and frowned. At this time, Chen Feng stopped and said, "It's okay. I think this brother is very attractive. If you don't mind, how about coming in and having a few drinks with me? Little Leaf, you are here at last." Chen Feng was excited in his heart, but his face was as calm as an old dog. "Thank you very much." Yi Chen didn't hesitate to walk into the restaurant, looked at Chen Feng for a few times, then looked at Gao Lujia who was dancing, his heart full of doubts. The man in front of him made him feel both friendly and a little uneasy. He felt familiar with the person in front of him because he seemed very familiar with him, and he even had the illusion of seeing his father. However, he knew that he had never seen the person before, not even in his previous life. He didn't understand why he felt this way. The reason why he was uneasy was that the other person's deep eyes made him feel inexplicably palpitating and made him feel uneasy. This is definitely a master. Yi Chen pondered in his heart. "Please take a seat." Chen Feng stood up and greeted the restaurant manager, had some tableware and a few bottles of good wine. "You guys can leave." "Yes, boss." Everyone retreated in response. Yi Chen picked up the wine glass and said with a smile, "Thank you for the treat. My name is Yi Chen." "What's your name, brother?" "Chen Feng." He smiled faintly and shook his wine glass. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was extremely happy. The protagonist appeared. What does that mean? It means that he is about to have a chess piece that has activated his power, and it means that the stepping stone for him to reach the pinnacle of his life has appeared. Chen Feng was delighted and immediately started a conversation with Yi Chen. As an author, he knew Yi Chen's temperament, character, interests, and hobbies very well, so it was easy for him to gain Yi Chen's trust. An hour later, after 3 bottles of wine, the two of them started to treat each other like brothers, and were almost sworn brothers. Chen Feng has a plan. But Yi Chen was sincere in his heart. To him, Chen Feng was simply his confidant, just like Boya meeting Ziki, and they felt that they had met too late. As for the palpitations when we first met, they also completely disappeared. At the moment of parting, Yi Chen said confidently, "Brother, I appreciate your kindness this time. When we meet next time, I will definitely give you a big gift." "Oh." Chen Feng pretended to be surprised and asked, "I wonder what kind of gift it is." "The secret of heaven cannot be revealed." Yi Chen laughed and waved his hand, saying, "I have something important to attend to. I'm leaving first. I'll call you later." "Good." Chen Feng didn't ask any more questions and waved goodbye. He knew exactly what the important matter Yi Chen was referring to extend Song Chufen's life. This is the content of the first chapter of the original book. Yi Chen is a reborn person. In his previous life, he had unparalleled cultivation and medical skills, but just when he was about to break the secret of immortality, he was poisoned by his lover and was reborn when he was 19 years old. After his rebirth, Yi Chen is determined to return to the top and seek revenge on his former lover. However, cultivation requires resources. In order to earn his first pot of gold, he used his memories and medical skills from his previous life to extend the life of the dying Song Chufen. From then on, the road became wider. Then he would pretend to be awesome and slap people in the face all the way until he surpassed the peak of his previous life. But this time, the original story has been changed. Just now, his path was taken away by Chen Feng. Chapter 5, Beating with Sticks. Chen Feng did not go to the Song family. He couldn't predict whether Yi Chen would be treated well or beaten out when he ran to the Song family. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was about to rise. Half an hour later, Chen Feng came to Wangming Mountain in the western suburbs. He came here to look for treasure. In the 3rd chapter of the original novel, Yi Chen went into the mountains to collect herbs in order to cure Jiang Xinyu, a girl he owed in his previous life, and accidentally found the 9 revolutions profound art under a stone tablet. This 9 revolutions profound art is even more powerful than the technique he practiced in his previous life and is one of the most advanced magical skills. The purpose of Chen Feng's trip is to find this martial art. Since the original book did not describe in detail which mountain Yi Chen was collecting herbs on and thus had this adventure, Chen Feng could only get close to Yi Chen. Through the casual chat during the meal just now, he had already learned that Yi Chen was planning to come to Wangming Mountain to collect herbs tomorrow. From this, we can infer that the martial arts skills are in Huangming Mountain. 2 hours later, Chen Feng searched so hard that he was thirsty. Finally, he found the 9 revolutions profound art buried under a stone tablet in a bush at the foot of Huangming Mountain. Yi Chen, just be a tool with peace of mind. I will help you walk the path you were supposed to walk. I will help you take care of the woman you can't let go of. Anyway, everything you have was given by me, and now it's time for you to repay me. Chen Feng muttered to himself and left Huangming Mountain. Song family, outside the gate. Yi Chen didn't arrive until this moment. It's not that he walks like a snail, but because he went to buy equipment. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble and to increase the credibility of his words, he bought a Taoist robe to enhance his mysterious image. Infinite Heavenly Venerable. Yi Chen held a whisk in his hand, chanted his Taoist name, and strode to the door. Your ancestor will not survive tonight. Go in and inform him that I can extend his life. The servant at the door frowned when he heard this. A Taoist priest just came this morning, why is there another one? My ancestor is already well. All right. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Impossible, go and ask Song Long to come out and see me. The servant had no choice but to go in and report. After all, after what happened in the morning, he no longer dared to look down on the Taoist priest in the slightest. Not long after, Song Long led a group of people and rushed out with anger on their faces. His father had just successfully extended his life in the morning, but in the afternoon another Taoist priest came and said that his father would not survive the night. Wasn't this a curse for his father's death? What happened this morning must have leaked out. This makes these swindlers want to imitate the image of Chen Xianchan and come to commit fraud. Did he think that the Song family was being taken advantage of? This is intolerable. Song Long grabbed Yi Chen's Taoist robe and sneered, the clothes are all new. I can see that you are fake Taoist priest. You want to come to my Song family to cheat. I think you are tired of living. Yi Chen said calmly, your father's life is at stake, why don't you let me try? You are the one whose life is at stake. Song Qiufeng's face flushed, he rushed out angrily, pointed at Yi Chen and shouted, look at me, do I look like I'm going to die? This. Yi Chen was confused. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Song Qiufeng died tonight. Subsequently, the Song family's status in Xinjiang city also plummeted. But right now, how come you are so full of energy? What is going on? Song Qiufeng said angrily, how dare you come to my Song family to defraud us? You are so brave. Tell me, who leaked the information to you? He was sure that someone must have leaked what happened in the morning. That's why the liar in front of him imitated the image of Chen Xianchan, trying to copy a tiger and cheat the Song family of money. Little did he know that none of his Song family members were fools. How could anyone fall for such an obvious scam? Yi Chen saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly said, I am not a liar, I really came to continue for you. Shut up. You ignorant fool, you dare to quibble? Beat him out with a stick. Song Qiufeng waved his hand and shouted angrily, and the bodyguards immediately rushed forward with sticks and pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen was dumbfounded. The development of this matter was completely different from what he expected. You will regret this. He yelled and ran away. After all, he had just been reborn and had no skills at all. He was definitely no match for this group of bodyguards and could only run away. The bodyguards chased him for nearly 2 miles before they gave up. After Yi Chen ran 3 miles, he threw away his Taoist robe, feeling extremely upset. Judging from Song Qiufeng's physical condition, he doesn't look like a dying person. Could it be that his memory of his previous life was wrong? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm sure I remember it correctly. But Yi Chen scratched his head, trying his best to figure out what was going on. Forget it, let's go find Sister Sinew first. Yi Chen sighed and walked towards Yannan University. Jiang Sinew was his neighbor's sister, not only beautiful but also free and easygoing. Most importantly, she treated him better than his own brother. He can be said to be the most trustworthy person in the world. However, in his memories of his previous life, Jiang Sinew had a very tragic fate. She had congenital defects in her internal organs and was born short-lived. And this is not the worst. What really made Yi Chen unforgettable was that Jiang Sinew's final cause of death was not due to organ defects, but because she jumped into the river to commit suicide in order to protect him from threats from others. She valued Yi Chen more than anything else, even her own life. I owed you too much in my previous life. In this life, I will never let tragedy happen again. As for your illness, I will definitely cure it. Yi Chen clenched his fists and quickened his pace. He decided to find Jiang Xinyu to confirm her condition, and then went to Huangming Mountain overnight to collect herbs to treat her. The next morning, the sunlight shines through the gaps between the trees, making the originally silent forest come alive. Call. Chen Feng exhaled and stood up. He did not return home last night. After leaving Huangming Mountain in the afternoon, he came to the mangroves in the eastern suburbs. This is the place with the most spiritual energy in the city. In the original novel, Yi Chen often meditated and practiced here in order to improve his cultivation. Bang! Click! Chen Feng threw a punch, causing a tree as thick as his wrist to break into two pieces instantly. The 9 revolutions profound art is indeed a peerless magical skill. After practicing for a night, he has already developed a trace of true energy. Although this speed is still far behind Yi Chen in the original work. But Chen Feng was already very satisfied. At least, he has a certain ability to protect himself. Looking down at his body covered in dirt and emitting a pungent stench, Chen Feng knew that he had been reborn. This is the effect after mastering the 9 revolutions profound art. You will be reborn, expel impurities from your body, and be immune to all diseases. Even the shape of the face will become more handsome. Chapter 6, Stealing the Tower from Behind. Half an hour later, Chen Feng returned to school. It's not because he loves studying, nor does he go back to school to pick up girls, but to make a better counterattack and escape the fate of being cannon fodder in the original novel. Wherever Yi Chen is, that is his base for stealing opportunities. After returning to the dormitory and taking a shower, Chen Feng lay on the bed, recalling the plot and thinking about the next counterattack plan. 10 minutes later, he left the school. Ready to steal the tower. Although Yi Chen was a reborn person in the original novel, he was able to rise quickly and surpass the peak of his previous life, and there was one person who contributed greatly to this. That is his neighbor's sister Jiang Xinyu. This woman is hiding a secret that even she herself doesn't know. She has an ancestral jade pendant. This jade pendant may look ordinary, but it actually contains endless energy and can be regarded as one of the world's top treasures. After his rebirth, Yi Chen is particularly fond of Jiang Xinyu. Jiang Xinyu already liked him, so not long after, she gave the jade pendant to Yi Chen as a token of love. It was not until this time that Yi Chen discovered the power of the jade pendant. Because in his past life's memory, Jiang Xinyu had jumped into the river and died before he could give him the jade pendant. Unfortunately, Jiang Xinyu doesn't have the habit of carrying jade with her, and the original book doesn't mention where she usually hides the jade pendant. Chen Feng felt a little regretful. Otherwise, just steal it. It also saved him the trouble of making elaborate plans to get close to Jiang Xinyu. After all, he wasn't in the mood to pick up girls right now. He is a man who wants to do great things. Right now, he just wants to pursue his career, and pursue his career madly. As for beauties, they are just floating clouds. Well. Chen Feng sighed and walked towards Wutong Lane 3 miles away. In order to steal Yi Chen's tower, he must get close to Jiang Xinyu. And we race against time, the faster the better. If it was too late, the jade pendant might have fallen into Yi Chen's hands. According to the plot of the original novel, Jiang Xinyu will get into trouble in Wutong Lane around 10 o'clock this morning, and Yi Chen will rush to rescue her in time with his memories of his previous life. Chen Feng looked at the time and saw that there were still about 15 minutes left before the incident. At this moment, Yi Chen should be on his way. In order to treat Jiang Xinyu's illness, he went to Huangming Mountain to collect herbs last night, and then continued to refine the medicine overnight, and only just completed it. As he was in a hurry, he was driving a shared car and speeding all the way. Chen Feng has a very deep memory of this plot. Because in order to depict the urgency of the plot, he specially elaborated on the details. If you want to get close to Jiang Xinyu, you must first stop Yi Chen from coming, and then try to take away his medicine. After thinking for a moment, Chen Feng took out his cell phone and called the police. Hello, police officer. I want to report a traffic violation. On Huashan Road from west to east, a white shared car with a license plate number of Ping A594SB is speeding at a speed of 160 km/h, seriously affecting traffic safety. Please stop it immediately. By the way, as far as I know, the driver seems to be selling fake drugs. Please search him and conduct a thorough inspection. Thank you for your report. What's your name? The name doesn't matter. I'm just a concerned citizen with an overflowing sense of justice. Chen Feng paused and continued, in order to prevent the other party from retaliating, please keep it a secret for me. Goodbye. After saying that, he hung up the phone. After doing all this, Chen Feng strode towards Wutong Lane. Yi Chen couldn't make it in time. He can now go and steal the tower with confidence. Wutong Lane. Jiang Xinyu was currently being blocked in an alley by 3 burly men. She looked lazy, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, and looked at the 3 people around her with interest, and chuckled, why, do you want to rape me? Pooh. The 3 strong men snorted coldly and shouted, pay back the money. Hey. Jiang Xinyu narrowed her eyes and smiled, picked up the milk tea and took a sip, then stopped and said, don't worry, give me a few more days. I've already given you 2 months' grace, why would you still give me more? Give your mother more. The 3 sturdy men approached with ferocious faces, step by step, if you can't pay today, you have to sell it to me even if you have to sell it on the street. After saying that, he rubbed his hands together and was ready to take action. Bang! Jiang Xinyu took the initiative. He suddenly rushed forward and kicked a strong man in the crotch with his right foot with lightning speed. R. The sturdy man uttered a scream, fell to the ground and trembled all over, curled up into a ball. You have no moral principles. The other 2 strong men were also startled and felt a chill in their crotches. I didn't expect that this woman, who looked lazy on the surface, could be so brutal when she attacked by surprise. At this time Jiang Xinyu moved again. After a feint, he punched hard. Although she was born with internal organ defects, she has been active since childhood and has practiced some mediocre kung fu. Ordinary men are no match for her. What's more, she is cunning by nature and specializes in sneak attacks. Just as the second sneak attack was about to succeed, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and his hands and feet could not lift any strength. His legs went weak, he staggered and fell to the ground. Finished. Jiang Xinyu cried out in her heart. She knew that it was her old illness coming back. Congenital defects of the internal organs may cause them to occur at irregular intervals, and the probability of an attack is greater especially during strenuous exercise. Get her? The 2 strong men were overjoyed when they saw her fall. But at this time, Chen Feng arrived on time. After practicing the 9 revolutions profound art, his body has undergone a qualitative transformation, and his speed has increased significantly compared to usual. I'm gonna give you a lung. Chen Feng leaped up and hit a strong man's lung hard with his knee, causing him to fall backwards and scream in pain. Then he picked up a wooden stick and hit the remaining strong man. Wait! The strong man flew backwards. He looked at the stick in Chen Feng's hand with fear, and said with gritted teeth, boy, you dare to meddle in this matter, do you know who I am? You are fool, Xiao Jiji. Your brother, Xiao Shanpao, is a loan shark. Chen Feng revealed his identity in a calm tone. How did you know? Xiao Jiji's face was filled with horror. Could it be that he had become so famous? He immediately glared at me and said, since you know my identity, why are you still meddling in my business? Why don't you get out of here right now? Bang! Chen Feng hit him with a stick and knocked him unconscious. He turned around and walked to Jiang Xinyu, reached out to help her up, and asked, Student Jiang, are you okay? He looked at her carefully as he spoke. Although Jiang Xinyu was created by him, this was the first time he actually met her. I have to say, it is really beautiful. Chen Feng nodded secretly. Today, Jiang Xinyu was wearing a blue dress. She was tall and her eyes were like autumn waves, which made people intoxicated. Her black hair was loosely tied up with a hairpin, and her hair fell naturally, passing by her ears, adding a touch of temptation. A corset tied around the waist makes the white legs under the skirt look even more slender and straight, and the perfect figure is natural. She is worthy of being one of the heroines. In one word, absolutely. Chapter 7, Playing Hard to Get. I'm fine. Jiang Xinyu covered his chest and stood up with a puzzled look in his eyes. Chen Feng, why are you here? The 2 are classmates. But before that, there was almost no intersection between them. I just happened to be passing by. Chen Feng talked as he walked. Jiang Xinyu smiled happily, anyway, thank you for helping me. I'll treat you to a meal when you are free, okay? Chen Feng did not comment. Instead, he glanced at her and pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Do you have any congenital defects in your internal organs?" Jiang Xinyu was shocked when he heard this. She never told anyone about this. Chen Feng said, "Nonsense, I have studied medicine since I was a child. Now that I am close to you, I can tell from your complexion and breathing. So powerful. Do you have any way to treat it?" Jiang Xinyu looked expectant. This was the first time in her life that she had met someone who could see through her illness at a glance. Of course. Chen Feng looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, sighed, and strode away. "Leaving now?" Jiang Xinyu hurriedly chased after him and asked, "Can you help me heal?" "Can. When will you help me get treatment?" "See you next time." Chen Feng didn't stop or turn his head. "See you next time." Jiang Xinyu felt that this was a bit unreliable, so he asked, "How about we exchange our phone numbers?" "No need." Chen Feng walked away with his head held high and his chest puffed out, putting on a mellow front. It's not that he's pretending to be noble. But he knew Jiang Xinyu's character very well. To deal with this woman, playing hard to get is much more effective than pestering her. As for her illness, after thinking for a moment, Chen Feng decided to directly use the medicine prepared by Yi Chen. After all, he himself didn't know any medical skills, so the best way was to take Yi Chen's ready-made medicine, which was definitely the most reliable in terms of efficacy. Next, he called Song Long. "Master, what do you want me to do?" Song Long was full of respect as soon as he opened his mouth. "I have a pill that was stolen by a thief named Yi Chen, and now it's in the hands of the police. I don't want to show up myself, so find a way to get it back for me." Chen Feng's tone was completely imperative. He knew the characters of the people in the Song family very well. Since they believed that he was an immortal, he could not treat them well. The shelf must be maintained. Otherwise, it will make them suspicious. "Don't worry, immortal, I'll take care of this little thing." Song Long agreed readily. Chen Feng warned, "Remember, I don't want to show up, don't reveal my identity. After the matter is done, I will grant you an opportunity in the Song family." "Thank you, immortal." When Song Long heard that there was an opportunity, he trembled with excitement. The opportunity that the immortal mentioned must be a huge benefit to his Song family. For a moment, he became more convinced of the decision he had made before. It is very necessary to establish a good relationship with the immortal. On the roadside, after Yi Chen came out of the traffic police team, he immediately called Jiang Xinyu. He is very worried. If he failed to get there in time, Jiang Xinyu would repeat the mistakes of his previous life in Wutong Lane. But after the call, he felt relieved. The tragedy of the previous life did not happen again, and Sister Xinyu was rescued by her classmates. But despite this, Yi Chen couldn't be happy at all. Because he felt that the world after his rebirth did not develop in the direction of his memories of his previous life. A lot of things have been changed. Could it be that because of my rebirth, some things have changed in some way? Yi Chen scratched his head and thought hard, but he couldn't figure it out. Especially when I think about my current situation, I feel even more annoyed. At the moment he was reborn, he thought he could soar to the sky and conquer the world with the memories of his past life. Unexpectedly, things went against my wishes. Many things were beyond his expectations. It would have been fine if he hadn't made his first fortune from the Song family yesterday, but today he was caught by the police for speeding. Even the medicine for Jiang Xinyu's treatment was confiscated as selling counterfeit drugs. Almost nothing goes smoothly. If he had to find one thing, it would be that he met his confidant from his previous life, policewoman Qin Yixuan, in the traffic police team. And with the experience from his previous life, he gained her favor. Otherwise, there's no way he would be released so soon. Unfortunately, the medicine used to treat Sister Xinyu was confiscated. Yi Chen sighed. After standing there for a long time, he turned and walked towards the suburbs. He was going to Wangming Mountain to collect herbs again. Boys' dormitory. Chen Feng was lying on the bed, thinking about his next counterattack plan. He was going to find a classmate named Zhao Kai. This man had what he needed. At this time, a quarrel was heard. 3 roommates in the same dormitory were staring at the school forum, arguing about which girl on the school beauty list should be chosen. This is good. Look at the shape of her mouth. She must be very cute when she hesitates. the airport. It's better to have this kind of ups and downs. Go, vulgar. The three men were named Liu Anguo, Guan Xingguo, and Zhang Zhengguo. At the moment, they are talking foul language and arguing endlessly. However, Chen Feng expressed disdain for this. A bunch of vulgar people. What's so good about beautiful women? It's just a pink skeleton. As the founder of this world, his ambitions could never be so shallow. I was just about to look down on the three of them. At this time, hurried footsteps were heard. A slender figure appeared at the door of the dormitory. Everyone turned to look, and their eyes lit up. Jiang Xinyu. The eyes of Liu, Guan and Zhang lit up and their breathing became rapid. This is their class beauty. At the same time, she is also ranked number 1 on the school beauty list. Why is she here? The three people's eyes gradually became hot. However, Jiang Xinyu glanced around the room. As if he didn't see the three of them, he ran straight to Chen Feng, leaned forward, got close to him, smiled happily and said, "Does this count as next time?" Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Suddenly I remembered that when we parted at Wutong Lane, I promised her that I would help her cure her illness the next time we met. Not really. Chen Feng shook his head speechlessly. Jiang Xinyu got angry when she heard this. You said we can meet next time, how can you go back on your word? When these words were spoken, Liu, Guan, and Zhang nearby stared at each other with surprise on their faces. Judging from what Jiang Xinyu said, it seems that they have some secret agreement between them. So exciting. Feels like there is something to eat. There was a gleam in the eyes of the three people, and they were full of speculation about the relationship between Chen Feng and Jiang Xinyu. Chapter 8, Predicting the Future. It's my fault for not explaining it clearly. Chen Feng shrugged helplessly and said with a smile, I'm not ready yet, you go back and wait, when the time comes, I will naturally come to find you. He is telling the truth. Song Long hasn't brought the medicine yet, so he is indeed not ready yet. Jiang Xinyu rolled his eyes and asked, can you give me an exact time? Cannot. Chen Feng was also unsure when Song Long would be able to get the medicine from the police force. Jiang Xinyu laughed and said, then give me your phone number so we can contact each other at any time. Chen Feng. What a good move, retreat to advance. However, this was exactly the effect he needed. He showed a cold expression on his face just to arouse Jiang Xinyu's curiosity and thus play the tactic of playing hard to get. After all, in the original novel, this woman is a person with a free and easy personality and proactive emotions. Using this trick to deal with her will definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Chen Feng believed that as long as he found the right remedy, it wouldn't take long before he could steal Yi Chen's tower and successfully get the jade pendant. Bring it here. Just as Chen Feng was hesitating, Jiang Xinyu had already taken his phone, dialed her own number, saved each other's numbers, and then returned the phone to Chen Feng. Bye, I'll wait for your call. Jiang Xinyu waved her hand, made a phone call gesture, smiled sweetly, turned around and left the dormitory. That charming smile made Chen Feng's heart tremble. I have to say, this woman is really beautiful. Even he, a creator god who was determined to pursue his career, couldn't resist the urge to output. Beauty is indeed a difficult hurdle. Chen Feng pondered in his heart. When he wrote this book, in order to meet market demand, he portrayed Yi Chen as an extremely philandering stud. But he didn't approve of this behavior in his heart. But now, he suddenly understood Yi Chen and the hobbies of some porn readers. Everything seems to be excusable. But Chen Feng firmly believed that he would not fall because of this, because his ambition was lofty and what he wanted to do was to be the master of this world. As for beauty, it is nothing but clouds. As soon as Jiang Xinyu left, Liu, Guan and Zhang came over and pulled Chen Feng aside to inquire about the relationship between them. Guess for yourself. Chen Feng shrugged and did not deny it. At this moment, a ringtone was heard and his cell phone rang. It's Song Long. Chen Feng was delighted, thinking that the medicine had been found. Sure enough, after the call was connected, Song Long said, Master, I have got your elixir. I wonder where to send it to you. The north gate of Yannan University, wait for me there. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone, got up and walked out. He walked all the way, not very fast. When he arrived at the north gate, he saw a Bentley parked on the side of the road from afar. Song Long was standing next to the car looking around. Sorry for the wait, Chen Feng said calmly. Song Long smiled widely and shook his head repeatedly, saying, You are too polite, immortal. I just arrived too. After saying this, he opened a small box with both hands and presented it to him. Inside the box was a purple pill that emitted a faint pungent odor. No doubt it is authentic. When Chen Feng smelled the scent, he immediately confirmed it. The description of this pill in the original book is that it has a pungent smell. In order to get Jiang Xinyu to eat it, Yi Chen took a lot of effort. I said that after this is done, I will grant you an opportunity in the Song family. Chen Feng took the box with a smile. Under Song Long's expectant eyes, he pretended to count with his fingers, as if he was calculating the secrets of heaven. After a moment, he said, I just opened my third eye and saw the future. Starting from the morning of the day after tomorrow, a topic will become very popular online because of something a health expert said. That is, isatis root can cure all diseases. From minor headaches and fevers to major diseases like cancer and leukemia, isatis root can cure them all. Although the rumor was debunked by the authorities not long after, for at least 5 days, the originally cheap isatis root was sold at sky-high prices. Prices have skyrocketed. It will reach its peak in 5 days, more than 10 times the original price. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Song Long and said, I don't need you to teach me how to do it, right? Chen Feng remembers this plot very clearly. In the original novel, since Yi Chen is a reborn person and knows the future, this plot was written to create opportunities for him to make money. Buy low and sell high. After hearing this, Song Long was amazed. The immortal is worthy of being an immortal. He can actually see through the secrets of heaven and know the future. With the help of immortals in the future, why worry about the prosperity of the Song family? Thank you for your guidance, immortal. Song Long bowed and said solemnly, I will start to stockpile a large amount of isatis root after I return. After the matter is completed, the Song family is willing to split the profits with the immortal in a 50-50 split. Good boy, you have broadened your path. Chen Feng was very pleased. It was not in vain that he spent so much time and effort to shape Song Long into a visionary supporting role. Since you are so sincere, I won't be polite with you. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, waved his hands and turned to leave. Please stay, immortal. Song Long hurriedly chased after him, and handed over a Bentley car key with a smile. I just saw that the immortal master came here on foot, so I dare to offer you a car for transportation. Please do not refuse it. He was smiling and pointing to a Bentley Bentayga on the side of the road. This is the car he just drove over. In that case, thank you very much. Chen Feng took the key without hesitation and turned to walk towards the Bentley. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Song Long smiled with satisfaction. He felt that his vision had opened up. As long as I can get closer to the immortal, what does a car worth 2 or 3 million mean? In return, the Song family will gain endless opportunities in the future. As for Chen Feng's identity as an immortal, he never doubted it at all. After all, yesterday morning, Chen Feng successfully extended his father's life in just 1 minute. This is an ironclad fact. This is definitely a magical spell from the immortal family. It is impossible for a mortal to have such ability. After Chen Feng got in the car, he didn't rush to leave. Instead, he called Jiang Xinyu and said, I can treat you now. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Pick me up. Jiang Xinyu asked doubtfully, Are you driving? Then I'll trouble you. I'm in the dormitory. Good. Chen Feng put down his phone, started the car and drove towards the girls' dormitory. But when passing a relatively secluded place, his eyes suddenly lit up and he stopped the car. Because 2 people on the roadside caught his attention. They were a young couple. The man was tall and thin, wearing a pair of glasses and a crescent pendant on his chest, looking gentle and refined. His name is Zhao Kai, and he is in the same class as Chen Feng. That girl was one of the most recognized beauties in the school. Her name was Jin Lucher, but because she was extremely materialistic, her reputation was not very good. But this does not affect her being the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Because she is really beautiful. The kind that is unbelievably beautiful. Even in the original memory of Chen Feng's body, he had pursued her. Only after being rejected did he turn around and pursue Jiao Lujie. However, these plots do not exist in the original book. After all, the original work revolves around the protagonist and will not waste a lot of words on a cannon fodder. But the reason why Chen Feng stopped the car at this moment was not because of her. But it was because of Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai has what he wants. He had been planning to look for Zhao Kai later, but he didn't expect to meet him here. Chapter 9, Rich People Really Know How to Have Fun. Break up. Why do you want to break up? Zhao Kai was very excited. He pointed at Zhen Lucher and roared, "How much have I paid to be with you? You're breaking up with me now? Why?" His face was full of resistance, almost roaring. "So what?" Zhen Lucher sneered and said disdainfully, "Who told you that you have no money?" Zhao Kai's face suddenly became dejected. He really has no money, he is poor. Zhen Lucher sneered in disdain, "If it wasn't for that car accident, you saved me and gave me a blood transfusion, would I have been so crazy to be with you? Poor idiot. You?" Zhao Kai clenched his fists. He thought that Zhen Lucher was everything to him. But reality gave him a heavy blow. After struggling between humiliation and unwillingness for a long time, Zhao Kai knelt on the ground and begged, "Since I once gave you a blood transfusion and you still have my blood in your body, can you give me another chance? I beg you." "Pooh." Zhen Lucher spat fiercely, "I have your blood in my body, right? I'll give it back to you." The words fell. Zhao Kai and Chen Feng were stunned. Zhen Lucher reached into her skirt, pulled out a large blood-stained band-aid, and slammed it hard on Zhao Kai's face. "This is the interest. I'll pay you back in monthly installments from now on." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and walked away arrogantly. Zhao Kai was left with a look of despair and tears in his eyes. But after walking less than 10 steps, Zhen Lucher's attention was attracted by a Bentley on the side of the road. This is the car she dreams of riding in. Because she heard that the air conditioning in these luxury cars is not good, and she will feel hot as soon as she gets in the car and want to take off her clothes. So she wanted to experience it. Why does the air conditioning of a car worth millions of dollars not work well? However, when her eyes swept across the car owner's face, her heart trembled. "Chen Feng. That poor guy who was once rejected and humiliated by me?" Zhen Lucher was completely stunned. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not seeing things. This is indeed Chen Feng. How could he drive a luxury car like Bentley? Could he be a hidden rich second generation? Were you just pretending to be poor to experience life? And now, he has had enough of playing and is ready to show his cards. Oh shit. Rich people really know how to have fun. If I had known this, why would I have rejected him? Endless regret rose in her heart. Zhenlu wanted to say hello but didn't know how to start. He could only stand there and stare at Chen Feng. She hoped that Chen Feng would express his love to her again. No, even if he just nodded to her slightly, she would be able to throw away her pride and get in the car. At this time, the car door opened and Chen Feng walked over. Zhen Lucher's eyes lit up. As she watched Chen Feng approaching step by step, the smile on her face became brighter and brighter, until Chen Feng walked past her, the smile on her face suddenly froze. No. This was not the result she wanted. Zhen Lucher turned around quickly, only to see Chen Feng striding up to Zhao Kai and patting him on the shoulder. "Come with me, I want to talk to you about something." Zhao Kai nodded blankly. He was not in the mood to think about how Chen Feng could drive a Bentley. The only thought in his mind now was why he had no money. Why can't I keep Zhen Lucher's heart? Why? Zhao Kai followed Chen Feng into the car with an expressionless face. With the roar of the engine, the Bentley quickly disappeared from Zhen Lucher's sight. Original place. Zhen Lucher didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He actually left this beauty like himself and took Zhao Kai away? Damn it. Are you sick in your brain? Zhen Lucher stomped her feet hard and walked towards the school angrily. Chen Feng would not understand the depression in Zhen Lucher's heart. Because he didn't think about it at all. As the person who knows the world best, he now just wants to pursue his career. As for women, he has no time to flirt. Especially women like Zhen Lucher and Jiao Lujia. As long as he shows his car keys, there are countless people who will rush to his bed. And it can climb up and move on its own. Since something can be solved with money, why waste your emotions? So Chen Feng ignored her. After driving several hundred meters forward, Chen Feng stopped the car on the side of the road, turned to Zhao Kai and said, "Let's make a deal." What? It was not until this moment that Zhao Kai came back to his senses from his grief. Chen Feng pointed at the pendant on his chest and said, "This thing suits my taste. Name a price and I'll buy it." Zhao Kai was stunned for a moment. His dim eyes gradually revealed a gleam of desire, and he said with gritted teeth, "This is my heirloom, I want 100,000. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Chen Feng, obviously testing him. "I am rich, but I am not sick." Chen Feng shook his head and said, "At most 10,000. Zhao Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. 10,000. This was already beyond his psychological price range. With this 10,000, he could buy Zhenlucher a new phone, and maybe even win her back. As for the pendant, in his opinion it was just a decoration and was completely useless. He spent $10,000 to buy this thing and still says he is mentally ill? I'm afraid the illness is serious." Zhao Kai smiled secretly in his heart, and quickly took off the pendant and handed it to Chen Feng, saying, "One hand pays, the other hand delivers." His fingers were shaking and he couldn't wait any longer. He wants to get back the Zhenlu tea that belongs to him. Good. Chen Feng called the Clover Weston restaurant and asked the finance department to transfer the money directly. After all, the Song family's share of the life-extending money has not yet been settled, and he has almost no cash on him now. The only thing that could be considered as his family assets was the Weston restaurant that Song Long gave him. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Zhao Kai looked at the balance of 10,000 yuan on the bank text message and clenched his fist excitedly. He decided to go find Zhenlucher right away. Then tell her loudly that you are rich. As for why Chen Feng wanted his pendant, he didn't even bother to think about it. He is rich now and has become wealthy. He just wants to spend money. He wants to win back his woman and regain his lost dignity. Zhao Kai got out of the car and smiled happily. He smiled brightly, even a little carried away by his pride. Well. Chen Feng glanced at his back and sighed silently. This is probably what licking love is. Blame me for not giving you a good character setting in the first place. Chen Feng shook his head and returned his gaze to the pendant in his hand. This treasure is the key to the world's #1 medical book, Medical Classics. In the original novel, the reason why Yi Chen's medical skills were the best in the world in his previous life was because he obtained this key and successfully opened the Medical Classics. After he was reborn, in order to prevent others from obtaining the Medical Classics and competing with him, he will buy the pendant from Zhao Kai in Chapter 10, which is tomorrow. Then destroy it. From then on, he was the only one in the world who was proficient in the Medical Classics. Just in case, after I finished treating Jiang Xinyu, I immediately went to get the Medical Classics. Chen Feng pondered in his heart and started the car again. Chapter 10 Yi Chen's Anger. When Chen Feng arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory, Jiang Xinyu was already waiting at the door. "Here." Chen Feng rolled down the window and waved. Jiang Xinyu turned around and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he glanced at the car. "You drive such an expensive car." She opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. The movement seemed a little stiff. Chen Feng glanced at her and said, "My friend has too many cars at home and can't fit them all in, so he lent it to me. Can I understand that you are showing off that you have a rich friend?" Jiang Xinyu teased. But his mood seemed to be much more relaxed. "It seems that you understand it very thoroughly." Chen Feng responded easily according to her favorite way of chatting, then started the car and drove out of the school. Original place. A girl with a ponytail came out from behind the green tree. She stared at the rear of the car going away and stomped her foot angrily. "Chen Feng, you damn scumbag, you abandoned my sister and made her get drunk and cry, but you are still fooling around with Vixen here. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? You evil scumbag, just wait for me. I must teach you a lesson." The girl clenched her fists, muttered something, and walked towards the school gate. Wangming Mountain. Yi Chen's eyes were dull at this moment, and he sat on the ground with a decadent look on his face. He spent the entire morning searching almost the entire Wangming Mountain. But all in vain. He couldn't find the herbs he needed. To treat Jiang Xinyu's illness, an extremely rare medicine is needed: 9-leaf blood grass. This blood grass is priceless and as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He only found one last night based on his memories of his previous life. It is extremely difficult to find another one nowadays. It seems that the only way is to find a way to get back the medicine that was confiscated by the police. Yi Chen walked out of Wangming Mountain and called the policewoman Qin Yixuan. Want her to help run it. As a result, Yi Chen's face turned black when he was asked. The medicine he had made with so much difficulty had actually been taken away by the Song family. And they even slandered him as a thief who stole medicine? Yi Chen was furious when he heard this. Yesterday he wanted to extend the life of the Song family's ancestor and earn his first pot of gold, but he didn't expect to be beaten out by the Song family. This made him hate the Song family at that time. Now, after hearing these words, he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and trembled all over. The Song family should be executed. It should be destroyed. Yi Chen clenched his fists, burning with anger. He wished he could rush to the Song family and tear those damn things into pieces. On their way, the Bentley Bentayga drives smoothly. Jiang Xinyu glanced at Chen Feng and asked doubtfully, "Where are you going to take me?" "To treat you, I need to find a quiet place." "Do you have a good place?" Chen Feng turned and looked at her. Jiang Xinyu pondered for a moment and said, "How about, let's go to my house, it's in this direction." Good. This is what Chen Feng was waiting for. After all you need to do to cure an illness is take medicine. The reason why he ran in this direction and said he wanted to find a quiet place was to lure Jiang Xinyu to tell her family about this. This is an opportunity to check out the place. Of course, what Chen Feng coveted was not her body, but it was her family heirloom jade pendant. Half an hour later, under Jiang Xinyu's guidance, the car drove into an old residential area. This is it. After Jiang Xinyu got off the car, he smiled awkwardly and said, "I usually live in the dormitory and rarely go home. I didn't clean up, so I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's cleaner than my house." Chen Feng walked into the room with a teasing tone. After chatting for a few words, he took out the pill and handed it to Jiang Xinyu. "Take it." "This." Jiang Xinyu frowned. As soon as she took the pill, she smelled a pungent odor. "Can this thing be eaten? Are you sure it's not poison?" She seriously suspected that Chen Feng was teasing her. "I know it stinks, but good medicine tastes bitter, you have to bear with it," Chen Feng explained. Jiang Xinyu looked into his eyes, and after a moment asked abruptly, "We are alone, you are not going to drug me, are you?" Chen Feng secretly cursed himself for being so naughty. Why didn't Jiang Xinyu be written as a silly and innocent person? It's not easy to fool people now. You're really shooting yourself in the foot. Then I'll leave. As he spoke, he turned resolutely and walked towards the door. Jiang Xinyu looked at his back, rolled his eyes, and said with a grin, "I'm just kidding, you're not angry, are you? Little girl, you want to fight with me?" Chen Feng laughed secretly in his heart. He is the person who knows Jiang Xinyu best in the world. In just a few seconds, no matter the tone of his voice or every movement he made, he showed Jiang Xinyu his harmlessness. "I'd better go out." Chen Feng didn't stop and his acting was very realistic. Jiang Xinyu completely dispelled his doubts, chased to the door, grabbed his hand and said with a smile, "Don't, I really was just joking." "But." "Don't say but, come in." Jiang Xinyu pulled him directly into their house. Looking at the pill in her hand that gave off a pungent odor, she opened her mouth several times but couldn't take it. "It stinks so much. It smells a bit like rotten fish and shrimp." Chen Feng frowned slightly. "Do you want to eat or not?" "I?" Jiang Xinyu looked embarrassed. Chen Feng's slightly impatient tone made her feel more trustworthy. "I eat." Jiang Xinyu took a deep breath and threw the pill into his mouth. The pill melts in your mouth without any smell. Jiang Xinyu was a little curious and was about to ask Chen Feng what to do next, but then she felt sleepy. "Your medicine." Before she could finish her words, her body softened and fell towards Chen Feng. Sure enough, he fell asleep in 3 seconds. Chen Feng reached out and picked her up by the waist, then walked towards the sofa. The elegant orchid-like fragrance drifted into his nose, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his heartbeat quickened by 3 points. No wonder Yi Chen, that beast, couldn't control himself. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face in front of him, Chen Feng swallowed his saliva. In the original novel, after Jiang Xinyu took the pill and fell asleep, Yi Chen couldn't help himself and kissed her on the face several times and touched her all over before he stopped. Should I also? Pooh! How can beauty be as important as a jade pendant? Chen Feng threw her onto the sofa and turned to walk towards the cabinet. he did not forget the purpose of his trip. If we can find Jiang Sinyu's family heirloom jade pendant and get it, it will save us a lot of trouble in the future. That's right, just take it. After all, he had written the jade pendant himself, so it originally belonged to him, so it couldn't be considered stealing. However, what made Chen Feng helpless was that he searched through all the drawers and cabinets for more than half an hour and almost searched the entire house, but he didn't even see the shadow of the jade pendant. He regretted it. I regret not describing where Jiang Sinyu hid the jade pendant. If God gave me another chance to do it again, I would definitely write 10,000 words and describe the location in detail down to the millimeter. Chen Feng sighed. Just as he was about to return to the living room, a photo album on the desk caught his attention. Chapter 11, No Compensation for Killing Someone. The album is thick. In addition to Jiang Sinyu's photos, there are also many photos of Yi Chen. It records every detail of their life from childhood to adulthood. Chen Feng gradually frowned. He felt that he was too kind to Yi Chen. These two are childhood sweethearts. Although they are not a couple yet, their relationship is better than many couples. If we don't take some drastic measures to completely destroy Yi Chen's image in Jiang Sinyu's heart, it will not be so easy to steal the tower. Yi Chen. Looking at the photo in front of him, Chen Feng began to think about the plan of digging a pit. He did this not to snatch beautiful women. After all, he was not a mobile turret that only thought with his lower body. His only goal was the jade pendant. At this moment, a ring sounded, interrupting Chen Feng's thoughts. It turned out to be a call from Yi Chen. It is true that when you mention Cao Cao, he will appear. Chen Feng smiled secretly in his heart and answered the phone. Brother Chen, I have something to ask of you. Yi Chen smiled awkwardly and asked, Brother Chen, how is your relationship with the Song family? Song family. Chen Feng was confused and didn't know what he wanted to do. He immediately said in a calm tone, It's okay, we have a slight acquaintance. That's great. Yi Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. Then he talked about a pill that fell into the hands of the Song family, and wanted to beg Chen Feng to help him get it back. At first, Yi Chen wanted to rush directly into the Song family. But after calming down, he gave up. He was very clear that with his current strength, he could not compete with the Song family at all. After thinking it over again and again, he remembered Chen Feng, whom he met by chance in the restaurant. The other party seemed to have some status and might be able to help, so he contacted him as soon as possible. That's easy. The smile on Chen Feng's face gradually became abnormal. He was feeling embarrassed before, wondering how to discredit Yi Chen and steal the tower. Now it seems that the opportunity is right in front of us. He immediately agreed with a smile, It's just a small matter, leave it to me. I'll call Song Long right now, wait for my good news. Thank you, Brother Chen. Yi Chen was very excited. Chen Feng laughed and hung up the phone. Then he called Song Long. Ask him to find Xiao Jiji, who stopped Jiang Sinyu in Wutong Lane in the morning to ask for money, and his two followers, and go to Oriental Plaza to meet Yi Chen. And the more enthusiastic the attitude, the better. Song Long didn't dare to ask more questions about the immortal's instructions. What's more, in his opinion, this was not a difficult task, so he agreed immediately. Chen Feng explained some details in detail before hanging up the phone. Then he called Yi Chen back and asked him to go to Oriental Plaza at 7 o'clock tonight. The Song family would arrange someone to talk to him about returning the pills. Yi Chen was overjoyed when he heard this and thanked him again and again. Even after hanging up the phone, he still felt a little ashamed in his heart. Last time when they were parting, he had made a bold statement that he would give Brother Chen a big gift next time they met. And now, not only did he not offer a big gift, but he even had to beg for help. Yi Chen thought about it and became more and more annoyed. Born as a reborn person, he never dreamed that he would live such a miserable life. After Chen Feng put down his phone, he did not leave. He stood in front of the desk, waiting for Jiang Sinyu to wake up. About 5 minutes later, footsteps were heard. Chen Feng. Jiang Sinyu walked towards the room while calling his name. When he saw Chen Feng standing in front of the desk, staring at the photo album, he couldn't help but frown and said, What kind of medicine is this? Why did I fall asleep just now? Of course it's medicine to cure the disease. Chen Feng glanced at her and said, Don't you feel that your internal organs are much more comfortable? This is one course of treatment. If you have 2 more courses, you will be completely cured. He had already started to think about it. For the next batch of medicine, should I make it myself after learning the medical classics, or continue to steal it from Yi Chen? This is a question worth pondering. Jiang Xinyu was silent for a moment. I feel much better now, but why didn't you tell me earlier that this medicine would make me sleepy? If I tell you in advance, you might not dare to eat it. Chen Feng shrugged. Don't worry, I just helped you lie down on the sofa, I didn't touch you. That's not what I meant. Jiang Xinyu hurriedly explained. After all, when she just woke up, she hurriedly checked her body and found that there were indeed no signs of tampering, so she felt relieved. At the same time, his trust in Chen Feng also increased. I'm sorry. You were so kind to help me heal my illness, but I was still rude to you. It's all because of this lousy mouth that can't speak. It was really too much. As he spoke, he pinched his lips lightly. Chen Feng shrugged, glanced at the photo album and asked, Do you know this man in the photo well? Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but reveal a happy smile on her face. It was as if she was talking about her lover. We grew up together. To me, although we are not family, we are better than family. Seeing this, Chen Feng became even more determined to trick Yi Chen. Well. He sighed, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Jiang Xinyu came over curiously. After spending these 2 days together, she has already regarded Chen Feng as a friend, and she has fewer reservations when speaking and doing things as between strangers. Chen Feng asked seriously, Is this person called Yi Chen? Yeah, you know each other. It's not like we know each other. Chen Feng shook his head and continued, Actually, after what happened in Wutong Lane this morning, I went to find Xiao Jiji and the other 2 and asked them why they were bothering you. Jiang Xinyu added, Because they are loan sharks, and I owe them money. That's just one aspect. Chen Feng pointed at Yi Chen in the photo and said, It's mainly because Yi Chen suggested to them that if you don't pay back the money, you will have to pay it back with your body. Jiang Xinyu's face darkened. Don't talk nonsense. She trusts Yi Chen unconditionally. Chen Feng was not panicked, everything was within his expectations, and continued, Yi Chen also told Xiao Jiji that the loan shark you borrowed was actually borrowed for him to treat his injuries after he had a car accident half a year ago, right? Jiang Xinyu nodded. Chen Feng continued, Yi Chen has no money to pay you back, so he gave Xiao Jiji and the others this idea. Impossible. Jiang Xinyu's eyes were flustered and he kept shaking his head. She was a little panicked. Because she borrowed the loan sharking money to pay for Yi Chen's treatment, only she and Yi Chen knew about it. She herself never told anyone. But now Chen Feng knew it so clearly. If Yi Chen didn't tell it, who else could it be? It's also possible that Xiao Jiji was just talking nonsense. You don't have to be sad. Chen Feng said with a smile. Jiang Xinyu nodded, but her heart was already in turmoil. She knew very well that if Xiao Jiji was talking nonsense, how could he know that she had borrowed money from a loan shark because Yi Chen had a car accident? I want to make a phone call to question Yi Chen. But she knew that without evidence, nothing could be learned from such matters. Chapter 12. If you use the hoe well, there is no wall that cannot be dug down. It's getting late, let's find a place to eat. Okay. Jiang Xinyu came back to his senses. But he was still a little absent-minded, and smiled, I haven't thanked you properly yet, what do you want to eat? It's my treat. Then I'll be welcome. Chen Feng turned around and walked out, saying as he walked, I know a Chinese restaurant that tastes very good, let's go there. Jiang Xinyu nodded and followed him in a daze. After getting in the car, Chen Feng calculated the time, controlled the speed, and drove towards the city. 7 o'clock in the evening. The car arrived near Oriental Plaza. Yi Chen. Chen Feng suddenly muttered something. Jiang Xinyu suddenly came to his senses after hearing this and asked hurriedly, Where is he? Chen Feng parked the car on the side of the road and pointed towards Oriental Plaza. Jiang Xinyu looked up and saw Yi Chen taking big strides towards the center of the square. Sudden. Her eyes narrowed. I saw 3 familiar faces. It was Xiao Jiji and his 2 accomplices who had intercepted her in Wutong Lane in the morning. Jiang Xinyu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Watching Yi Chen walking towards Xiao Jiji step by step, she kept praying in her heart, asking him not to look for them. He was definitely not coming to look for them. However, The opposite happened. With every step Yi Chen took, her heart would beat heavily. When Jiang Xinyu saw Yi Chen walk up to Xiao Jiji and the others and stop, he felt his heart almost stopped beating. She continued watching with the last bit of hope. Xiao Jiji grinned, stretched out his hands and gave Yi Chen a bear hug, just like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. The two people next to them also had smiles on their faces. How could he? Jiang Xinyu was filled with despair and unwillingness. Recalling what Chen Feng had said at home, she covered her chest with her hands. My heart aches. Well, let's go eat. Chen Feng didn't make any comment and started the car to clear himself of the suspicion of framing Yi Chen. Jiang Xinyu didn't say anything, her eyes were already blurred by tears. Not long. The car stopped outside a Chinese restaurant. Chen Feng smiled and said, seeing is not necessarily believing. Why don't you give him a call and ask him? Jiang Xinyu said nothing. If you can't believe what you see with your own eyes, what else can you believe? Seeing this, Chen Feng continued to persuade and comfort patiently. After a full 5 minutes, Jiang Xinyu seemed to have collapsed. She suddenly rushed over, hugged his arms, and burst into tears. Chen Feng was not surprised. He is familiar with this. He wrote in the original book that Jiang Xinyu had this problem when he was sad. At this time, just gently stroking her hair can quickly make her feel at ease and help her get out of the predicament. Chen Feng thought about it and started to take action. Be good, don't cry. Actually, you don't have to be sad. If he didn't do anything to offend you, wouldn't your crying be in vain? And if everything is true, then there is no need for you to cry. It's not worth it to cry like this for a scumbag, my friend. In order to get the jade pendant and become the protagonist, Chen Feng tried his best. The two of them didn't even eat and just sat in the car. One cries, the other comforts. After tossing and turning from around 7 o'clock to around 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Feng's saliva was almost dry, and Jiang Xinyu finally smiled. She wiped her eyes and smiled. Is there any place to eat at this time? Yes, midnight snack. Chen Feng opened the car door. Jiang Xinyu smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I made you starve with me. It's my fault for making the wrong friends. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed. You just discovered it now? It's too late. Jiang Xinyu smiled and walked with him towards the late-night snack shop not far away. Obviously. After this incident, the relationship between the two reached a new level. Chen Feng seemed to have seen that the jade pendant was waving at him. Outside the Song family compound. In the grass by the roadside, Yi Chen was lying on the ground with wounds all over his face and his teeth bared. He clenched his fists and anger welled up in his eyes. From 7 o'clock in the evening until now, in just over 3 hours, he felt like he was about to be cheated. Xiao Jiji claimed that he went to meet him on behalf of the Song family. After they met, he was extremely enthusiastic, called him a brother, praised him highly, and invited him to have dinner and drinks together. But he didn't say a word about returning the pills. Until 3 rounds of wine have been served and 5 flavors of dishes have been prepared. Xiao Jiji and the others slipped out under the pretext of going to the toilet and never came back. Obviously, they ran away with the bill. Yi Chen was so angry that he almost went berserk on the spot. He was already poor, and not only did he not get the pills, he even had to waste the money for a meal. This is intolerable. In a rage, he went straight to the Song family. I want an explanation. As a result, as soon as he entered the Song family's door, he was rushed by a dozen bodyguards who were guarding their house, beat him up, and finally dragged out of the door like a dead dog and thrown into the grass on the side of the road. Song family, just wait for me. Yi Chen supported himself on the ground with his hands and climbed up, his eyes filled with anger and frustration. If he had not just been reborn and his cultivation had not yet reached its peak, how could he have been bullied by the tiny Song family? It's like a tiger in dire straits being bullied by a dog. Yi Chen cursed in his heart and stared in the direction of the Song family viciously. These untrustworthy people clearly promised Brother Chen that they would return the pills to him, but in the end they said one thing and did another. They really deserve to die. He secretly swore that when he gained power one day, he would make the Song family pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price. Hey, Brother Chen. He finally dialed Chen Feng's number. He told everything the Song family had done. Chen Feng was having a midnight snack with Jiang Xinyu at this moment. After receiving the call, he walked out of the door immediately to prevent Jiang Xinyu from hearing anything he shouldn't hear. Chen Feng held back his laughter at Yi Chen's experience. He expressed strong condemnation of the Song family and said he would call Song Long to question him and ask the Song family to give him an explanation of everything. After some more pleasantries, he hung up the phone. Silly child, what's the point of losing a pill and getting beaten? Jiang Xinyu is your real loss. Chen Feng muttered to himself and turned to walk inside. On the other side, Yi Chen was still completely in the dark. Even a little touched. Although the matter was not accomplished, Brother Chen definitely regarded him as a friend. After standing there and thinking for a while, Yi Chen remembered the price increase of Isatis root in his previous life, and stood up and walked south. He decided to make some money first and then think about the rest. As he walked, he called policewoman Qin Yixuan. He was going to visit the Qin family. With the help of Qin Yixuan's relationship, he negotiated a cooperation with her father Qin Yuan. After all, the Qin family's status in Qingjiang City is no lower than that of the Song family. As long as this cooperation can be achieved, he can not only make money, but also make the Qin family a great help to him in the future. Not long. Qin Yixuan drove over. She had no intention of rejecting Yi Chen's request. She herself didn't know why. Ever since she first met Yi Chen in the traffic police team, she felt that he had a special charm that could deeply attract her no matter what he said. She couldn't figure out why this happened, so she simply stopped thinking about it. After all, in her understanding, she didn't know there was such a thing as the protagonist's halo. After the two arrived at Qin's house, Yi Chen, based on his understanding of Qin Yuan in his previous life, started a conversation with him and immediately won Qin Yuan's favor. Then he found a way to make Qin Yuan believe in his ability to predict the future. A cooperation plan for the sale of Isatis root was finalized. Qin Yuan immediately arranged for people to purchase Isatis root overnight. However, the subordinates soon brought news that all the Isatis root in Qingjiang City, as well as the raw materials used to make Isatis root, had been bought out by the Song family. Qin Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and looked at Yi Chen with suspicion. Chapter 13 Gentlemen and Scumbags. All sold out. Yi Chen was also dumbfounded when he heard this, and hurriedly explained, I only told you about this, and I definitely didn't tell the Song family. That's strange. Qin Yuan looked a little strange and arranged for people to go to other places to make purchases. However, it was not just Qingjiang City that was bought out by the Song family. The resources of several surrounding cities were also taken over by the Song family. Finally, I contacted drug dealers in other provinces and found some resources. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. He now seriously doubts whether there is also a reborn person like him in the Song family. They can also predict the future. Otherwise, why would the Song family buy Isatis root? There is no way this could be just a coincidence. Thinking about the sudden recovery of the Song family ancestor and the fact that they took the pills from the traffic police team, Yi Chen felt a chill on his back. The person behind the Song family seems to know more than him? The next morning, inside the Bentley Bentayga, a ray of morning light shone on his face through the car window. Chen Feng raised his hand and wanted to stretch, but found that his hand was pressed by something soft. He opened his eyes as the light fragrance entered his nostrils. Jiang Xinyu had disheveled hair and was sleeping soundly on his chest. Chen Feng was not surprised. After all, he planned all of this. Jiang Xinyu was in a bad mood last night because of Yi Chen's matter, and it was at his instigation that she got drunk. However, he did not take advantage of the situation. After all, he was not after Jiang Xinyu's body. But it was her ancestral jade pendant. If you take her body down at this time, it will only have the opposite effect. So he played the role of a gentleman for once. Chen Feng believed that after this incident, his position in Jiang Xinyu's heart would definitely be greatly improved. At this moment Jiang Xinyu suddenly let out a moan. She opened her hands and tried to stretch, but seemed to sense something was wrong and quickly opened her eyes. When she saw herself lying in Chen Feng's arms, she couldn't help but shiver. There was no legendary scream. Nor did she slap the man without asking any questions. She just stared with her eyes wide open, her mind quickly recalling everything that happened last night. After a moment, she looked at Chen Feng, who was pinned down by her, and said embarrassedly, "Is it okay to crush you?" "Fine." Chen Feng shrugged and smiled. It's just that you don't sleep well and like to touch everywhere. Jiang Sinyu's face turned red instantly. I? She mumbled and was unable to speak for a long time. All right. Chen Feng glanced at her and said with a smile, I was just kidding you, let's find a place to have some breakfast. Jiang Sinyu's mind was in a mess and she didn't know what to say, so she nodded quickly. After breakfast. Since she had classes this morning, Chen Feng drove her back to school. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory. The moment Jiang Sinyu got off the car, there was a burst of exclamations. The innocent school beauty was picked up by a luxury car and sent back after spending the night there. This news spread throughout the school like a bombshell. But Jiang Sinyu had no intention of paying attention to these things. She was already shocked by her actions last night. She actually got drunk with a male classmate late at night, and finally fell asleep in each other's arms in the car. This. It's outrageous. Fortunately, Chen Feng is a gentleman. Otherwise, she couldn't even imagine what terrible thing would have happened last night. After sending Jiang Sinyu off, Chen Feng took out a crescent pendant from his arms and drove out of the school. As for the morning classes, he had no intention of attending them. After spending 10,000 to buy this pendant from Zhao Kai yesterday, he wanted to open the medical classics overnight to obtain the inheritance of medical skills. But in the end it was delayed because of Jiang Sinyu's matter. Now that he has free time, he naturally won't waste time anymore. After all, he was not the only one who knew about the existence of the medical classics. Yi Chen, the son of destiny, is a reborn person. He has already learned the medical classics in his previous life. After his rebirth, in order to prevent others from competing with him, according to the original work, he will destroy their medical classics in these 2 days. Although the current situation is different from the original. Yi Chen did not have the crescent key to open their medical classics in his hand. But there is always a chance of something happening. It is safest to do so only if you truly master the medical classics. Before leaving school, Chen Feng thought about the fact that he picked up Jiang Sinyu in a luxury car, which would definitely reach Yi Chen's ears. So he went to the school security room again. Gave the security guard 2 packets of cigarettes. He was asked to help patrol more around the dormitory where Jiang Sinyu lived, saying that a pervert had made a bet with him that he would go to the girls' dormitory to act like a hooligan today. The security guard became furious when he heard this. In broad daylight, how can we allow such villains to cause trouble? Without saying a word, he rode his electric scooter and rushed to the girls' dormitory. Yi Chen is in a good mood today. The successful alliance with the Qin family last night made him see the dawn of hope in his life. After thinking all night, he decided to find Zhao Kai and get the crescent pendant from him, so as to open the medical classic. Of course, his purpose was not to study, but destruction. After all, he had already learned the entire medical classic in his previous life. He just didn't want this unique skill to fall into the hands of others and have the strength to compete with him. But as soon as he entered the gate of Yannan University, he heard a piece of news that made him crazy. His dearest neighbor sister Jiang Sinyu actually went out in a luxury car last night and did not return all night until she was sent back this morning. What did she do last night? Yi Chen felt heartbroken. He didn't even bother to look for Zhao Kai and rushed straight to the girls' dormitory. Get out of my way. Yi Chen was furious. He pushed the dormitory manager away, rushed through the door, and ran towards Jiang Sinyu's dormitory. The dormitory door was not closed. Jiang Sinyu was the only one inside. She had just finished taking a shower and was blow-drying her hair. The moment she saw Yi Chen, her originally calm expression instantly became gloomy. What are you doing here? Jiang Sinyu put down the hairdryer, pointed at the door and shouted, Get out! Yi Chen was confused. He originally wanted to ask Jiang Sinyu what happened last night. I didn't expect that the other party would have such an attitude as soon as I entered the door. He suppressed his anger and said, Sister Sinyu, what do you mean? You scum, you beast. I know everything you've done. Get out of here. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Jiang Sinyu pointed outside the door, his emotions somewhat out of control. Yi Chen was even more confused. Scum? Brute. Are you scolding me? He scratched his head and asked, What did I do? Is there any misunderstanding? You know exactly what you did. It's all my fault for not being able to see through your cruel heart earlier. Jiang Xinyu gritted his teeth, his eyes determined. After yesterday's crying and getting drunk, my attachment to Yi Chen was no longer as strong as before. I am a ruthless person. Yi Chen was a little annoyed. He admitted that he owed Jiang Xinyu in his previous life. But in this life, he owes nothing. He had spent so much effort on refining medicine, but ended up causing a lot of bad luck. He was even beaten by the Song family yesterday, but in the end, Jiang Xinyu actually called him a scumbag. Chapter 14. The protagonist's things are good. I am a ruthless person. I am a scumbag. Yi Chen was a little excited. He rushed forward and grabbed Jiang Xinyu's hands, shaking them and asking, "Tell me, how have I ever let you down? Tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen suddenly frowned again. He just happened to touch Jiang Xinyu's pulse. This pulse. Much calmer than before. It's as if I've already taken a course of medicine. How so? He couldn't help but ask again, "Did someone give you any medicine?" He now seriously suspected that the medicine that was taken away from him by the Song family eventually ended up in Jiang Xinyu's stomach. The person who gave Jiang Xinyu the medicine was most likely the mastermind behind the Song family. After all, he is the only one in the world who can cure Jiang Xinyu's disease. Yi Chen is extremely confident about this. Because this method of treating diseases came from the medical classics, and at this time, he was the only one in the world who had learned the medical classics. Let go, scumbag. Jiang Xinyu struggled hard. But Yi Chen not only did not let go, but kept moving closer and asked who gave her the medicine. Stop. At this time, 2 security guards rushed in panting, grabbed Yi Chen and pulled him back, forcibly separating him from Jiang Xinyu. You little pervert, how dare you come to the girls' dormitory and act wild in broad daylight? There is no law anymore. Fortunately, the classmate had anticipated this and asked us to wait for you outside the girls' dormitory, otherwise you would have succeeded. What a curse! The 2 security guards talked to each other and forcibly dragged Yi Chen out. Yi Chen frowned. Judging from what the 2 security guards said, someone had anticipated this and asked them to come. Sure enough, someone is secretly trying to trick me. Who the hell is this? He cursed in his heart and asked, "Who asked you to come?" It's conscience, it's justice. The 2 security guards snorted coldly and dialed the police directly. Qinqiang Mountain. Chen Feng ran wildly in the mountains for 2 hours before he found the pool of water described in the original book. This pool of water is bottomless. In the middle of the pool, there is a natural boulder. This huge rock is shaped like a human figure, and people all think it is a natural formation. But in fact, it is a sculpture of an ancient medical saint, and it has become like this after being eroded by time. Chen Feng used his profound skills to protect his body, then jumped into the pool and swam towards the stone statue. Finally, a crescent-shaped keyhole was found on the top of the statue's head, and the crescent pendant was placed in it. Snap! It was like the sound of a mechanism being activated. The head of the stone statue suddenly split open, revealing an ancient bronze box hidden inside. Chen Feng picked up the ancient box and left. He did not return to the city, but found a quiet place and opened the ancient box. There was only a yellowed ancient book inside, with 2 big words written on it: Medical Classics. Next to this ancient book, there are 2 golden pills. Chen Feng ate one without thinking. Others don't know what this pill is, but he knows it very well. According to the description in his original work, this is an elixir personally refined by the ancient medical saint, called the Enlightenment Pill. After taking it, it can make people's thinking clear and their understanding soar. The IQ reaches the ceiling of human beings. However, it didn't last very long, just 2 days. Opening the medical classics, Chen Feng began to study it carefully based on the efficacy of the Enlightenment Pill. For whole days later, both Enlightenment pills were used up. Chen Feng stood up with satisfaction. The medical skills he learned in the past 2 days are something that many people will never be able to understand in their entire lives. Although he did not reach the level of perfection in the entire medical classics, he at least had mastered it and reached the level of a first-class doctor. In the past 2 days, he took some time out from his busy schedule to conduct in-depth research on the 9 revolutions' profound art, and his cultivation has made great progress compared to before. It's still more satisfying to steal the protagonist's opportunity. Chen Feng sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the Enlightenment Pill, and he had to rely entirely on his own learning, it would probably take him more than 10 or 20 years to reach his current level of enlightenment. In front of the pond at Qinqiang Mountain, Yi Chen clenched his fists at this moment, staring at the opened head of the stone statue, gritting his teeth in anger. "Chen Feng, I hope it's not you," he muttered to himself, a fierce gleam in his eyes. Since he was stopped by security 4 days ago, he found a way to meet Jiang Xinyu again and asked who gave her the medicine. But Jiang Xinyu ignored him. In desperation, he asked Jiang Xinyu why she ignored him. Jiang Xinyu had no intention of paying attention to him, but couldn't stand Yi Chen's pestering, so she had to slap Yi Chen in the face and asked him if he had conspired with Xiaojiji. Yi Chen was stunned when he heard this. What the hell does he have to do with Xiaojiji? But no matter how he explained, Jiang Xinyu didn't believe it and said he saw it with his own eyes. Yi Chen finally had no choice but to go find Xiaojiji himself, ready to drag him over and confront him face to face in front of Jiang Xinyu. However, Xiaojiji disappeared. No one knows where he went. It's as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. After searching for Xiaojiji for several days without success, Yi Chen finally had no choice but to give up temporarily and go find Zhao Kai to get the crescent pendant. As a result, he got an important piece of information from Zhao Kai. Chen Feng got there before him and got there first. Chen Feng. When he heard this name, Yi Chen was stunned for a while. He originally thought it was just a coincidence of names, but after catching Zhao Kai and questioning him carefully, he found out that it was not a coincidence of names. It's basically the same person. But what does Chen Feng want this crescent pendant for? Did he also know that this crescent pendant was the key to opening the medical classic? Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately rushed to Qinqiang Mountain. Sure enough, their medical classics was taken away. Thinking about everything that has happened since he met Chen Feng, there seemed to be many coincidences. Yi Chen couldn't help but start to wonder whether Chen Feng also knew the future like himself. Otherwise, the matter about the crescent pendant and the medical classics cannot be explained. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. If this is true, the person who framed me behind the scenes is most likely him, or is related to him. Yi Chen thought to himself and clenched his fists. After Chen Feng returned to the city, he charged and turned on his mobile phone immediately. The text message alert tone kept ringing. They are all incoming call reminders. A total of 6 people called him. Jiang Xinyu, Yi Chen, Song Long, and the 3 best friends who shared the same dormitory, Liu Anguo, Wan Xingguo, and Zhang Jingguo. Chen Feng thought about it and sent a message back to Song Long. After all, the old man won't bother him unless he has nothing to do. There must be something going on when you're looking for him. Really? As soon as the call was connected, Song Long told him that all the Isatis route had been sold. Profit margins range from 8 to 11 times the original price. The total profit has not yet been fully calculated, but it is conservatively estimated to be over 100 million. Afterwards, he mentioned that the Qin family was also purchasing Isatis root and its raw medicinal materials. Chen Feng frowned after hearing this. He knew without thinking that it must have been Yi Chen who took action. Otherwise, the Qin family would not have had this foresight. It's just that the time when Yi Chen and the Qin family became friends was earlier than in the original novel, and the plot line has been changed to a certain extent. It seems that my counterattack plan needs to be modified appropriately. Chen Feng muttered to himself as the car turned and headed towards the Qin family. Chapter 15. I am a Taoist. For Chen Feng, he has no grudge against Yi Chen. However, for the sake of his future and life safety, he must suppress this son of destiny whom he himself created and steal his opportunity. Otherwise, when Yi Chen grows up, he will crush everything. At that time, his life safety will be greatly threatened. After all, his destiny is to be cannon fodder. If a villain cannon fodder wants to save his life, he must be cautious and eliminate all potential threats. For example, suppressing Yi Chen. It's not like he had thought about killing Yi Chen directly. But Chen Feng knew this was impossible. The Son of Fortune is protected by the protagonist's halo and it is impossible for him to be killed. Even if you are not careful, he will kill you. This kind of thing has happened countless times in the original book, and Chen Feng will not risk his life. Soon, they arrived at the Qin family. When Qin Yuan heard that a young man was coming to visit him, he didn't take it seriously at first. But when his subordinates told him that the young man was driving Song Long's car, he couldn't help but stand in awe and quickly stood up to greet him. It's not that the Qin family is afraid of the Song family. Their main reason was that Song Chen, the ancestor of the Song family, suddenly became full of energy from the brink of death, and this matter had already spread throughout Xinjiang city. Out of curiosity, Qin Yuan also sent people to investigate secretly. The final result was that a young Taoist priest gave Song Chen a new life. After further investigation, they discovered that the young Taoist priest was actually a sophomore at Yannan University, and was revered as an immortal by the top brass of the Song family. Qin Yuan was shocked. At that time, I couldn't help but sigh, he is really a great man hiding in the city. Now, hearing that a young man was driving Song Long's car, Qin Yuan knew without thinking that it was most likely the young hermit master. I am a distinguished guest, and I am late in welcoming you. Please do not blame me. Qin Yuan ran out the door with a smile on his face. You're welcome. Chen Feng smiled, said a few polite words, and followed Qin Yuan into their house. He didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, let's not beat around the bush. I'm sure Mr. Qin has investigated the various things between me and the Song family, right? Qin Yuan nodded, which was considered as an admission. Chen Feng picked up the teacup and took a sip, then do you know why I came to the Qin family this time? Qin Yuan's heart shuddered. From the sound of this, could it be that he is here to call me to task? He immediately shook his head and said, I really don't know. Your Qin family is about to face a disaster. Chen Feng put down his teacup, stared at him and said solemnly, a few days ago, was there a guy named Yi Chen who claimed to be able to predict the future and came to cooperate with you, asking you to purchase a large amount of Isatis root? Qin Yuan was shocked when he heard this. Is my Qin family going to face a disaster? Besides, how did he know that it was Yi Chen who ordered it? Chen Feng sighed, let me tell you this, Yi Chen was originally my apprentice, and he did learn some strange techniques from me, but he had a bad heart, so I expelled him from my sect half a year ago. Chen Feng paused and continued, he cooperated with you this time just to gain your trust, and he came for your Qin family's 7 swords map. 7 swords picture. Qin Yuan was shocked. This 7 swords diagram is an ancestral treasure of his Qin family. However, outsiders do not know this. From ancient times to the present, the only people who knew about the existence of the Qin family's 7 swords diagram were the successive heads of the Qin family. Even her daughter Qin Yishuan was completely unaware of it. But how did Chen Feng and Yi Chen know such a secret thing? You don't have to be surprised. Chen Feng smiled pretentiously and said, not only do I know about the existence of the 7 swords diagram, I also know that it contains extremely powerful sword moves. But unfortunately, in the past 100 years, no one in your Qin family has been able to comprehend this sword move. You? Qin Yuan's face looked somewhat confused. How could Chen Feng know so much about the secrets of his Qin family? Actually, Chen Feng looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. 100 years ago, your great-grandfather Qin Shou and I had a close friendship. He told me all this. Qin Yuan asked doubtfully, 100 years ago. Chen Feng nodded and said, I am a cultivator. Don't be fooled by my young appearance. In fact, I have lived for countless years. Qin Yuan was stunned by what he had fooled. Chen Feng's words sounded nonsense, but the secrets he revealed seemed very real. It's unbelievable. Qin Yuan finally shook his head and expressed his doubt. If I remember correctly, part of the lower right corner of the 7 swords diagram was burned. It was accidentally burned by a candle when your great-grandfather was meditating late at night. I was there at the time. Chen Feng sighed and said, I came to help your Qin family because of your great-grandfather. If you still don't believe me, just pretend I have never been here. Qin Yuan was shocked. He even knew that a corner of the 7 swords diagram was burned. It seems that he was really a good friend of my great-grandfather, and he had also seen the 7 swords diagram. Qin Yuan hurriedly bowed and said, Greetings, senior. No need to be polite. Chen Feng waved his hand, turned around and sat down and asked, Has your daughter Qin Yishuan been very close to Yi Chen recently? Qin Yuan nodded and said, Almost inseparable. Although Yi Chen has bad intentions, he has a good appearance and is the most popular with girls. Chen Feng counted on his fingers as he spoke. If this continues, within a month, Qin Yishuan will be completely devoted to him and will go to the secret room to help him steal the 7 swords diagram. This. Qin Yuan's face looked a little ugly. He couldn't believe that his daughter, whom he regarded as the apple of his eye, would steal his family heirloom for a man. What's the point of keeping such a rebellious thing? Actually, this can't be blamed on her. It's mainly because Yi Chen is so good at it. He made her crazy. Qin Yuan's already ugly face became even darker. He didn't understand whether the word in Chen Feng's mouth was an adjective or a verb. But no matter what, he would never allow his daughter to fall into Yi Chen's clutches. Old senior, do you have any solution? Rescue. Chen Feng looked at him with a half smile. Do you still remember how your father Qin Lei died? Because of a dispute, he was beaten to death with a brick by a beggar named Yi Jiang. Then do you know that Yi Jiang is Yi Chen's grandfather? Boom. These words sounded like a thunderclap. Is Yi Chen the grandson of the enemy who murdered his father? Qin Yuan stood up suddenly, gnashing his teeth, clenching his fists, and shaking with anger. Old senior, are you serious? Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. Bang! Qin Yuan slapped the table, took out his cell phone and called Qin Yishuan, shouting almost hoarsely, You damn girl, are you fooling around with Yi Chen again? You unfilial thing, get back here right now and kneel in front of your grandfather's tablet, right now, right now. Qin Yixuan was on duty on the roadside. I was stunned for a while when I heard this. I wanted to explain, but before I could open my mouth, my father hung up the phone. Chapter 16, Walking into a Trap. After Qin Yuan hung up the phone, he was still angry. It was just that it was not easy to vent in front of Chen Feng, so he could only suppress his anger and said, Thank you, senior, for telling me everything. Otherwise, even if Qin Yuan died and went to the underworld, he would not be able to face the ancestors of the Qin family. It's true. Chen Feng pondered in his heart. In the original work, in order to highlight the charm of the protagonist Yi Chen, Qin Yishuan still couldn't let him go after learning that Yi Chen had a feud with her family, and finally chose to become a member of his harem. Qin Yuan was almost angry to death when he heard this. From then on, he completely became a villain and madly targeted Yi Chen. Until he was poisoned and died with blood coming out of all his 7 orifices. Before he died, he shouted that he was too ashamed to face the ancestors of the Qin family. It's just a small favor. You're welcome. Chen Feng stopped and pretended to count with his fingers, then warned, My identity is special. What we discussed today must not be leaked out, otherwise, it will bring disaster to the Qin family. Chen Feng was talking nonsense. After scaring him, he was ready to turn around and leave. Qin Yuan hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed and said, Old senior, please teach me how to save me. This. Chen Feng sighed, although Yi Chen has been expelled from my sect, we are still master and disciple after all. Qin Yuan's attitude became more sincere after hearing this, please give me some advice, senior. That's all. Chen Feng looked helpless, you just need to catch Yi Chen and imprison him. Your daughter can't see him, so her feelings for him will naturally fade. You can take the opportunity to arrange a good husband for her. With time, you won't be afraid of breaking them up. But Qin Yuan was about to speak. Chen Feng stopped and took out a packet of medicine powder and handed it to him. Yi Chen is quite skilled and cannot be defeated by ordinary people. We need to use some special means. Junia understands. Qin Yuan gladly took the powder and thanked him repeatedly. Chen Feng waved his hand, turned around and walked away. After seeing Chen Feng off, Qin Yuan's face gradually became gloomy. Yi Chen. He clenched his fists and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be Yi Jiang's grandson. Qin Yuan's eyes were fierce. He picked up his phone and made a call, quickly gather people, there is something to be done. Yannan University. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Jiang Xinyu had just finished lunch and was about to go back to the dormitory when she was stopped by Yi Chen. Sister Xinyu, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me now. I will show you the evidence later. But can you tell me who is the person who gave you the medicine to treat your illness? Yi Chen's tone was excited, with anticipation in his eyes. He wanted to find out whether the person who was behind this was Chen Feng. Jiang Xinyu glanced at him and said, It's none of your business. Having said that, he was about to turn around. Yi Chen stopped her again and said excitedly, This matter is really important to me. Do you know? The medicine he gave you was actually made by me. He stole my medicine with his conspiracy. I am sincere to you. That's enough. Jiang Xinyu glared at him. Disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head and said, Yi Chen, do you really think I'm a fool? You have never learned medical skills, how can you make medicine? I really don't want to hear such a lie full of loopholes anymore. Don't look for me again in the future. From now on, you and I are no longer friends and have nothing to do with each other. After saying that, he pushed Yi Chen away and turned to run towards the dormitory. Yi Chen clenched his fists. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't. After all, rebirth is something that cannot be explained. Looking at Jiang Xinyu's back, he shouted, Is it Chen Feng? Jiang Xinyu paused. Thinking back to the day when she sent her to school, she hadn't seen Chen Feng since then. He didn't even go to class, and his phone was turned off when she called him. She couldn't help but feel worried. Nothing could have happened to him, right? Jiang Xinyu hesitated for a moment and took out his cell phone. She was going to try calling again. But at this time, Yi Chen's voice came from behind, Tell me, is it him? So what if it's him? So what if it's not him? I have no obligation to tell you. Because no matter who it is, it has nothing to do with you. After Jiang Xinyu finished speaking, her figure disappeared around the corner. Yi Chen stood there and watched blankly, with a look of frustration and unwillingness in his eyes. He didn't get any useful information from Jiang Xinyu's words. If it was another woman, he might be able to use some special means to force a confession, but he couldn't do it to Jiang Xinyu. No matter what, he could not forget the deep love that Jiang Xinyu showed for him in his previous life when she died for him. Standing there and smoking 3 cigarettes in a row, Yi Chen still couldn't figure out why Sister Xinyu, who had always treated him better than her own brother, had such a deep misunderstanding of him. Could it be that there is a villain behind this? Right. Definitely. But who is this villain? Yi Chen pondered in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait there. This villain will definitely approach Jiang Xinyu again. He only needs to wait and see, and he will be able to catch him completely. Yi Chen thought about it and lit another cigarette. He wanted to wait quietly, but then his cell phone rang. It was Qin Yuan calling. Uncle Qin. Yi Chen answered the phone with a smile. But just as he opened his mouth, the smile on his face froze instantly. Because what came from the other side was Qin Yuan's weak cry for help. Yi Chen, I was ambushed and I'm dying. I heard from Xian that you have superb medical skills. You must save me. Qin Yuan was ambushed. Yi Chen was stunned when he heard this. In his memory of his previous life, there was no such thing at all. It seems that the course of history has been completely changed. He pondered and asked hurriedly, Uncle Qin, don't worry, where are you? I'll come to rescue you right away. I'm at home. Qin Yuan said weakly. As the word home fell, there was no more sound. Yi Chen didn't bother to wait any longer, he hung up the phone and rushed out of the school. Not long after, he arrived at the Qin family. At this moment, the door was open, and there was no one in the huge yard. Uncle Qin. Yi Chen ran straight to the main hall. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Qin Yuan lying on the ground, face down, and it was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. Yi Chen stepped forward and was about to take the pulse, but at this moment. Swish! Qin Yuan suddenly stretched out his hand and waved, and a handful of white powder sprinkled out. Yi Chen screamed, and had no time to dodge, so he inhaled a lot of it through his mouth and nose. He quickly stepped back, used his internal energy to protect his body, pointed at Qin Yuan and angrily said, What do you mean by this? Snort! Qin Yuan sneered, covered his nose with his sleeve and left the circle of toxic fans, pointed at Yi Chen and said, Little beast, it's easy for you to deceive my daughter, but if you want to deceive me, you are still a little naive. Yi Chen's face gradually became ugly. Could it be that Qin Yuan has discovered that he is coveting the 7 swords diagram? This shouldn't happen. With Qin Yuan's brain, how could he possibly discover it? Just when he was doubtful. Get started. Qin Yuan suddenly shouted. Accompanied by noisy footsteps, more than 20 strong men rushed into the main hall, each holding a steel pipe, and surrounded Yi Chen in the middle. Chapter 17, Catching Yi Chen in a Jar. Just surrender. Qin Yuan said in a cold tone. Yi Chen sneered and circulated his internal energy to prepare to break out. However, at the moment of practicing the energy, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his dantian, and the next moment, all his internal energy dissipated in an instant. It's actually the power-transforming powder. Yi Chen stared at the poisonous powder falling to the ground, fear in his eyes. He was well aware of the power of Huagong-san. Anyone who practices internal energy will lose all their power within a day if they inhale even a tiny bit, and there is no antidote. What puzzled him the most was how Qin Yuan got the Huagong powder in his hand. This is a poison from the medical classics. In this world, besides myself, who else has mastered the medical classics? Could it be Chen Feng? According to Zhao Kai, the crescent pendant was bought by Chen Feng, and the medical classics of Qinqiang Mountain was also taken away by someone. At present, he is the most suspicious. While Yi Chen was thinking, Qin Yuan had already ordered everyone to take action. Steel pipes were swung and fists and feet were flying. Yi Chen had no time to think, he quickly dodged and rushed out. However, with all his internal strength gone, he was really powerless facing more than 20 martial artists holding steel pipes. He had only taken a few steps outside, without even leaving the main hall, when he was hit on the knee by a steel pipe. He fell to his knees on the ground with a thud, and was then held down by the crowd that swarmed over him. Qin Yuan, you old bastard, you actually plotted against me. Yi Chen bared his teeth and his eyes were spitting fire. Little bastard, you are the grandson of Mr. Yi, but you still want to bully my daughter and covet the treasure of my Qin family. Do you know how to write the word death? Qin Yuan's voice was flat. As he spoke, he grabbed a steel pipe and walked in front of Yi Chen. Since you came to my door, I will cut off my limbs and atone for your grandfather's sins. The words fell. The steel pipe in Qin Yuan's hand fell and hit Yi Chen's elbow joint. Yi Chen's eyes were full of unwillingness. He wanted to resist, but his strength did not allow it. Just when he was feeling depressed, he heard Qin Yuan suddenly cry out in pain, threw away the steel pipe, and squatted on the ground with his hands covering his head. What tricks is this old man trying to play? Yi Chen was confused. The thugs next to him were also puzzled and didn't understand what Qin Yuan was trying to do. I have a splitting headache. Qin Yuan sat down with his head covered, pointed at a thug and said, do it for me and break his limbs. Yes. The thugs took action immediately. He swung the steel pipe and smashed it towards Yi Chen's knee with a whoosh. However, something unexpected happened. At the moment when the steel pipe was about to fall, his hand slipped and flew out, hitting the forehead of a thug nearby, and blood spurted out instantly. Screams of pain were heard. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They have all practiced, how come they can't even hold their weapons steadily? Qin Yuan's face also looked terribly gloomy. He suddenly remembered that when he was talking with Senior Chen before, the other party had warned him that Yi Chen was not destined to die and he should not go against fate, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. What the old senior said was indeed right. Not only can Yi Chen not be killed, even causing serious harm to him is not allowed. Stop. To prevent further mishaps, Qin Yuan hurriedly said, lock him up with iron chains and lock him up in the underground secret room. Yes, sir. The thugs moved upon hearing the sound. Following Qin Yuan, Yi Chen was taken into the underground secret room. Qin Yuan, you old bastard, if you have the guts, let me go. Yi Chen looked at the iron chains that bound his body, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He knew it very well. Once I enter this secret room, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out. Qin Yuan glanced at him coldly, I won't kill you, but I won't let you go either. You will spend the rest of your life alone in this dark secret room. Outside the school gate, Chen Feng parked his car on the side of the road. Jiang Xinyu just called him and said that she wanted to invite him to dinner and discuss some other things. Chen Feng did not refuse. But the agreement was not very straightforward, and it felt like it was half-hearted. His purpose was to make Jiang Xinyu completely relax his vigilance. The two agreed to have dinner together at 5:30 p.m., and it was only 2 p.m., so there was still plenty of time. After putting down his phone, Chen Feng drove to the Song family. He went there to divide the accounts. Not long. When he arrived at the Song family, Song Long, Song Hu, and the Song family's ancestor Song Chufeng all came out to greet him in person. It is our fault that you have troubled me to come here in person. Please come in quickly. You're welcome. Chen Feng smiled and nodded, then walked in with his head held high. After arriving at the main hall and sitting down, Song Long immediately dismissed the idlers, then took out the bill for the sale of Isatis root, and handed it to Chen Feng with both hands. "Master, please take a look." "No need to look at it, I still have this trust." Chen Feng shook his head and closed the account book. Song Long smiled and said, "The total profit this time is 120 million, and the immortal master should get half. Second brother, go and transfer the money to the immortal master quickly." "Good." Song, who nodded in agreement, bowed slightly to Chen Feng, and then walked out the door. There were only 3 people left in the main hall. Song Qiufeng smiled widely and began to ask Chen Feng about his life extension. "Can it be renewed only once, or can it be renewed multiple times in the future?" "Don't worry, as long as I don't agree, the king of hell can't take you away." Chen Feng did not give a direct answer. His words were both a reassurance to Song Qiufeng and a threat to the Song family, forcing them to be on good terms with him. The Song family father and son are also well aware of the interests involved. His attitude towards Chen Feng became more respectful. After a while, Song Long asked, "Master, I would like to ask you to predict again. Are there any good business opportunities in the near future?" "Greedy." Chen Feng glanced at him. Song Long was so frightened that his neck shrank, and he quickly apologized. "I am so abrupt, please forgive me, immortal. That's all." Chen Feng closed his eyes and pretended to calculate. "Bring me the map of Xinjiang City." Song Long was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that the immortal had foresight into the future again. Without saying a word, he ran to get the map. Chen Feng picked up the pen, drew a circle on the map, glanced at Song Long and said, "Do you know what this means?" "This." Song Long looked thoughtful. "This is an old neighborhood. In the past few years, many people invested there, hoping to make a fortune after the neighborhood was demolished. Who knows, I waited year after year. Now 5 or 6 years have passed and there is no movement. Even the rumors of demolition have completely disappeared. The housing prices here have fallen to a new low in recent years. So much so that now whenever this place is mentioned, people will think of 3 words, money-losing goods." Song Long shook his head and said, "Please let me know, immortal. A commercial center will be built here, and the relevant plan will be out in a week at most. I don't need to say anything else, right?" "Thank you, immortal." Song Long was shaking with excitement. This is a big project. If used properly, the Song family will truly be the #1 family in Xinjiang City. Whether it's the Qin family or the Su family, they all have to stand aside. Afterwards, Song Long solemnly stated that, just like last time, the profits would be split 50-50 with Chen Feng. "That's fine." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. After giving a few words of advice, he stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside. "Grandpa. I heard that Chen Feng's grandson is here." Song Renchu ran in with gritted teeth. Chapter 18, The First Trouble in the Book. Chen Feng's grandson. Hearing these words, both Song Qiufeng and Song Long were so frightened that they trembled all over, their legs went weak, and they almost fell to the ground. "This unfilial enemy. How dare you say such disrespectful words in front of the immortal? If this angers the immortal, will the Song family have a good future? Even if we put aside the benefits of predicting the future, our ancestors still count on him to prolong their lives. I am an ignorant young man and have offended you, immortal. Please forgive me." Song Long apologized repeatedly. At this time, footsteps were heard and Song Renchu had already run into the main hall. "The surname Chen." He pointed at Chen Feng, but before he could say anything, he felt a sharp pain. With a pop, Song Long slapped him on the mouth, taking back the rest of his words. "Evil creature, who told you to talk nonsense?" After saying that, without waiting for Song Renchu to answer, he slapped him 3 times in the face. The blow was so heavy that 2 of his molars flew out. Song Renchu screamed and was about to resist when he heard hurried footsteps and another middle-aged man chased after him from outside the door. "You little bastard, why don't you apologize to the immortal?" The middle-aged man shouted angrily and kicked Song Ren, who was about to resist. Thump. A dog was lying on the ground chewing shit. Song Ren was so dizzy from the fall that his head was almost a mess. He turned around to look at the middle-aged man and called out, "Dad," with difficulty. "Don't call me Dad, I'm not your dad." Song Sai kicked him twice again and said angrily, "Why don't you quickly apologize to the immortal and ask for his forgiveness?" "Fuck fairy." Song Renchu was halfway through his words when Song Sai covered his mouth. After glaring at his disobedient son, Song Sai turned around hurriedly and wanted to apologize to the immortal. However, there was no trace of Chen Feng in the room. Not only Chen Feng is gone, but Song Long and Song Chufeng are also gone. It goes without saying that he must have gone out to see the immortal off. Little beast, if the immortal gets angry and cuts off all ties with the Song family, you will be the eternal sinner of our Song family. Song Sai stood up and stomped his foot hard. Song Renchu still looked disdainful. He is just an ordinary student, but you treat him as a god. It's ridiculous. Bang! A shoe flew in from outside the house and hit Song Renchu hard in the face. Shut up! Song Long and Song Chufeng had already sent Chen Feng back. You enemy! Song Chufeng swung his crutch and hit Song Renchu. He was beaten so hard that he rolled over and cried loudly. His attitude also gradually softened from being rude at the beginning, and finally turned into begging. Song Chufeng was also tired and gradually stopped. But Song Long still refused to give up. He took the cane from Song Chufeng and continued beating him. While beating him, he cursed, "Little beast, you were disrespectful to the immortal last time in the Western restaurant, and your father and I taught you a lesson. I thought you would learn your lesson, but you are even worse. If you don't ask for forgiveness from the immortal this time, I will beat you to death today and treat you as if I don't have a grandson like you." Song Long kept hitting down with one stick after another. Song Renchu rolled over on the ground in pain, and finally nodded desperately, "I promised to go and apologize to him, isn't it okay for me to go? If you can't get the immortal's forgiveness, don't come back to the Song family." Song Long snorted coldly, glanced at his son Song Sai, and said unhappily, "You have raised a good son. From today on, freeze all his bank cards, and do not give him a penny unless you ask for forgiveness from the immortal." "Yes, father." Song Sai nodded repeatedly and pulled Song Renchu out of the main hall. At the gate of Yannan University, Jiang Xinyu was wearing a pink dress and was standing on the side of the road looking around. She was waiting for Chen Feng to come and have dinner together. At this time, a voice came from behind, "Xiaoyu, what are you doing here?" Jiang Xinyu didn't look back, but covered his forehead with his hands. She knew without even looking that the person speaking was her best friend Su Bing, who was also the biggest troublemaker in her circle of friends. A crazy woman who only wants the world to be in chaos. Although his name sounds like ice, his temperament is extremely hot. Jiang Xinyu looked back at her helplessly. "Can I pretend I didn't see you?" "Hey!" Su Bing's eyes lit up. He quickly took 2 steps to Jiang Xinyu and said with a smile, "Are you going to carry out some secret activities? Since you know this, why don't you step down?" Jiang Xinyu stopped. Su Bing became even more excited when he heard this, and couldn't wait to ask, "Tell me the truth, did you make an appointment with someone? Since you know that, why are you still bothering me?" Jiang Xinyu said this and waved his hands, as if telling her to leave quickly. Su Bing rolled her eyes and said, "It looks like the date is with a man. Is it your neighbor's brother Yi Chen?" "Yi Chen?" Hearing these 2 words, the smile on Jiang Xinyu's face gradually disappeared. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't mention this scumbag to me again." "Scum." Su Bing's eyes were full of curiosity. I wanted to ask for clarification, but seeing Jiang Xinyu's expression, it seemed that now was not the right time, so I had to change the subject and asked, "So, who did you meet?" Jiang Xinyu didn't answer. Because Chen Feng's car was already parked on the side of the road. At this moment, he opened the car window and waved at her. "Here I come." Jiang Xinyu trotted over to meet him. Su Bing followed behind her, his eyes wide open in shock. Chen Feng." Her face was full of disbelief. She looked at the car logo, then at Chen Feng. You are not her date, are you? Any questions?" Chen Feng shrugged. Of course he knew Su Bing. After all, according to the original novel, this woman was in the same class as him. Moreover, he likes to stir up trouble for no reason and is a well-known troublemaker. In the original novel, it was because she got into a lot of trouble that Yi Chen helped her countless times. Sparks flew between them, and in the end, like Jiang Xinyu, she fell into Yi Chen's arms and became one of his concubines. "No problem, of course no problem." Su Bing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "When you guys go out to play, do you mind taking me with you?" "Mind." Chen Feng refused directly. And closed the car windows. If he had a welding machine, he would even like to weld the car door shut. Because he didn't want to have anything to do with Su Bing. This kind of woman who causes troubles all over her body is a disaster, and only the aura of the protagonist can withstand her. Chen Feng didn't want to cause trouble for himself. After all, he is just a cannon fodder and will be dragged to death if he is not careful. Su Bing was speechless. She didn't look at Chen Feng's car for money. She just wanted to make a joke, but she didn't expect Chen Feng to close all the car windows as if he was avoiding the plague god. Isn't he this too much? She had never been disdained like this in her life. This dealt a heavy blow to her self-confidence. Xiaoyu. She took Jiang Sinyu's hand and shook it. I am your best sister after all. Your man doesn't give me face, don't you do anything about it. Crazy girl, stop talking nonsense. Jiang Sinyu quickly covered her mouth, fearing that Chen Feng would hear it. Then he looked back and found that the car windows were closed tightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He probably didn't hear it. Jiang Sinyu pondered in his heart. Pulling Su Bing, he lowered his voice and said, my relationship with him is not what you think. I'll tell you the details later. Don't make random guesses. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he patted her shoulder, turned around and got into the car. Su Bing didn't move. Looking at the rear of the car gradually moving away, and remembering Chen Feng's determination when he closed the window just now, she fell into deep thought. At first, he thought Chen Feng and Jiang Sinyu were in love and were deliberately being cold to him to avoid suspicion. But Jiang Sinyu just said that they are not boyfriend and girlfriend. There is naturally no such thing as avoiding suspicion. So why is Chen Feng so disgusted with himself? Chapter 19, Stealing the Tower, about to succeed. In the car. Jiang Sinyu looked hesitant. She wanted to ask Chen Feng where he had been during this period and why she couldn't contact him. But she was also worried that she might be meddling too much. After all, she couldn't be sure what role she played in Chen Feng's heart. Are they friends or just ordinary classmates? If I ask him rashly and he doesn't want to say anything, will you think I'm meddling in his affairs? Just when she was struggling with the issue, Chen Feng held the steering wheel with one hand, turned his head and glanced at her, and suddenly said, I just heard Su Bing say that I am your man. Jiang Sinyu was shocked. She saw that the car windows were closed tightly at that time and thought Chen Feng didn't hear it. Unexpectedly. Too sloppy. Aren't luxury cars said to have excellent sound insulation? This isn't that great. Well, she was outspoken and misunderstood our relationship. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Sinyu smiled awkwardly. Yeah. Chen Feng smiled and looked at her with interest. He suddenly stepped on the brakes, rushed over and pressed Jiang Sinyu down on the seat, stared into her eyes and said with a half smile, could it be that you announced to the public that I am your boyfriend? Jiang Sinyu was shocked by his actions. His two big watery eyes were wide open, his head was pressed tightly against the back of the seat, and his breathing became much more rapid. She opened her mouth, wanting to explain. But looking at the handsome face in front of me, I can faintly feel the intoxicating masculine scent between my breaths. She was usually eloquent, but at this moment she was a little tongue-tied. Her brain seemed to have short-circuited. She mumbled for a long time before finally coming to her senses and explaining, no, really not. You are my benefactor, I respect you, how could I make up rumors about you? Really? Chen Feng moved a little closer. Their eyes met, and their noses almost touched. Really? Jiang Sinyu nodded, his mind in a mess. It's not that she has an unhealthy mind and starts to have wild thoughts when she sees a man approaching, but the special aura on Chen Feng makes her somewhat addicted. I want to smell it again after I smell it, I can't stop. At this time, Chen Feng smiled playfully, if that's the case, then why are you blushing? Jiang Sinyu's face turned even redder when she heard that. She didn't know what was happening to her. She is usually eloquent and good at debate, but at this moment she is intoxicated by the special smell of Chen Feng, and even some shameful thoughts arise in her mind. How so? Could it be that? Have I become so filthy inside? You're so close, I'm shy. Jiang Sinyu lowered her head slightly. She finally found a suitable excuse for herself. Actually, I came closer just to help you put on your seat belt. Chen Feng moved a little closer, reached out to pull the seat belt and helped her put it on, then returned to the driving seat and started the car again. Thanks. Jiang Sinyu pursed her lips slightly, not daring to look directly at Chen Feng. Her misty eyes were watery, the blush on her face had not yet faded, and she seemed to be still immersed in that intoxicating breath. She couldn't figure it out. Why am I so obsessed with the smell of Chen Feng? If she wasn't afraid of suffocating to death, she wouldn't even want to exhale the air she just took a deep breath into her mouth. At this moment, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth were gradually rising. All this was within his expectations. Before he came, he sprinkled some special spices on himself. The smell was very light, and ordinary people might not even be able to smell it. But for Jiang Xinyu, it has an irresistible magic. In the original novel, the recipe of this spice was discovered by Yi Chen by accident, but the plot had already reached the middle to late stages at that time. As for Yi Chen now, he probably doesn't understand anything at all. Where are we going to eat? Chen Feng glanced at her. Noticing that Jiang Xinyu still had a dazed look in her eyes, he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Here we go again. Smells good. Jiang Xinyu took a sip secretly and asked in confusion, "What are you doing? Where are we going to eat?" Chen Feng asked again. "Oh." Jiang Xinyu didn't react immediately, and after a long pause, he said, "I've sent the location to your phone, please use the navigation." Chen Feng nodded and said nothing more. Glancing at Jiang Xinyu out of the corner of his eye, he knew in his heart that he had already achieved most of his success. Stealing the tower is about to succeed. Jade pendant, the surname is Chen. Yi Chen, no more chance. Thinking of Yi Chen, Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He had personally given Yi Chen the best of everything, but now, he was cruelly taking it away. This is really too exciting. Chen Feng was secretly happy and had no mercy at all. It's not that he has no humanity. Instead, from the moment he decided to counterattack after traveling through time, he had positioned Yi Chen as a tool in his mind. How can a person who is doing great things be so soft-hearted as a woman? The protagonist is there to be tricked. Throughout history, has there been any successful person whose feet weren't piled with bones? Not to mention, all of this that Yi Chen had was originally given by him. Thinking from this perspective, Chen Feng no longer felt any burden in his heart. Even the smile on his face gradually became abnormal. It wasn't long before the two arrived at the hotel. Jiang Xinyu booked a private room. Although the dishes we ordered were not delicacies from land or sea, they were still of high quality for a student. During the meal, Jiang Xinyu felt a little itchy in his heart. She missed the aura of Chen Feng. She wanted to get closer and smell it, but she didn't dare to do it because she felt that her idea seemed a little perverted. Is there something wrong with me mentally? She wanted to control herself. But the more I thought about it, the more itchy my heart felt, as if it were being scratched by a cat's claws. Chen Feng, you have helped me time and time again, and you gave me such precious medicine, but you refused to accept money. I really don't know how to thank you. Let me pour you a cup of tea. Jiang Xinyu stood up and walked around the table towards Chen Feng. She finally found a reason. You're welcome. We're classmates, so I'll help you if I can. Chen Feng smiled, having seen through everything. Jiang Xinyu's heart beat faster as she poured him tea. She felt like a thief. There was a bit of self-blame mixed with the inner excitement. She secretly hated herself for being shameless and being so insatiable in her obsession with the smell of a boy. She would be too embarrassed to face anyone if she told others about it. What are you smelling? At this time Chen Feng asked deliberately. Jiang Xinyu was so frightened that she trembled all over and almost dropped the teapot in her hand. She quickly shook her head and said, "No. Nothing, my nose just feels a little itchy." After saying that, he quickly put down the teapot and returned to his seat. But my heart was beating like a deer and I couldn't calm down for a long time. Your nose is itchy. Are you sick? You know I know medicine. How about I take a look at it for you? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled with an extremely pure smile. Chapter 20, Heartbeat. I'm not sick, no need. Jiang Xinyu was panicked and shook his head repeatedly due to his guilty conscience. But as soon as I refused, I felt a little regretful. I secretly blame myself for being too careless. Can't he be allowed to see the doctor if he's not sick? Won't it be nice to take a few more breaths while he is treating me? Thinking this in her heart, Jiang Xinyu wanted to slap herself a few times. She found that her thoughts seemed to be not even abnormal enough to describe them, but had become somewhat pathological. This is not a normal person's idea. This is not right. I can't let my thoughts run wild like this any longer. You must control yourself. Jiang Xinyu took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. By the way, I haven't been able to contact you these days. Where have you been? Are you concerned about my private life? Chen Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at her, his eyes revealing a hint of ambiguity. Jiang Xinyu's heart trembled. No, don't get me wrong. She shook her head repeatedly. Chen Feng shrugged, with a wicked smile like a movie star on his face. If you like me, just tell me, I'll think about it. Narcissism. Jiang Xinyu rolled his eyes at him. But my heart became increasingly uneasy. Chen Feng's words made her begin to doubt herself. Was she really attracted to Chen Feng? Otherwise, why would I be so obsessed with the smell of him? At this moment. Bang. The door of the box was pushed open heavily. A girl in a pink t-shirt was standing at the door. Chen Feng looked up and saw that she had a ponytail, a baby face, and snow-white skin as delicate as white jade. There was a large Peppa Pig pattern printed on her chest, which made her already pure image look even more innocent and cute. Who are you? Chen Feng frowned slightly. In the memories he inherited after traveling through time, he did not recognize this cute girl. But he felt vaguely familiar with it. Jiang Xinyu also shook his head, with confusion in his eyes. She didn't know the girl either. Sorry, I went through the wrong door. The girl's gaze paused briefly on Chen Feng, then she smiled apologetically and closed the door of the box. Chen Feng looked solemn. He thought of a supporting actress in the book Yi Chen Tian. She is the cousin of my ex-girlfriend Jiao Lujia, but her personality is completely different from Jiao Lujia. She is the type of person who is a little bit silly, but she has a heart that loves to help others and is full of a sense of justice. As a result, they are often taken advantage of and their good intentions lead to bad results. The girl who was standing at the door just now looked and dressed very similar to Yi Chen in the original novel. If it really is her, it's probably not as simple as just walking into the wrong door. I'm going to the bathroom. Chen Feng stood up and left the box. There was no sign of the girl outside the door. After glancing around, Chen Feng walked to the bed and looked outside. He is currently on the second floor and can see everything outside. It was indeed her, Yi Chen. Chen Feng took a quick glance and immediately caught sight of two figures, Yi Chen and his ex-girlfriend Jiao Lujia. At this moment, the two were standing on the side of the road, whispering together. It seems that Jiao Lujia is plotting against me. Chen Feng pondered in his heart, called Song Long, and asked him to send someone to keep an eye on Jiao Lujia. Song Long agreed without hesitation and promised to keep a close eye on her. He was not afraid of the immortal asking him to do things, but he was afraid that the immortal would not ask him to do things, because only in this way, through repeated visits, could he build a closer relationship with the immortal. After finishing the call, Chen Feng returned to the box. Jiang Xinyu picked up the teapot again and said she wanted to pour him tea. Chen Feng pretended not to know and accepted it with pleasure. After dinner, the two went to see a movie. It was Chen Feng who proposed it. After all, you won't be able to steal the tower if you just pretend to be cool and aloof. You must find the right balance. There is no doubt that during the movie, Chen Feng used the spices on his body to unintentionally seduce Jiang Xinyu, causing her breathing to become short and her heart to itch. Even when I returned to the school dormitory at night, my mind was still a mess. Chen Feng's shadow always lingered in her mind. Everything that happened during the day played over and over in my mind like a movie scene. I lay in bed for a long time but couldn't fall asleep. Jiang Xinyu was a little panicked. She wondered if she had fallen in love with Chen Feng. How else could this happen? No, I'm not that easily moved. Jiang Xinyu shook his head. She tried hard not to think about these things, but the more she did so, the more her thoughts became overwhelmed, and she even had some unrealistic ideas. For example, what should I do if Chen Feng confesses his feelings to her? For example, what will the child be named in the future? The more she thought about it, the more awake she became, and she had no desire to sleep at all. I even had the urge to call Chen Feng and ask him out for a midnight snack. But she held back. After all, they had just separated. Besides, it was late at night and a single man and woman went out for a midnight snack. What if Chen Feng thought that she was a woman with a promiscuous private life? She can't afford to lose this person. I can only bear it. I don't know how much time had passed, but Jiang Xinyu fell into a sleep in a daze. Yet she did not sleep soundly. Because in her dream, she saw Chen Feng again. She chased him desperately, Chen Feng ran desperately, and she kept shouting from behind, but in the end she could only smell some residual scent in the air. When Jiang Xinyu woke up the next morning, he still felt a little groggy. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. She had to admit that Chen Feng seemed to have really entered her heart. Qin Yuan, you old bastard. Qin thief. Old thief. Traitor. Evil thief. If you have the guts, let me go. Otherwise, if I break free of these chains one day, I will tear you into pieces and turn your bones into ashes. In the Qin family's underground secret room, Yi Chen was trapped on a steel frame by iron chains, letting out an earth-shaking roar. The effect of the Hua Gong powder had worn off, and his internal strength had recovered. But he still couldn't break free from the chains made of black iron. Don't waste your energy. At this time a voice was heard. Qin Yuan walked over with a sneer on his face. Don't worry, not to mention your current skills, even if you practice for another 50 years, you can't break my black iron chain. Old thief. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. If looks could kill, Qin Yuan would have died 1,000 times by now. Your days are numbered, why are you so angry? Qin Yuan reached out and patted his face, sneering, you are not destined to die, are you? I want to see how long you can endure hunger, 3 to 5 days, or 10 days or half a month, what do you think? Old thief, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yi Chen raised his head and closed his eyes. He was unwilling to accept it. He felt like a joke. Which of those who have been reborn in novels is not doing well? And what about him? I thought I had control over my life, but it turned out that I was even worse off than in my previous life. I was schemed against by others from the very beginning, and now I have become a prisoner, where I can only starve and wait to die. And what's even more ridiculous is, he still couldn't figure out who was plotting against him. Is it Chen Feng or someone else? Yi Chen had no answer in his mind. The only thing he could be sure of now was that the other party could anticipate more things than he could. Chapter 21 Chen Feng, you're going too far. Yannan University, male dormitory. At this moment, Chen Feng was lying on the chair like an old man. 3 roommates surrounded him, some massaging his back, some rubbing his shoulders, and some massaging his legs, just like a mountain king leading a group of minions. Ever since Jiang Xinyu came to the dormitory last time and took the initiative to ask Chen Feng out, this scene has become the norm. Whenever the 3 of them saw Chen Feng, they would pull him aside to ask for advice on how to pick up girls. Chen Feng made up stories without thinking, which made them stunned. This fully demonstrated a truth. When you succeed, your farts smell good too. At this time, hurried footsteps were heard. A moment later, a tall woman appeared at the door. She has an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and long hair like a waterfall. Her facial features seem to be carefully carved by God, and every detail is just right and perfect. She wore a waist-hugging shirt on her upper body, which perfectly highlighted her slender waist. The lower body is a dark pleated short skirt. The most eye-catching thing is the 2 straight long legs in black silk stockings under the skirt, which can definitely be called a pair of legs to play with. Nice legs. Liu, Guan and Zhang looked at each other, their eyes shining. Just as he was about to approach her to strike up a conversation, the other person spoke up, excuse me, are you Chen Feng? The 3 of them were immediately stunned. Boring. Jiang Xinyu came to visit a few days ago, and now another guy came to visit, both of them were looking for Chen Feng. We are all in the same dormitory, why is there such a big gap? It's me. Chen Feng stood up and looked at her in confusion. My name is Qin Yishuan. I have something to discuss with you. Can you come with me? What's up? Chen Feng frowned slightly. Although he had not seen Qin Yishuan, the moment he saw these legs, he had guessed the other person's identity. But didn't he understand why Qin Yishuan wanted to see him? I beg you. Qin Yishuan looked at him humbly. Liu, Guan and Zhang were so frightened when they saw this that they reached out to push Chen Feng. All right. Chen Feng stood up and walked out. Qin Yishuan followed closely behind. There were only 3 people left in the dormitory with envious looks on their faces, screaming like hungry wolves. After leaving the dormitory, Chen Yixuan walked straight towards an Audi RS4. But because of her job, the tail label of this RS4 has been removed and replaced with A4 in a low-key manner. After getting in the car, she said to Chen Feng while driving, "Mr. Chen, Qin Yuan is my father, I believe you know him. I heard him say that you have the ability to predict the future, and I just happen to have a friend who is missing, so I would like to ask you to help me with a fortune-telling." "Yi Chen." Chen Feng glanced at her. "Sir, you are a true fortune-teller." Qin Yixuan nodded repeatedly and asked expectantly, "Excuse me, sir, where is he?" "Have no idea." Chen Feng shook his head. "After all, you can't tell her that it's in the basement of your Qin family, right?" Qin Yixuan's heart moved. This answer was exactly what her father expected. Ever since Yi Chen disappeared, she has used all her connections to look for him, but there is still no news. She asked her father, and her father also said he had never seen it. He also recommended Chen Feng to her and asked her to come to Chen Feng for a calculation. He also repeatedly told her to be polite when speaking to Chen Feng. If Chen Feng said he didn't know, she didn't need to worry. She just had to stay by his side and wait patiently. Chen Feng would tell the truth sooner or later. Because there is nothing in this world that he cannot calculate. Qin Yixuan believed it and smiled at Chen Feng. "You haven't had breakfast yet. I'll treat you." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and left the school gate. She firmly believed that her father would not lie to her. As long as she could please Chen Feng and wait for him to be in a good mood, he would naturally tell her the whereabouts of Yi Chen. Little did they know that all this was Qin Yuan's trick. His real purpose was to develop a relationship between the two of them and make Chen Feng the son-in-law of his Qin family. Qin Yixuan didn't know all this, but Chen Feng had already guessed it. But he didn't intend to refuse. But take advantage of the situation. After all, the Qin family's Seven Swords map is indeed a treasure. Qin Yixuan holds the secret to mastering the sword moves in the Seven Swords diagram. In other words, if one wants to master this unique skill, the Seven Swords diagram and Qin Yixuan are both indispensable. The two of them hardly spoke along the way. Qin Yixuan was not good at speaking, while Chen Feng was thinking about countermeasures. Qin Yixuan's personality is different from Jiang Sinu's, so the methods to deal with her are naturally completely different. This is a strong woman. If you want to impress her, you have to be stronger than her. Let her be humiliated again and again. The more excessive it is, the easier it is for her to fall. After sorting out his thoughts, Chen Feng had an idea in his mind. After breakfast, he got up and left. "Thank you for breakfast, I'm leaving." "Wait a moment." Qin Yixuan hurriedly caught up and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there." "All right." Chen Feng nodded. But as the two walked side by side towards the parking lot, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Qin Yixuan's hand, frightening her so much that she trembled all over and tried to retract her hand, but failed. She asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" "I have a habit." Chen Feng held his head high and said seriously, "When walking with a young woman, you must hold hands." "Why?" "It's just a habit, there's no reason." "But..." Qin Yixuan pulled her hand away. "Please let go, I'm not used to this." "Good." Chen Feng let go of his hand, shrugged and said, "If you are not used to it, just leave and don't follow me. If you want to follow me, you have to accept my habits." "You?" Qin Yixuan was a little annoyed, but couldn't refute. After all, the other party did not force her, nor did he stop her from leaving. But this habit is a bit too much. What to do? Should I swallow my anger or turn around and walk away? She was a little hesitant. After all, her father had told her that Chen Feng would definitely be able to figure out Yi Chen's whereabouts. While she was thinking, Chen Feng had already turned and left. Looking at his back without any reluctance, Qin Yixuan took a deep breath. "I enjoyed it." She strode after him and took the initiative to grab Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng glanced at her. "Aren't you not used to it?" Qin Yixuan suppressed her dissatisfaction and forced a smile. "I have strong adaptability." However, the words had just fallen. But I felt a strange feeling in my hands. The guy next to her not only grabbed her hand, but he also tickled her palm, then pinched her fingers. He kept changing the way he played and never stopped. "Damn, are you treating my hands as a toy?" Qin Yixuan had the urge to leave. She felt insulted. At this moment, Chen Feng sighed, this feel is very ordinary. Qin Yixuan's eyes were already burning with anger. But she held back. A little impatience will ruin great plans. Stay calm, stay calm. She took a deep breath and kept persuading herself, while secretly cursing Chen Feng in her heart. What a crappy hermit master, he is just a pervert. If it wasn't for the fact that I need your help, I would kick your face in a minute. However, what Qin Yixuan did not expect was that these were just appetizers. What really made her unbearable was after she got in the car. She drove with one hand and used the other hand as a toy, and as she played, things became more and more wrong. Chen Feng stretched her hand to a place where it shouldn't go. Chapter 22. It would be a shame if these long legs were not used to carry manure. Qin Yixuan's face darkened. Because what was happening before her eyes really made her feel sick. Feel like vomiting. She simply couldn't imagine that someone would use her hands to do something so private and embarrassing. The so-called hermit next to her was actually picking her nose with her hands. Damn it! Why not use your own? How could there be such people in the world? Why didn't God send down lightning to kill him? Qin Yixuan turned around and stared at Chen Feng viciously, her silver teeth clenching. She resisted the urge to hit him and roared, "Can you be more disgusting?" "Don't worry, I'll wash your hands," Chen Feng said seriously. Qin Yixuan had the urge to strangle him to death, and said unhappily, "Is this a question of whether to wash your hands or not?" Chen Feng didn't respond, but stretched out his hand and said, "It's mainly because my fingers are too thick, and yours are slender and long, which is perfect for picking noses." "Hold on, stay calm." Qin Yixuan took several deep breaths in a row. She felt like she was going crazy. What kind of pervert had I encountered? Using someone else's hand to pick your nose, and then not forget to praise it, saying that you are a good nose picker. Did people say so? If I hadn't suffered from cerebral thrombosis for 30 years, I wouldn't be able to say such words. Look at the road, there's a traffic jam ahead, and we're about to crash. At this time Chen Feng pointed forward. Upon hearing this, Qin Yixuan hurriedly stepped on the brakes and turned her gaze back to the road. Indeed, there was a traffic jam, and it was very severe. My already bad mood became even more irritable. No more digging. She glared at Chen Feng, who wanted to dig again. "If you dig again, I will be angry with you." "Oh, stingy." Chen Feng sighed, his face full of dissatisfaction. Qin Yixuan clenched her fists when she heard that. However, before she could get mad, Chen Feng slapped her fist and said, "Why are you holding your fist? You have such long fingers. I'm not allowed to pick your nose, and you think you're right." Qin Yixuan clenched her fist 3 times and unclenched it 3 times. Finally, I turned around and looked straight ahead, and I was upset because I couldn't see it. However, the massive traffic jam on the road not only failed to relieve her mood, but made her even more irritated. Beep beep beep. She honked the horn several times to vent her dissatisfaction. "Girl, you should have some sense of public morality. You are a traffic police officer after all, don't you understand the principle of morning rush hour traffic jam? Look at the back of the car in front of you, it's so conscious. If you are in a hurry, just fly over it." Chen Feng sighed and lamented. The corners of Qin Yixuan's mouth twitched, and she almost had the urge to bite someone. Is this thing really as magical as my father said? Is he a hermit? She couldn't believe it. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly sighed, "Since you are in such a bad mood, I decided to show mercy and improvise a poem to congratulate you." Qin Yixuan's face was gloomy. She felt that Chen Feng was speaking less and less human language. The title is, Qinyuanshan Traffic Jam. Chen Feng raised his head slightly, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and began his performance. During rush hour, there are thousands of miles of crying and tears flowing. Looking inside and outside the highway, there is a constant flow of traffic, and sirens are whistling up and down the national highway. The driver was irritable and his bladder was swollen, but he had nowhere to urinate. Go up to the overpass, watch the sunset and the moonrise, but haven't crossed the bridge yet. The traffic is so bad that countless car owners take the buses. Unfortunately, Ford and Volkswagen are as slow as snails. Mercedes-Benz and BMW have nowhere to go. A genius of his generation, Lamborghini, watching with tears in his eyes as he walked past the car. All the past is gone, and many car owners are in tears, but we still have time to look forward to the present. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Feng suddenly slapped Qin Yixuan on the thigh and sighed, it's a pity that this long-legged girl doesn't go to pick up manure. Qin Yishuan's body was trembling slightly. She could hardly bear it any longer. I really want to strangle someone. The kind that strangles people to death directly. Her anger was on the verge of exploding. She glared at Chen Feng and roared, "You can write a poem if you want to. Why are you patting my legs?" Before Chen Feng could answer, a ringing sounded. Qin Yishuan's cell phone rang. When she saw the incoming call number, her originally gloomy face suddenly turned sunny. "Captain, is there any news?" "Really? Is there such a good news?" Okay, I will definitely take him down." "Thank you, boss, I will treat you later." She was becoming increasingly emotional. When the call ended, I was so excited that I almost screamed. She was originally in the criminal police team, but was transferred to the traffic police team half a year ago because she made a mistake. The call just now was from the old captain of the criminal police team. Said he wanted to give her a credit. With this credit, she can return to the criminal police team again. There is a murderer who has been on the run for many years and has appeared in Xinjiang City. His exact location has been determined and she only needs to go and bring him back. I have some official business to attend to. Qin Yishuan wanted to explain to Chen Feng that she couldn't send him back for the time being. But halfway through his words, his eyes dimmed instantly when he saw the traffic jam ahead. She is now stuck in the middle. How can she catch the criminal? No need to explain, I heard it all. Chen Feng glanced at her and said, "However, you can't believe what the captain says. The criminal is not where he said he was. He has already driven away. Escaped." Qin Yishuan looked a little anxious. Chen Feng nodded, "But I know where he is." He wasn't bragging. This plot has been in the original book. However, the person following Qin Yishuan at that time was not him, but Yi Chen. Qin Yishuan fell into silence. She didn't know whether to believe Chen Feng or the old captain. "Don't believe me." Chen Feng smiled gently, opened the armrest box of the car, took out a pack of sanitary napkins and handed it to Qin Yishuan. "I never make mistakes in my calculations." Qin Yishuan's face turned black. "What are you doing with this, you pervert? You can use it." Chen Feng threw it over without further explanation. He still remembered that when he was writing this plot, in order to increase the difficulty of catching the criminal, he specifically described that after Qin Yishuan learned that she had the opportunity to make a contribution, she was so excited that her period came early and her menstrual blood spurted out. And because the amount was too large, he didn't dare to walk, so Yi Chen had to carry him out of the car. Qin Yishuan had a dark face. Just as he was about to refute Chen Feng's nonsense, he suddenly frowned. Not good. Let him be sure. She clamped her legs together and her face turned pale. Now the car is stuck on the road and can't go anywhere. What should I do? I can't hold it anymore. Chen Feng suddenly pointed to the side of the road. There is a public toilet over there. Qin Yishuan opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopped herself. She could clearly feel that this time she was too excited and the amount was a bit too much. It was okay if she was sitting now, but if she walked over, she would definitely be finished. You what? Chen Feng's heart is as clear as a mirror. He counted with his fingers and frowned. Damn it, you don't want me to carry you over, do you? Chapter 23, I really can't speak human language. I didn't. Qin Yishuan felt a little lacking in confidence. She did have this thought just now, but quickly dismissed it. After all, she and Chen Feng are not very familiar with each other. If Yi Chen was present, she would definitely nod without hesitation. Don't be so stubborn. Chen Feng got out of the car, opened the door, picked her up by the waist, and walked towards the public toilet on the side of the road. He is so proactive not because he has nothing to do. But he deeply understood that after this incident, he would be a big step closer to the Qin family's seven swords diagram. Qin Yishuan did not resist, but her face blushed. He buried his head in his chest, not daring to look up or look directly into Chen Feng's eyes. But what she didn't expect was. Just when things were awkward, Chen Feng suddenly said, "You won't let me get it, will you? If a man gets his hands on this, he'll be in big trouble. This guy really can't speak human language." Identification completed. Qin Yishuan forced herself not to say anything. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. What if she makes Chen Feng angry and throws her on the road? Chen Feng didn't bother her again. Although he knew very well that Qin Yishuan's personality was such that the more you provoke her, the more she would worry about you. But everything must be done step by step. If you act too hastily, it will only backfire. After Qin Yishuan finished her work and came out of the public toilet, the cars on the road gradually started to move. This way. Chen Feng pointed her to a small path. After what happened just now, Qin Yishuan was completely convinced by Chen Feng's ability to predict the future. At the same time, he also became more convinced that he could definitely calculate Yi Chen's whereabouts. He said he didn't know, he just didn't want to say. Under Chen Feng's guidance, Qin Yishuan drove as fast as a tiger and arrived at a wasteland in the southern suburbs in just 20 minutes. Are you sure the prisoner is here? Not here now, but he will escape here later. After Chen Feng motioned her to park the car in a secluded place, he pointed to a patch of woods nearby and said, "Come on, follow me into the woods." No matter how Qin Yishuan listened, she felt that there was something wrong with these words. But I can't tell what's wrong. He could only nod obediently and followed her into the woods to hide, saying, "I've practiced grappling in the police academy. When the criminals come, I'll rush out to arrest them. Don't get involved, or I'll hurt you." This. Chen Feng smiled bitterly and said, "You can't beat him. How is that possible? Don't look down on women." Qin Yishuan raised her head. Extremely confident in his skills. After all, what she practiced was not fancy moves, but real kung fu to defeat the enemy. Having been a police officer for so long, I have rarely encountered rivals. Chen Feng shrugged, too lazy to argue with him. I picked up a few stones and placed them under my feet. After all, Qin Yishuan couldn't beat this criminal. He wrote it himself, so how could he be wrong? Why are you picking up rocks? Play. About half an hour later. Accompanied by the sound of sudden brakes, an old jetter stopped on the side of the road. A middle-aged man got out of the car and ran into the woods. It's him? Qin Yishuan's eyes lit up and she saw hope. She had seen a photo of the prisoner and recognized him at a glance. As expected of a divine fortune teller, he can even predict this accurately. Qin Yishuan's eyes showed admiration, and she suddenly had a bold idea. If she invited Chen Feng to join the criminal police team to solve the case, wouldn't he be able to solve every case successfully? This is definitely possible. But she didn't have the time to think about these things now, because the criminal was already running close to her. Call. Qin Yishuan rushed out like a gust of wind. Since she is now a traffic policewoman and has no gun, she can only fight with her fists. The fleeing prisoner was frightened when he saw this. I thought I was ambushed. But when he saw that there was only one person on the other side, and that she was a girl with long black stockings and long legs, a sinister and evil smile suddenly appeared on his face. Isn't this delivered to your door? Just surrender. Qin Yishuan kicked him in the head. The criminal sneered and stretched out his hand to grab her ankle, and then used this position to tear her stockings off. As he was thinking about it, he stretched out his hand. But just when he was about to grab the ankle, snap! A stone came flying like a bullet. Before he could react, he was hit on the wrist. The bones made cracking sounds. Before he could scream, Qin Yishuan's foot arrived and kicked him on the head with a bang. He immediately staggered and fell to the ground. Qin Yishuan rushed forward, grabbed his arms and pinned them behind his back, holding them tightly, then she breathed a sigh of relief. She thought to herself that this was a close call. Chen Feng was right, this man's skills were indeed better than hers. If Chen Feng's stone had not flown at the right time, I would have fallen into his hands now. Thinking about what she had told Chen Feng before, Qin Yishuan felt a little embarrassed. The clown turned out to be herself. With Chen Feng's abilities, why does he need her protection? Let's go home. Chen Feng walked out from behind the tree. The criminal's eyes flashed with ferocity, and he stared at him with gritted teeth. You are the one who attacked me in secret. Exactly. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. The prisoner sneered grimly, you'd better kill me now, otherwise, even if I go in, I will have plenty of ways to kill your whole family. Fuck, awesome. Are you that awesome? Chen Feng punched him directly on the mouth. Blood splattered everywhere and 6 front teeth were broken in an instant. The prisoner screamed in pain and trembled all over. Chen Feng wiped his fist and asked with a smile, are you still hanging? The prisoner was completely stunned. He originally just wanted to say something harsh, but he didn't expect the other party to be even more ruthless than him and knocked out his teeth with a smile. No, no more hanging. Wouldn't it be right to do this a long time ago? Why do you have to pretend? Chen Feng shook his head and sighed, then walked out of the forest. After sending the criminal to the criminal police team, Qin Yishuan still had follow-up matters to deal with, but Chen Feng was too lazy to waste time and drove away in Qin Yishuan's car. It's still fun to drive a performance car like this. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. After being used to driving a comfortable car like Bentley, he suddenly switched to a performance car like this, which made even this civilized man feel the urge to drive fast. However, he was overtaking like crazy and letting himself go. The cell phone rang. It's Jiang Xinyu calling. Chen Feng thought she missed the smell of him again and wanted to go on a date, but after answering the call, he heard Jiang Xinyu ask in a slightly uneasy tone, "Chen Feng, are you in school?" "No, what's wrong?" "I just received a package. When I opened it, it was full of razor blades. There was also a note inside, asking me to stay away from you, otherwise I would bear the consequences." Her tone was calmer. But Chen Feng knew that this was due to her steady personality, and she must have been a little frightened inside. Who could have done it? Chen Feng frowned and fell into deep thought. Chapter 24. Kneel down and apologize. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng drove to the school with a gloomy face. Ever since he traveled through time, he has been the one planning everything in secret, and no one has ever stabbed him in the back. This time it is considered open. I want to see who is the one who doesn't want to die. He muttered to himself and increased the speed of the car. But when he arrived at the school gate, he was blocked by someone. Jiang Xinyu's best friend and the biggest troublemaker in the book, Su Bing. I saw her at the school gate yesterday and again today. Is she guarding the school gate specifically? Chen Feng opened the car window and glanced at her. What's the matter? Can't I find you if I have nothing to do? Su Bing smiled seductively, leaned over and lay beside the car door, blinked her eyes and said with a smile, Bentley turned into Audi, are you bankrupt? Right. Chen Feng didn't want to bother with her anymore. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. What's the hurry? Su Bing's voice was sweet, and her expression became more charming. I want to find a place to talk to you, is that okay? Ever since she was coldly rejected by Chen Feng yesterday, she has been feeling very dissatisfied. In terms of appearance, she is not ugly. Although she can't be said to have surpassed Jiang Xinyu, she is still a school beauty after all. If it were usual, as long as she beckoned, there would be countless boys who would want to have dinner with her. But yesterday, Chen Feng actually rejected her. And the rejection was so cold. This made her a little unconvinced. So she squatted at the door today just to guard Chen Feng. She wanted to see if Chu Feng would be as cold when Jiang Xinyu was not around. I don't want to talk to you, bye. Chen Feng simply closed the car window, stepped on the accelerator and sped away. He admitted that Su Bing was indeed very beautiful, and her demeanor and behavior just now were also very attractive. It even gave him the urge to output. But he knew that he should not provoke trouble. Absolutely not to be provoked. Unless he doesn't want to live anymore. No one can withstand the disaster that this kind of disaster can bring, except for the protagonist. Original place. Su Bing stared blankly at the rear of the car going away, beginning to doubt his life. What exactly is the problem? How so? She simply couldn't believe that there was a man who could reject her so straightforwardly, without any delay or hesitation. It was as if he didn't treat her as a woman. Chen Feng would not understand the depression in Su Bing's heart. Because the only thought in his mind at this moment was how long it would take to completely deal with Jiang Xinyu and complete the tower stealing operation. Jiang Xinyu was waiting downstairs in the dormitory. When Chen Feng stopped the car and opened the window, she ran over with a smile. Why did you change the car? It's from a friend. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he felt that what he said sounded familiar. I think I said the same thing when I explained Bentley before. Jiang Xinyu didn't ask any more questions. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. He handed a courier package to Chen Feng and said, this is it. I came back from breakfast and found it on my bed. Chen Feng took it and took a look. I found that the sender column was blank. Obviously this express delivery was not sent from outside. After all, an express delivery without sender information cannot be mailed. It must have been done by the people around. It's just packed in express packaging. It's even possible that it was done by a girl in her dormitory. Could it be Su Bing? Chen Feng thought to himself. In the original book, she likes to play pranks, so she is quite suspicious. However, there is no evidence at this time. The car smells so good. The friend who lent you this car is a girl, right? Jiang Xinyu suddenly asked. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. You guessed it right. Oh. Jiang Xinyu's originally expectant look dimmed in an instant. Chen Feng smiled. Why, are you jealous? No, don't think too much about it. Jiang Xinyu pursed his lips, and after a moment he said, but I'm still a little curious, is this your girlfriend? Don't worry, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Jiang Xinyu nodded, but the next moment she realized something was wrong and asked hurriedly, what do you mean by, I can rest assured? What does this have to do with me? Although it was a rebuttal, there was a smile in his eyes. Chen Feng was just about to tease her to speed up the process of stealing the tower. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the side. He rushed to the car at lightning speed, glanced around, and when he found no one was around, he suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop. Brother Feng, you blamed me for being a bad person before, please forgive me, okay? Song Rentu's face was as bitter as a gourd, and he looked very sad. He has been forced into a corner. All bank cards have been frozen by my father. Moreover, the Song family also announced that while Song Rentu was accepting his punishment, no one was allowed to lend him money, otherwise they would be an enemy of the Song family. Just this one move forced him into a corner. Life without money is so hard. After a night of ideological struggle, Song Rentu made a difficult decision to apologize to Chen Feng. Forgive you. Chen Feng glanced at him. Are you wrong? What's wrong with you? Song Rentu was speechless for a moment. He has done so many wrong things that it is difficult to list them all. How can he just kneel here and describe them all? Hesitation, lack of sincerity. Chen Feng simply closed the car window, stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Song Rentu was left kneeling on the ground in humiliation with a look of despair on his face. Chen Feng. You are a villain who has succeeded. He gritted his teeth secretly, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. But it soon dimmed again. Because he had not yet been able to ask for Chen Feng's forgiveness, and he still needed to continue working hard. In the car, Jiang Xinyu didn't come back to his senses for a long time, and looked at Chen Feng in shock. Can you tell me, what is your identity? She felt more and more that Chen Feng was not simple. Who is Song Rentu? He is the grandson of the head of the Song family. How many people in Ningjiang City dare not give him face? Very few. And Chen Feng was actually one of them. Jiang Xinyu suddenly felt a little uneasy. She felt that the distance between her and Chen Feng seemed to have become much farther. Actually, Chen Feng glanced at her and said, I am the only god in this world, the god of creation. Screw you. Jiang Xinyu rolled her eyes. She waited for a long time, but what she got was just a joke. These days, no one believes the truth. Sigh. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed. At this time, the cell phone rang and Qin Yuan called. This old man wants to make me his son-in-law, and he even dares to call me. Chen Feng wanted to scare him. But after answering the phone, his expression suddenly became serious. Because what came from the other side was Qin Yuan's extremely impatient voice. Old senior, something bad has happened, Yi Chen has escaped. Chapter 25 Chasing Yi Chen. Chen Feng's face suddenly turned ugly. Yi Chen ran away. There really couldn't be any worse news than this. What the hell are you doing? He scolded in annoyance. When Qin Yuan heard that the old senior was angry, he was afraid that he would no longer care about the Qin family, so he hurriedly explained, Old senior, please forgive me. This matter is really my fault for being careless. This underground secret room of our Qin family has been built for more than 80 years and has never been stolen. I thought it was foolproof. I never thought that a thief would break in today. Not only did he let Yi Chen run away, but the Seven Swords map was also lost. Chu Feng frowned. This protagonist Halo is too shameless. Not only did the person run away, but the treasure was also taken away. Do you know where he went? Heading west. Qin Yuan pondered for a moment, then continued, strangely enough, he didn't seek revenge on me after he got out. I see. Chu Feng hung up the phone. Jiang Xinyu is in his car now, so it is not convenient to talk too much. As for the fact that Yi Chen did not seek revenge on Qin Yuan, he was not surprised at all. After all, with Yi Chen's current martial arts skills, he might not be able to gain any advantage against the Qin family's bodyguards and thugs. He is a man who knows the pros and cons. What's more, Qin Yuan is Qin Yishuan's father. This relationship will definitely make him feel cautious. So faced with this dilemma, given Yi Chen's style of doing things, he should first find a quiet place with abundant spiritual energy, study the Seven Swords diagram in seclusion, and then consider revenge after his strength has greatly increased. At this time Jiang Xinyu glanced at him and said, "If you have something to do, go and do it first." Chu Feng hesitated slightly. After a moment's silence, he nodded. Yi Chen's matter is urgent and must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, letting the tiger return to the mountains will cause great trouble. Logically speaking, Yi Chen should have begun to doubt himself by now. If he allowed his cultivation to increase rapidly, I am afraid that not only the Qin family would be in trouble, but also Chen Feng. Jiang Xinyu's eyes were a little dim. After taking a deep breath, he opened the car door. But just as she was about to get off the car, Chen Feng suddenly grabbed her wrist and moved his upper body closer. Eyes met. Jiang Xinyu's eyelashes trembled and her breathing became a little rapid. Chen Feng wanted to say a few reassuring words to tell her not to worry about the blade. But after thinking about it, I decided to give up. Some things are better left unsaid. As for Jiang Xinyu's personal safety, he was not worried at all. After all, this is a heroine-level character. Have great luck. How could something go wrong? Okay, go do your thing. Jiang Xinyu understood the hidden meaning in his eyes, smiled sweetly, and lowered her head slightly. Breathing in his intoxicating scent, my heartbeat quickened. This smells so good, doesn't it? Jiang Xinyu's heart was pounding. She glanced at Chen Feng from the corner of her eyes. Seeing that the look in his eyes seemed to be getting hotter and hotter, she quickly turned her head away. Well, I should get off the bus. Then, I'll come find you when I'm done. Chu Feng reluctantly let go of her hand, his tone somewhat ambiguous. Jiang Xinyu nodded in agreement. But after getting off the car, I couldn't help but reflect on myself. Wasn't I too readily willing to agree? It was as if, subconsciously, she had already regarded him as someone very close to her. I think I really am. Jiang Xinyu subconsciously stretched out the hand that Chen Feng had grabbed and put it in front of her nose. The familiar smell floated into her nostrils, and a hint of an aunt's smile appeared on her face. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng drove to the Qin family. Qin Yuan was waiting at the door. When he saw that Chen Feng was driving Qin Yishuan's car, he was immediately overjoyed. This is exactly what he wanted to see. The plan of making the old man his son-in-law did not seem completely impossible. However, although he thought this in his heart, he did not dare to show it on his face. After all, his seniority was there. Are the people ready? Chen Feng glanced at him. On their way here just now, he had already called Qin Yuan and assigned him a task. Don't worry, old man. Everything is prepared according to your requirements. Qin Yuan patted his chest and made the promise. He clapped his hands as he spoke, and suddenly footsteps were heard. More than 20 desperados rushed out and lined up in a row, looking very impressive. Chen Feng took a glance and said, "In that case, take everyone with you and move." He could see that these were all martial artists. Even if he doesn't take action himself, it should be enough to deal with Yi Chen. Listen to the seniors and get in the car. Qin Yuan gave an order and led everyone into the car. The car started, Chen Feng led the way, and the crowd followed in several cars, driving westward in a mighty manner. There is a mountain in the western suburbs of Qingjiang City, named Panlong Mountain. Because of its beautiful environment, sparse population and abundant spiritual energy, it is Yi Chen's favorite place for retreat in the original novel. Chen Feng could conclude that Yi Chen must be hiding here this time. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside Panlong Mountain. Chen Feng put on a mask. Although he had been secretly plotting against Yi Chen, he never revealed his identity in public. Old senior, are you sure Yi Chen is in this barren mountain? Chen Feng quickened his pace. It didn't take long before we found a cave halfway up the mountain. The cave entrance was flanked by weeds, making it extremely well hidden. The inside of the cave was pitch black, and ordinary people simply didn't have the courage to step in. Chen Feng took out a packet of medicine powder, handed it to Qin Yuan and said, "Go 13 meters into the cave and light this medicine powder. If you can avoid taking action, try not to do so. This is Chen Feng's life-saving rule. Because only in this way can we avoid danger to the greatest extent." Qin Yuan handed the powder to the two desperate men beside him without saying a word. The two men took the order and left. As a result, less than 2 minutes after they went in, the two ran out in panic. Oh no! As soon as we ignited the powder, we saw a glowing sword hanging in the air, emitting a murderous aura. I don't know what it is, but it's quite creepy. Chen Feng's heart sank when he heard this. Qin Yuan's face also changed drastically. Both of them knew very well what this glowing sword represented. This is the first sword in the seven swords diagram. Condense the sword with energy. I have studied for half my life, but I still haven't been able to figure out the sword moves in this seven swords diagram. I never thought that this little thiefy Chen could master the first sword in such a short time. There was jealousy and frustration in Qin Yuan's eyes. That is the seven swords diagram of his Qin family. He himself failed to comprehend it, but was mastered by his enemy. How ironic is this? If our ancestors knew about this, they would probably be so angry that they would open the coffin and beat their chests and stamp their feet. No need to panic. After a brief moment of surprise, Chen Feng calmed down. Ye thief has only learned some of the basics, and has not mastered the true meaning of the first sword. He is not to be feared. He didn't just say this to reassure people, but the truth. After all, the real secret of the seven swords diagram lies in the Qin family's bloodline. And the secret of this generation lies in Qin Yixuan. Even though Yi Chen has the aura of the protagonist, it is impossible for him to truly understand the mystery of the seven sword diagram without Qin Yixuan's help. Chapter 26 Waiting for the Rabbit. Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment. From what Chen Feng said, it seemed that he was very familiar with the Qin family's seven swords diagram. But he soon felt relieved. After all, Chen Feng had said long ago that he and his great-grandfather Qin Shou had a close friendship 100 years ago, and he had also seen the seven swords diagram with his own eyes. It didn't seem surprising that he said these words now. Come with me. While Qin Yuan was thinking, Chen Feng waved his hand and strode towards the back mountain. Qin Yuan hurriedly asked someone to follow him. Old senior, don't you want to leave someone to guard this cave entrance? No need. Chen Feng stopped. Based on his understanding of Yi Chen's retreat and Yi Chen's character, he was sure that after the poisonous smoke drifted into the cave, Yi Chen would never risk coming out of the cave. Because there is an extremely hidden exit in the back mountain. According to the setting of the original novel, only Yi Chen knew the entrance to the cave in the back mountain from beginning to end. For Yi Chen, it can be said to be extremely safe. Chen Feng led his men and ran all their way. It didn't take long before they arrived at a pond in the back mountain. The pool is not big, with a diameter of only about 3 meters, but it is bottomless. Set up an ambush all around, load the crossbows, and wait for Yi Chen to come out. Then you will launch the attack upon my command. Chen Feng glanced at everyone and gave instructions. All obey the elders. Those who disobey the orders will be punished according to the family lore. Qin Yuan glanced at everyone. Then he turned to look at Chen Feng and asked, Old senior, do you mean that Yi Chen will come out of this pool? Good. Chen Feng pointed to the pool of water. There is a hidden river under the pool, which is connected to the water source in the cave. Yi Chen's power is not yet fully developed at the moment. With his personality, he will definitely choose to escape from this hidden passage. The old senior is so good at predicting things. I admire him. Qin Yuan bowed repeatedly. No need to kiss my ass. Chen Feng adjusted his mask and said, although Yi Chen has bad intentions, he is my disciple after all. When we start fighting, we will mainly focus on arresting him. Don't use too much force. He sighed and what he said sounded like the truth. It's not that I'm really worried about hurting Yi Chen. Instead, they are worried that if they act too harshly, it will lead to other unexpected events. After all, the protagonist's halo is not just for show. If you open the history book, you can see that even a time traveler like Wang Mang was hit by a meteorite when he was fighting against Liu Xiu, the son of destiny. From this we can see that no matter how strong one is, one may not be able to defeat luck. Although Chen Feng is the author, he does not dare to take it lightly. Qin Yuan patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, old senior, I have already explained it." He had indeed confessed. After all, the lesson from last time was right in front of him, and he would never dare to act recklessly again. Not long. With a splash sound, waves rolled in the pool and Yi Chen climbed up the edge of the pool and jumped out. Shoot! At Chen Feng's command, more than 20 thugs shot their arrows in an instant, like a swarm of killer bees. The arrows formed a huge net and covered Yi Chen. A fierce wind blew and Yi Chen's face changed drastically. We were ambushed. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Without having time to think, he twisted his body and exerted his maximum speed to dodge the crossbow arrows flying in all directions. However, the incident happened suddenly, and even if he was very skilled, it would be difficult for him to dodge it 100%. Kai! An arrow passed by his calf, leaving a trail of blood. A severe pain came over him instantly, and Yi Chen only felt his legs go cold. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. "Old thief, it's you again." He stared at Qin Yuan with his eyes fixed, gnashing his teeth and asking, "How did you find this place? Stop talking nonsense and surrender." Qin Yuan held his head high and chest out, and with a wave of his hand, more than 20 desperados rushed forward and surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Chen clenched his fists and scanned the surroundings with angry eyes. Finally, his gaze stopped at Chen Feng, who was outside the crowd. He stared into his eyes and asked, "Who are you? Do you dare to take off your mask?" Har har har. Chen Feng let out a hoarse and rampant laugh, just like a perverted villain in a movie. Finally, his face turned cold and he replied firmly, "I won't." The corners of Yi Chen's mouth trembled. He felt as if he was being teased. The hostility in the look he showed towards Chen Feng became even stronger. He had a hunch. The person who has been secretly framing him is the masked monster in front of him. As long as you take off his mask, you can see his true face. Is he Chen Feng? Yi Chen pondered in his heart. After a moment, he suddenly shouted loudly, pointed his inner energy at Qin Yuan and said angrily, "Old thief, you are going to die." All the thugs rushed towards Qin Yuan, wanting to protect him. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen's real target was not Qin Yuan. At the moment when everyone moved, he seized the opportunity to break out of the encirclement, pointing his sword and stabbing towards Chen Feng. Swish! A cold light flashed. Yi Chen had no weapon in his hand, so he used the first sword in the seven swords diagram, condensing the sword with qi. The sword energy instantly pierced through the air and shot towards Chen Feng's throat. This is a sword full of hatred. It was his way of venting his anger over being framed by the other party all this time. Die. A fierce light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He never showed mercy to his enemies. He thought that this sword was enough to kill the opponent, but what Yi Chen did not expect was that when the sword energy was less than 5 centimeters away from the opponent's body, the sword energy flashed and dissipated. It has form but no spirit. It is still far from the true meaning of the seven swords diagram. Chen Feng's tone was arrogant and full of disdain. The method he used to dissolve the sword energy seemed easy, but it was actually very difficult to do. He was just pretending. But in general, his cultivation is still slightly higher than Yi Chen's. After all, he took 2 enlightenment pills from the ancient medical saint. His current level of internal strength has reached the 5th level of enlightenment, which is 2 levels higher than Yi Chen. What's more, the 9 revolutions profound art he practiced was stronger than Yi Chen's. Even if Yi Chen is a son of luck, it is impossible for him to complete a cross-level battle, and cross 2 small realms, when his realm and skills are at a disadvantage. You? Yi Chen's eyes were full of horror. He realized that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, so he turned around and tried to escape, but at this time the desperate criminals had already rushed up and attacked him. Chen Feng stood with his hands behind his back, watching quietly. In the field of martial arts, after practicing internal skills and developing true qi, there are 4 major realms. They are entering the Tao, realizing the Tao, aligning the Tao, and controlling the Tao. Each realm is divided into 10 levels. Yi Chen's current realm is the 3rd level of Taoism. As for the group of desperados he was fighting, they were ordinary martial artists who had never practiced internal skills and only knew external martial arts techniques. 5 minutes later, there were already 7 or 8 people lying on the ground. Yi Chen also looked a little tired, and his calf, which was injured by an arrow, was stained red with blood. Hey! Chen Feng smiled lightly. Taking advantage of the melee, he quietly went behind Yi Chen, picked up a stone and hit him directly on the knee. Chapter 27. Actually, I am your father. Call out. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. Yi Chen's face changed drastically. Before he could even dodge, he felt a sharp pain in his knee, and he lost his balance in an instant, falling to the ground with a thud. Traitor, you attacked me! He roared angrily. He pushed his hands onto the ground, trying to stand up and fight again. But at this time, everyone rushed forward, like a human pyramid, and pressed him to the ground. Let me go! Yi Chen roared angrily. He struggled desperately to escape from the restraints, but his left leg was injured by an arrow and his right leg was injured by a stone thrown by Chen Feng. How could he possibly withstand the capture of the crowd? Little beast, don't waste your energy, it's useless. Qin Yuan stepped forward, stretched out his hand and said, hand over the 7 swords diagram. 7 swords diagram. Yi Chen sneered, after I read it, I burned it with fire. Qin Yuan snorted coldly and didn't believe it at all. He ordered everyone to hold Yi Chen's hands and feet tightly, and he personally searched his entire body. However, after searching for a long time, I found nothing. Qin Yuan looked a little ugly. He took out a dagger and put it against Yi Chen's neck, threatening him, if you know what's good for you, hand over the 7 swords diagram yourself. I said, burn it. Yi Chen held his head high and chest out, showing no fear at all. It was as if he had seen through Qin Yuan and didn't dare to kill him. In fact, Qin Yuan really didn't dare. I saw him holding the dagger tightly in his hand, his face was extremely gloomy. He wanted to stab Yi Chen to death. However, I was worried that I would never be able to find the 7 swords map again. Besides, Chen Feng also told him not to kill Yi Chen, otherwise it would cause unpredictable changes. Thank you for waiting here, senior. I will go search the cave. Qin Yuan bowed to Chen Feng, left a few people to hold Yi Chen down, and led a group of thugs to run towards the cave entrance in the front mountain. Original place. Yi Chen turned his gaze to Chen Feng again. He just heard Qin Yuan calling the other person old senior, and he couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could this man be an old monster? Impossible. Yi Chen shook his head. Although the man in front of him was wearing a mask, he didn't have a single white hair on his head, so he definitely couldn't be an old monster. But if he wasn't an old monster of a very high seniority, how could Qin Yuan be so polite to him? Yi Chen felt a little conflicted. He couldn't help but ask, I'm already in your hands, why don't you let me see your true face? Chen Feng smiled grimly, are you so curious about my identity? I want to die knowing who is behind this. Whatever. Chen Feng sighed, since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. In fact, I am your father, your real father. Your current life is given by me. Yi Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. If his strength allowed, he would like to tear the mouth of the guy in front of him. What's the point of being good at talking? If you have the guts, let me go and we'll fight it out. Childish. Chen Feng shook his head and chuckled, unmoved. Yi Chen sneered, you dare not. You don't have to provoke me. Provocation is useless to me. I gave you your life. No one knows you better than me. You can't beat me. Give up struggling. Chen Feng waved his hand. Who are you? His thoughts were exposed, and Yi Chen couldn't keep calm. He felt that the other party was not just bragging, but really knew him very well and had him almost completely under his control. I already told you I'm your father, why are you asking so many questions? Chen Feng glanced at him, as if he suddenly remembered something, and slapped his forehead and said, oh, I almost forgot to tell you that Jiang sinew tastes good. I will enjoy her well, so you don't have to worry about it. As soon as these words came out, Yi Chen trembled all over. He felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. That's his dearest one. Has it been defiled by the evil villain in front of me? He was like a raging tiger, his eyes glowing red, his body emitting a terrifying murderous aura, and he roared, what did you do to her? As he finished speaking, his aura continued to rise. There is a faint sign of breakthrough in cultivation. Chen Feng was shocked when he saw this and cursed himself for being so mean. As the saying goes, villains die because they talk too much. As a cannon fodder, why should I show off in front of the protagonist? Isn't that looking for death? She's fine, I was just teasing you. Chen Feng was calm and pretended to be calm. Yi Chen felt relieved when he heard that, and the violent aura on his body calmed down, but his eyes were still fixed on Chen Feng. If you dare to touch her, I will tear you into pieces and grind you into ashes. What a big mouth. Chen Feng sneered and shook his head in disdain. In order to prevent Yi Chen from getting furious and thus triggering the protagonist's halo, he no longer took the initiative to cause trouble. But Yi Chen kept speaking and testing. He wanted to find out who the person was who had been framing him behind his back. Unfortunately, Chen Feng didn't fall for his trick at all. Not long after, Qin Yuan came back with a group of thugs. They searched the cave thoroughly but did not find the Seven Swords map. Chen Feng suggested, first take him back to your Qin family's secret room, lock him up and interrogate him slowly. As long as he is in your hands, you don't have to worry about him not revealing the whereabouts of the Seven Swords diagram. Just listen to the seniors. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Then he ordered someone to take Yi Chen down the mountain, chain him up, put him in a car, and secretly send him to the Qin family. Chen Feng stopped the car as soon as he got down the mountain. He claimed that he had other things to do and would not go with them, and Qin Yuan did not dare to ask any more questions. After everyone left, Chen Feng returned to Panlong Mountain again. He returned to the cave where Yi Chen was in seclusion. Because he wrote in the original book that there was a secret room in the cave, which Yi Chen regarded as a treasure house. The Seven Swords map is most likely hidden in this secret room. After all, it is impossible for Yi Chen to burn a treasure of this level after just looking at it. Unless he has mastered all the sword moves in it. But that is not the case right now. Not only did he fail to master it all, he even only had a superficial understanding of the first sword. Chen Feng searched in the cave for about 10 minutes. Finally, deep in the cave, he found the mechanism he had described and successfully opened the door to the secret room. Sure enough, the Seven Swords diagram was inside. Chen Feng took the blueprint and searched the cave again. But nothing was caught. After all, Yi Chen had just been reborn not long ago, and he did not have any precious treasures at the moment. The Seven Swords diagram is already in hand. The only thing left is Qin Yishuan. Chen Feng rolled up the map, put it away, and walked out. He was originally planning to go back to school to find Jiang Xinyu. After all, I promised her that I would go find her when I was done with my work. Now that my impression of her is improving, I must not break my promise. But as soon as he came down the mountain, he received a call from Qin Yishuan. Where did you take my car? Come pick me up at the Criminal Investigation Department. I'm done. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Feng agreed. Anyway, whether it is Qin Yishuan or Jiang Xinyu, they are people he needs to deal with. Because of a mystery related to the Seven Swords diagram. The other is related to the super plug-in in the book Dragon Soul Jade. Thinking of this, Chen Feng couldn't help but complain about himself. Why did he write such a stupid plot in the first place? Everything has to do with women. It's as if the protagonist can't live without a female character. I didn't find it awkward when I was writing it, but now that I've experienced it myself, I realize that this plot is really fucking stupid. Chapter 28. He is indeed a scumbag. While Chen Feng was complaining in his mind about the stupid plot he had written, he drove towards the criminal police team with great enthusiasm. You have to endure the plot you wrote, no matter how stupid it is. Chen Feng pondered in his heart. It's not that he doesn't want to deny his past self. But he had no choice. Even if he wanted to change the plot setting, he was powerless. After all, he is no longer the same person he once was. Without the author's backing, he had long lost the right to modify the plot. The only thing I can do now is to complain in my heart. Not long after, Chen Feng arrived at the criminal police team. Qin Yishuan recognized her car from a distance, ran over with a smile on her face, opened the passenger door and got in. I have some great news to tell you. I know. You can be transferred back to the criminal police team. Chen Feng glanced at her. This is how Qin Yishuan in the original novel returned to the criminal police team. In fact, given the Qin family's status in Qingjiang City, Qin Yuan only needs to say hello to easily handle this matter. But Qin Yishuan wouldn't let her. She had to prove herself through her own abilities. Chen Feng vaguely remembered that the purpose of setting this plot was, first, to highlight Qin Yishuan's character, and second, to give Yi Chen a chance to show off. I didn't expect that I would be the one showing off. It's so boring. I left you guessing everything. Qin Yishuan, who had been full of pride, suddenly became dejected. Chen Feng shrugged, so, it won't work if you want to keep me in suspense. TSK, what are you so proud of? Qin Yishuan curled her lips, then thought of the reason why she originally looked for Chen Feng, and couldn't help but giggle. Well, while I'm happy now, I want to discuss something with you. Chen Feng saw through her thoughts at a glance. Want to ask about Yi Chen's whereabouts? Nothing can be hidden from you. Qin Yishuan smiled awkwardly and nodded repeatedly. Can you please tell me? Well. Chen Feng sighed and fell into silence. Qin Yishuan frowned and asked, why are you sighing? I didn't want to say it because I was afraid you would be sad. Since you insist on asking for clarification, I will tell you the truth. Yi Chen is a scumbag and he is not worthy of you. You'd better forget him. Chen Feng shook his head and sighed, his tone extremely real. Qin Yishuan's face darkened. I don't allow you to say that about him. Don't believe it. Chen Feng shrugged and shook his head, then just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, he prepared to open the door and get out of the car. Qin Yishuan became anxious upon seeing this, and quickly reached out to hold him. Her expression also softened a lot. I was wrong. Otherwise, can you tell me more details? Chen Feng raised his head proudly and ignored her. Are you angry? Qin Yishuan smiled and said, actually, it's not that I don't believe you, I just feel that Yi Chen is not that kind of person. Feel? Chen Feng sneered and stared at her as if she was mentally retarded. Qin Yishuan felt a little uncomfortable with his look, and said, I said something wrong, can you please help me and tell me more details? Unfortunately, when I wanted to say it just now, you didn't believe me. And now, you want to listen, but I don't want to say it anymore. Chen Feng's tone was somewhat teasing. He did it on purpose. This method of dealing with other girls might get you blocked, but it is just right when used against Qin Yixuan. Qin Yishuan clenched her fists, suppressed her temper and continued to beg, saying nice things over and over. However, Chen Feng remained unmoved. 10 minutes later, the car drove into Yannan University. When Chen Feng opened the door and got out of the car, he turned around and looked at her, saying indifferently, remember, no one will be nice to you for no reason, unless they have some ulterior motive. Qin Yishuan was stunned for a moment when she heard this. What does he mean by this? Is he telling me that he won't spoil me? Or is he hinting to me that Yi Chen has ill intentions in approaching me? Can you explain it more clearly? She hurriedly jumped out of the car and chased after Chen Feng. Stop chasing me. Chen Feng didn't even turn his head and said, take Yi Chen's photo, show your police ID, and go to the security room to ask about his situation. The security guard will tell you everything. After saying that, he quickened his pace and walked away. Qin Yishuan stayed there for a moment, got in the car and drove straight to the school security room. She wanted to find out everything about Yi Chen. Even if the answer might be bad news, she didn't want to be kept in the dark. Yi Chen, please don't let me down. Qin Yishuan muttered to herself. However, when she came to the security room with Yi Chen's photo, revealed her identity as a police officer and asked some questions, she was stunned. That feeling was like a basin of cold water pouring over her from head to toe. He broke into a girl's bedroom and tried to molest her, but failed. Afterwards, he pretended to be affectionate and repeatedly waited outside the door of the girls' dormitory, harassing the school beauty Jiang Xinyu. Each time is more excessive than the last. He can be called a fighter among scum. Qin Yishuan felt a little pain in her chest after listening to this. She stared at the security guard in front of her, holding on to the last glimmer of hope and asked, are you sure you didn't recognize the wrong person? I would recognize this guy even if he turned into ashes. How could I be wrong? The security guard patted his chest, full of confidence. In order to prove that he remembered correctly, he pulled out the surveillance video and said, I can't prove what happened in the girls' dormitory. But the surveillance video recorded everything about this kid harassing girls outside the girls' dormitory. Qin Yishuan took a deep breath and turned her eyes to the video recording. The moment she saw Yi Chen's face, she felt as if her heart was being tugged at. Chen Feng is right. That's absolutely right. He is a complete scumbag. He kept saying that she was his confidant, the woman he needed to protect with his life, but behind his back, he was shamelessly harassing the school beauty. Shameless. Despicable. How can there be such disgusting people in the world? Qin Yishuan was extremely disappointed. After walking out of the security room in a daze, she returned to the car. Looking at all the information about Yi Chen in the phone, whether it was photos or contact information, he deleted them all at once. Why would I look for such a scumbag? Qin Yishuan muttered to herself. It was like a movie playing in my mind, recalling the scenes of my time with Yi Chen some time ago. He then started the car and rushed out of the campus. She needed to find a place to vent her inner emotions. And at the same time, Chen Feng has already made an appointment with Jiang Xinyu to meet in the park. While walking side by side, he took the opportunity to grab Jiang Xinyu's hand. Jiang Xinyu did not resist. It's not about how quickly their relationship progressed, but because Chen Feng had sprinkled spices on his body that were specifically designed to confuse Jiang Xinyu. At this moment, her heart was already beating wildly and she had completely lost her mind. Chen Feng walked and flirted as he went deeper into the park. But it's limited to holding hands. After all, he couldn't do anything too indecent in public. What's more, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Given Jiang Xinyu's temperament, acting too hastily would only backfire. In addition, there is another reason. That is, he had another purpose for coming to the park today. To be precise, flirting with Jiang Xinyu was just a side thing, and the other thing was the core purpose of his trip. Chapter 29, Attracting Talents. Chen Feng's real purpose of coming to the park today was to save someone. A man named Li Kaoshen. This person can be called a groundbreaking talent and a true scientific freak. He spent 3 full years researching and designed the world's most advanced lithography machine, whose technical content far exceeds the world's top EUV lithography machine today, and can achieve the most precise processing process of 2 nanometers. This is a textbook machine. After all, before this, the world's most advanced EUV lithography machine could only achieve 5 nanometers. This data is far behind the 2 nanometers developed by Li Kaoshen. However, in the original work, Li Kaoshen was only the designer of this lithography machine, and the person who actually invested in building it was the protagonist Yi Chen. Because Li Kaoshen died unexpectedly shortly after he completed the design. About a year after his death, his widow Wang Xiyun was rescued by Yi Chen in a kidnapping case. From then on, I fell in love with her at first sight and decided to remarry. Moreover, Wang Xiyun was extremely beautiful and could be called the most charming young woman in the book. How could Yi Chen resist her? After meeting her several times, he pushed her directly to the bed. Wang Xiyun even handed Li Kaoshen's design drawings to Yi Chen. So a month later, a lithography machine that shocked the country and the world came out in Yi Chen's company. It was named the Super God Lithography Machine. Its appearance has refreshed the world pattern. Chen Feng took Jiang Xinyu's hand and quickened his pace. Because Li Kaoshen, the designer of the Supershin lithography machine, died today. According to the recollections of his widow Wang Xiyun in the original book, after completing the design, he took the design drawings to dozens of technology companies, hoping to invest in the technology and put the Supershin lithography machine into production. However, no one believed that he could design a lithography machine with a 2 nanometer process. Even treated him as a joke. After hitting a wall again and again, Li Kaoshen felt heavy-hearted. Later, a man was rowing in the artificial lake of Nanjiang Park and was lost in thought when he accidentally fell into the lake and drowned. And the time of falling into the lake is today. This is an opportunity for Chen Feng. He planned to rescue Li Kaoshen and then invest more money to let him build the lithography machine himself. Although he could also do what Yi Chen did, wait for Li Kaoshen to die, seduce his wife, and then plot against the design drawings. But he didn't want that. There are 3 reasons. First, it would be a pity to let a talent like Li Kaoshen die. It would be best if he could be used by others. Second, he is not interested in the widow, even though she is the most attractive young woman in the whole book. Third, even if he went against his conscience to seduce Wang Xiyun, it would take too much time and energy, and the benefits it would bring would be far less than holding on to the talent Li Kaoshen. It didn't take long before Chen Feng arrived at the lake. He rented a boat, put on a life jacket, and rowed into the lake with Jiang Xinyu. At this moment, there was only one boat in the center of the lake besides them. There was a man in his 30s sitting on the boat. He was wearing glasses and was dressed in typical science and engineering clothing. Chen Feng knew without a second thought that this must be Li Chaos-en. At this moment he was leaning against the side of the boat, smoking a cigarette with an expressionless face, looking as if he was deep in thought alone. While Chen Feng was chatting with Jiang Xinyu, he was also paying attention to Li Chaos-en. About 20 minutes later. Suddenly, with a splash, Li Chaos-en, who was sitting by the boat thinking, fell into the lake without noticing. Help! Aham, help! A cry for help was heard from someone choking on water. Li Chaos-en was seen struggling desperately, his head occasionally poking out of the water, his hands scratching around, and he was about to sink. Apparently he can't swim. Moreover, he was extremely stupid and didn't wear a life jacket. People on the shore screamed when they saw this, but the distance was too far, and it was almost impossible to swim over to save them. Just sit tight, I'll go save someone. Chen Feng patted Jiang Xinyu's hand. Jiang Xinyu was also frightened and didn't know what to say for a moment. She nodded repeatedly and said, "You have to be careful too." Chen Feng agreed and jumped into the lake. He was only a few meters away from Li Chaos-en, and as he was wearing a life jacket, he swam over with almost no effort. When he swam closer, Li Chaos-en had not yet completely sunk. Chen Feng grabbed his hair and pulled him up. At this time, the drowning person's desire to survive is the strongest. If you try to grab his hands and feet, you will most likely be entangled by him. Only grabbing his hair is safe. Next to it is Li Chaos-en's boat. Chen Feng grabbed the side of the boat with one hand and pulled him up with force. Puff! Li Chaos-en spat out a large mouthful of water, his entire stomach almost bulged out, and he slumped down on the boat. Thank you so much for saving me. What do you think of boating without a life jacket? Chen Feng glanced at him and said jokingly, "Do you want to leave your wife and property to another man?" "You are joking, benefactor." Li Chaos-en scratched his head awkwardly. "I don't know why, but today I was like a demon, and for some unknown reason I came to this lake to row a boat, and I even refused to wear a life jacket." Chen Feng didn't know what to say when he heard that. After all, I couldn't tell him that I was careless when writing and didn't give him a reasonable death. This is probably the sadness of the characters in the book. Whether life or death, or poverty or wealth, it all depends on the author's thoughts. Chen Feng sighed in his heart and asked, "You look absent-minded, have you encountered any troubles?" "Well." Li Chaos-en sighed. Then he talked about how he had developed a photolithography machine, but no one knew what it was. There was absolutely no trace of defensiveness in his words. He is the kind of freak of madness who is like a giant baby in all other aspects except his strong professional knowledge. In his mind, there is only scientific research, no human relationships. After chatting with him for a while, Chen Feng suggested, "Since no one believes in you, let's do this. I will invest, and you can invest in the technology. Let's start a company together and build your lithography machine." "Really, really?" Li Cheshen's voice was trembling with excitement. He grabbed Chen Feng's hand and asked repeatedly, "Are you really willing to invest? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond, how can it be false?" Chen Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, "When I first saw you, I felt that you were a very genuine person, not a sinister or cunning person. This matter is settled. I will find someone to draft a contract. I will pay the money and you will provide the technology to make this lithography machine." "Well." Li Chaos-en swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of longing, and nodded desperately. "I didn't expect that after encountering such a disaster today, I would meet a noble person instead. It is both a life-saving grace and a recognition of one's talents." He felt that he might need to work hard throughout his life to repay such a great kindness. Chapter 30, The Pattern of Brainless Extras. Li Chaos-en was so excited that his body was shaking. As a scientific madman, he has a low emotional intelligence. He wants to say a few words to express his loyalty, but he doesn't know where to start. At this time, Chen Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, "Since you have no objection, then this matter is settled. Are you free today? Let's find a place to talk in detail." "Yes, I am free." Li Chaos-en nodded repeatedly. "Then let's go ashore first." Chen Feng rowed the boat towards Jiang Xinyu. After returning to the shore, he first sent Jiang Xinyu back to school, and wanted to find a place to talk with Li Chaos-en in detail. However, at this moment, Qin Yuan called. Chen Feng frowned. Could it be that this old man let Yi Chen run away again? If that's the case, he must be beaten to death. What's wrong? Chen Feng answered the phone impatiently. Qin Yuan's tone was anxious, and his voice was full of panic. Old senior, you have practiced for many years and have seen a lot. Do you know the art of saving lives? A little bit. Chen Feng asked doubtfully, are you going to fail? No. Qin Yuan quickly explained, it was Xian. She had a car accident and is now unconscious. The doctor said she might become a vegetable. Chen Feng's heart sank. Vegetative state. That won't work. He now has the 7 sword diagrams, but if he wants to complete it, he still has to rely on Qin Yishuan. Where is she now? I'll go check it out. At Huaya Hospital. After Qin Yuan answered, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the senior can help, there shouldn't be any problem. After all, he had heard a long time ago that Chen Feng rescued the Song family's ancestor Song Chufeng from the brink of death. Otherwise, he would not have called Chen Feng so soon. Okay, I'll be right there. Chen Feng hung up the phone. He turned to look at Li Kaosen and said, I have something urgent to deal with now. Give me your phone number and I will contact you later. Okay, benefactor, you go ahead and do your work. Li Kaosen agreed repeatedly. After the two saved each other's numbers, Chen Feng drove to Huaya Hospital. On their way he called Song Long. He said that he was planning to start a company and asked him to help find some manpower and do the preliminary preparations. Song Long agreed without any nonsense. He then gave a work report, saying that as he had anticipated last time, the area that would be planned as a commercial center had already been purchased at low prices in the best located streets. Well done. Chen Feng didn't have the time to chat with him anymore. He casually gave some instructions and hung up the phone. After all, talking on the phone while driving is a very dangerous behavior. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. He didn't want to report to the underworld before reaching the peak of his life. When he arrived at the hospital, Qin Yuan was as anxious as an ant on hot pan, pacing back and forth at the gate. Old senior, you are here. Qin Yuan stumbled and ran over with unsteady steps. Chen Feng reached out to support him, and asked as he walked inside, what's going on? Qin Yuan sighed and said, I'm not sure. I don't know what made this girl go crazy today. She went to the track to race and ended up having an accident. The car rolled over a dozen times and was almost falling apart. She didn't look injured, but she fell into a coma. The doctor said there was blood clots in her brain and she might never wake up. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Qin Yishuan had a normal traffic accident. I didn't expect it to happen while racing on the track. It seems that she has already asked the security guard about Yi Chen's news. She must be feeling upset, so she went to the track to vent her emotions. After figuring out the reason, Chen Feng felt a little guilty. The cause of this incident seems to be related to me. But he could only keep these words in his heart. In front of outsiders, he is an upright gentleman. As for the framing of Yi Chen, what does it have to do with him? Even if someone finds out later, he will never admit it. Not long. The two came to a luxurious ward. Qin Yishuan lay quietly on the bed, her face looked rosy and pale, and apart from a few bruises on her hands, there was no other scar on her body, as if she had just fallen asleep. This is a film I shot before. Qin Yuan handed a CT film to Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't answer because he couldn't understand it. The medical classics he studied were the traditional Chinese medicine skills left by the ancient medical saints. When it comes to modern Western medicine, he is like a complete layman. I don't need this. Chen Feng refused the film and reached out to pinch Qin Yishuan's wrist. Pulse diagnosis? Traditional Chinese medicine. A doctor nearby laughed contemptuously. Chen Feng. He remembered the last time he was so speechless was last time. But no matter how speechless I am still the culprit. Because when he was writing it, in order to highlight Yi Chen's pretentious atmosphere, every time he treated a disease, there were always some brainless extras standing by to provoke and belittle Chinese medicine. Yi Chen habitually smiled evilly, and then showed off his skills, which made their jaws drop and their eyes blind. This is a familiar routine. The taste is too strong. Chen Feng didn't feel stupid when he wrote it, but now that he has experienced it himself, he just feels like vomiting. It's as if the protagonist wouldn't write a book if a few brainless extras didn't appear when he was showing off. Get him out of here. Chen Feng looked at Qin Yuan and shook his hands. Qin Yuan smiled awkwardly and turned to look at the doctor. Dr. Wang, thank you for treating my daughter before. Please leave now. You? Wang Ming looked a little unhappy. He originally just wanted to mock young people and tell them not to overestimate their abilities. Unexpectedly, Qin Yuan would listen to the other party so much. He said unwillingly, Mr. Qin, don't be fooled by him. These charlatans now. Roll. Qin Yuan's eyes widened and he shouted angrily, how dare you speak rudely in front of this old senior? You are such a shameless person. Do you still want to survive in Qingjiang City? He wanted to save face for both sides. But he didn't expect that the other party would be so ungrateful and keep provoking Senior Chen again and again. What if this makes people angry and they refuse to treat Qin Yishuan? Who can take this responsibility? Qin Yuan puffed his beard and glared, his face full of anger. Wang Ming was so frightened that he trembled all over. He didn't expect that Qin Yuan would scold him so angrily because of a young boy. What is this kid's identity? Qin Yuan is already old, but he still calls him senior. Could it be that he has taken the wrong medicine? If you need anything, call me anytime. Wang Ming walked out with an awkward smile. Although he was unhappy, the other party was the one in power of the Qin family after all. He was extremely powerful and someone he could not afford to provoke. If I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? I want to see what means this kid can use to wake people up. Wang Ming felt secretly resentful. Even though he had been kicked out, he still waited outside the door with the expectation of seeing a joke. Perhaps, this is the pattern of a brainless extra. Chapter 31 Picking up a maid for free. In the ward. Chen Feng finally got some peace and quiet. He swore to himself that if God gave him another chance to write, he would never write a bunch of brainless extras again. Although the supporting character Wang Ming does not exist in his original work. But Wang Ming's appearance is closely related to his writing style. Chen Feng thought to himself and said to Qin Yuan, I want to give her acupuncture. Ask someone to send me a set of needles. Wait a moment, old man. I'll call right away. Qin Yuan took out his cell phone and walked towards the window. Chen Feng sat beside the bed, constantly perfecting the treatment plan in his mind. After all, this was the first time he really took action after learning the medical classics. He had to be careful with that. Although he had mastered the contents of the medical classic after taking the enlightenment pill, and even rehearsed the treatment scenes countless times in his sea of consciousness, but that was just an idea after all, and was different from personal practice. About 20 minutes later, Qin Yuan's driver came running over, panting, carrying a newly bought needle bag. Go out. Qin Yuan took the needle bag and handed it to Chen Feng with both hands, then waved to the driver, fearing that he would stay here and affect Chen Feng's performance. Chen Feng secretly adjusted his breathing. After disinfecting the silver needle, hold it in your hand. After a moment, he flicked his fingers and inserted 5 needles into Qin Yishuan's head, respectively at Baihui, Shenting, Yintang, Shuego and Chengjiang. After 5 needles were inserted, Qin Yishuan's brows trembled slightly. Qin Yuan was so excited that he almost stuttered, Old senior, did she move just now? Chen Feng nodded without saying anything more. Then he moved the silver needle with his fingers, his 5 fingers like playing the piano. His movements were gentle but quiet, and streams of true energy flowed out from his fingertips and flowed into Qin Yishuan's body along the silver needle. Unfortunately, Chen Feng doesn't have the ability to see through things. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to see that the blood clot in Qin Yishuan's brain was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. About 5 minutes later, Chen Feng waved his hand and all 5 silver needles were retracted. Beads of sweat also appeared on his forehead. Thank you for your hard work, senior. Qin Yuan hurriedly picked up a pack of tissues next to him, handed it to Chen Feng, and asked carefully, how is she? It's all right now. Chen Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was his first time taking action, and he was a little nervous at the beginning. I gradually relaxed only after the stitches were closed perfectly without any accidents. After hearing this, Qin Yuan finally felt relieved. He has no sons, only this one daughter. If she really becomes a vegetable, wouldn't that be the end of his life? Seeing Qin Yishuan still showing no signs of waking up, he couldn't help but ask, "Old senior, when will she wake up?" "Any time," Chen Feng said, looking at him and said, "If you want, I can wake her up now." When Qin Yuan heard this, he bowed hurriedly. "Then I'll have to trouble you, senior." "No problem." Chen Feng swung his hand and slapped Qin Yishuan hard on the face. Qin Yuan was stunned when he saw this. Just when she was about to ask Chen Feng why he hit someone, she heard Qin Yishuan screaming in pain, "Ouch!" She covered her face and turned over. She glanced around the ward with a puzzled look on her face, and finally fixed her eyes on Chen Feng. "Are you hitting me?" "Exactly." Chen Feng nodded and smiled, not feeling embarrassed at all. Qin Yishuan's face gradually darkened, but before she could say anything, Qin Yuan beside her glared at her and said, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you thank the old senior for saving your life?" "Old senior." Hearing these three words, Qin Yishuan's mouth twitched. At this time, Qin Yuan came to the bed and sat down and said, "Are you still wondering why you are here?" Qin Yishuan nodded. She felt as if her memory was fragmented. Qin Yuan had no choice but to explain to her the car crash on the track. Qin Yishuan listened and recalled, and the fragmented memories in her mind were gradually filled in. "Thanks." She looked up at Chen Feng. After thanking him earnestly, he asked again, "But can you explain why you hit me just now?" "Your father asked me to fight." Chen Feng shrugged, smiled harmlessly, pointed at Qin Yuan and said, "He said that you are still pretending to sleep even though your injury has healed. You need a couple of slaps to wake yourself up." Qin Yuan. He was confused. When did he say this? What does this have to do with him? Don't be so slanderous. He wanted to explain, but he didn't dare to embarrass the old senior, so he had to bite the bullet and nodded. "The old senior is right, girl, how do you feel now? Are you refreshed?" Qin Yishuan's eyes widened. Is this something a father could say? Isn't he afraid that when he gets old, his oxygen mask will be taken off? Just as she was speechless, Qin Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "The old senior's life-saving grace cannot be thanked only verbally. Girl, please treat the old senior to a meal later." "Okay, Dad." Qin Yishuan nodded. Chen Feng was speechless. He knew very well what Qin Yuan was planning. He simply wanted to increase the time Qin Yishuan and he spent together, so as to enhance their relationship. After all, he just wants me to sleep with his daughter and then call him father-in-law. At this time, Qin Yuan said again, "Old senior, in fact, my daughter told me in private that she admires you very much. Why not let her stay by your side and serve you, which can be regarded as repaying your life-saving grace?" Chen Feng was speechless for a long while. Is it really possible for a father to come up with such a bad idea to give his daughter a gift? What kind of a book am I writing? Qin Yuan's character is too ridiculous. "Dad, are you crazy?" Qin Yishuan screamed, her face turning black. "What does this take her for? Send her to Chen Feng as a maid. Have you considered her feelings?" Qin Yishuan felt like there were thousands of horses galloping in her heart. Although she knew that her father had been trying every means to win over Chen Feng. But she had never expected this bad idea. It simply reached a new level of rottenness. "I'm different." She looked at Qin Yuan with a face full of resistance, but before she could utter the last word, she saw Qin Yuan slap his hand and said, "Your life was saved by the old senior. It's good enough that I didn't ask you to work like a slave. What's wrong with serving you? This matter is settled, don't say anything more." After the lecture, he looked at Chen Feng with a smile on his face and said, "Old senior, I'll leave this girl to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying this, he bowed repeatedly and left the ward with a smile. "Dad, don't go." Hey. Qin Yishuan looked at the figure disappearing outside the door and stomped her feet in anger. She looked at Chen Feng with a depressed look on her face and said, "My dad was just joking, don't take it seriously." "Yeah." Chen Feng glanced at her, stood up and walked out. "Come on, little maid, accompany this young master to dinner." "You?" Qin Yishuan clenched her fists. His mouth was puffed up and he was as angry as a puffer fish, but he didn't know how to fight back. After all, the culprit of this whole thing was not Chen Feng, but his biological father. "Hurry up and catch up." Chen Feng laughed and opened the door. He knew very well that Qin Yuan's purpose was not really to make Qin Yishuan a maid, but to let him seduce her. But what does it matter? Isn't it good to pretend to be ignorant when you know the truth? Isn't it nice to have a little maid serving tea and water, washing feet and rubbing backs? Why do you have to sleep with her? Chapter 32. The plot is advanced. Looking at Chen Feng's back, Qin Yishuan felt uncertain. I wanted to ignore it. But Chen Feng had just saved her life. It was not her style to treat her savior like this. But if I followed him obediently, wouldn't that mean I was following his orders and subconsciously acknowledging that I was his maid? I don't know what my dad is thinking. In order to deal with Chen Feng, he even came up with such a stupid idea that would lose his power and humiliate his clan. However, just as she was feeling unhappy, Chen Feng's voice came from outside. Your father asked you to serve me to repay his kindness, but you didn't want to. In this case, I can only call your father and ask him to serve me personally. Qin Yishuan's expression froze and she clenched her fists. She never expected that the madman in front of her would dare to say such outrageous words. Let the head of the Qin family serve him? How shameless! Qin Yishuan cursed in her heart, but then she thought of her father's attitude towards Chen Feng, and she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Just in case. No way. Qin Yishuan shook her head repeatedly, denying the speculation that she was unwilling to face. After hesitating for a moment, he finally strode after him. One after the other, the two entered the elevator. In the corner at the end of the corridor, Wang Ming secretly observed the two people's backs as they left, and walked out with a shocked look on his face. He actually saved the person. Wang Ming found it difficult to accept. He was unwilling to believe that Chinese medicine could do something that even Western medicine could not do. This is incredible. I originally wanted to observe secretly, and then when Chen Feng came out, I would take the opportunity to mock him to vent my anger that I had felt in the ward before. Unexpectedly, such a beautiful wish turned out to be unfulfilled. It's really hateful. So annoying. If God gave me another chance to start over, I would definitely not mock him. Maybe I could have stayed at the scene to see how the skilled Chinese medicine doctor saved people. Wang Ming sighed inwardly, shook his head with regret on his face, and turned away. After dinner. The sun has set and the lights are coming on. Chen Feng was originally planning to return to school and flirt with Jiang Xinyu to speed up the process of stealing the tower. However, just as he was about to leave, Qin Yishuan received a call. The moment she put down her phone, she grabbed Chen Feng's hand and said, "Don't go back yet. Come with me to a place." Where? Chen Feng frowned at her and shook his head. "I'm busy, go by yourself." But Qin Yishuan had no intention of letting go and continued, "My car has been wrecked and I have no car to drive now. Can you take me there? You don't understand your position, do you?" Chen Feng glanced at her and said, "You are just my maid, do you really think of yourself as a lady?" Qin Yishuan clenched her fists when she heard this. Ever since the moment she met Chen Feng, she always felt that no matter what this guy said, it seemed as if he was deliberately trying to annoy her and go against her. What made her speechless was that she actually liked the way she spoke. Am I born to be criticized? Am I a bitch? Thinking this in her mind, Qin Yishuan was shocked by her own thoughts. Why is this happening? I'm not a masochist, so how could I like being criticized by him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion, I am just imagining things. That's right, that's definitely the case. Qin Yishuan quickly shook her head to dispel these messy thoughts, looked at Chen Feng and said seriously, "Help me." Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. This sudden sincerity made him feel embarrassed to refuse. "Forget it, let's go." He waved his hands and walked towards the car first. But as soon as he set off, he had a bad feeling. I am the planner. Only by being cold-blooded and ruthless can I go further and make every move rationally. How can I be easily shaken by her? No wonder people say beautiful women are the root of trouble. The guy in front of me is a typical example. Chen Feng wanted to regret it, but Qin Yishuan had already gotten in the car. She said anxiously, "Drive west, as fast as you can. Tell me first, where to go and what to do." Chen Feng did not start the car. He has now completely calmed down. If he didn't find out the purpose of Qin Yishuan's trip, he would never rush there rashly. What if there is danger? Qin Yishuan is one of the heroines. She has good luck and will definitely not die. But the same cannot be said for him as a villain cannon fodder. Qin Yishuan was a little hesitant. She doesn't want to say. But looking at Chen Feng's attitude, he would definitely not start the car if he didn't say it. The phone call just now was from a group of kidnappers using my best friend's phone. They asked you and I to go meet them. We are not allowed to inform the police, otherwise they will kill us. This. Chen Feng was stunned after hearing this. This plot sounds so damn familiar. After a brief moment of daze, he remembered. He wrote this plot. However, the person following Qin Yishuan at that time was the protagonist Yi Chen. Chen Feng patted his forehead and smiled bitterly. Didn't your best friend go abroad to study after graduating from college and only came back recently? And after she came back, you only met once, right? Qin Yishuan was surprised and asked, you can calculate this. I also know that her name is Jiue. Yes, that's right. Qin Yishuan nodded repeatedly, and said in a slightly depressed tone, since you can already say it, why are you asking me so many questions? Drive quickly. Damn it. Chen Feng couldn't help but swear. It turned out that I was right in my guess. It was really Jiue who appeared. He was very nervous. According to the original novel, this plot will not appear until at least a year later, because Jiue is Qin Yishuan's best friend on the surface, but in fact she is a killer, and her strength is very strong. Only Yi Chen a year later can match her. The second level of enlightenment. This is Jiue's current state. Enter the Tao, understand the Tao, align with the Tao, and control the Tao. Among the 4 realms of martial arts, although Wu Dao is only at the 2nd realm, he can definitely be considered a master when looking at the world. Because masters in the last 2 realms are extremely rare. What really made Chen Feng uneasy was that according to the plot of the original novel, this so-called kidnapping case was actually a trap set by Jiue, the purpose of which was to let Qin Yishuan take Yi Chen over, and then she would kill Yi Chen. But Chen Feng couldn't quite figure it out. Jiue wanted to kill Yi Chen because she had an old grudge against him. But right now, why did she ask Qin Yishuan to take her there? I have no grudge against her. Chen Feng was thinking to himself. Just as he was wondering, Qin Yishuan patted his arm and said impatiently, please, can you hurry up? If you go too late, she might die. Chapter 33A Gambling. Seeing Qin Yishuan urging him impatiently, Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. She had no idea that the best friend she was worried about was not only not in danger of death at the moment, but was also trying to plot against her. There's something I have to tell you. What? Qin Yishuan glanced at him and asked anxiously, can you talk while walking? No. Chen Feng said seriously, you regard Jiue as your best friend, but she is plotting against you. You think she is in danger now, but you don't know that this so-called kidnapping is actually a trap set by her. If you don't want to go, just say so. Why are you making up these excuses? Shut up. Chen Feng interrupted her directly and glared at her, what a stupid woman, you are so stubborn. Since you won't listen to my advice, I will take you there to see her true face with your own eyes. What if everything is as I said? There's no way she could have schemed against me. Qin Yishuan's tone was extremely certain, and she said proudly, if you win, I will do whatever you want. Chen Feng grinned, are you sure you can do whatever I want? Right. Qin Yishuan was extremely sure. She doesn't care no matter how big the stakes are. Because in her opinion, this was a gamble that was sure to win. Even if Chen Feng could predict the future, he would definitely have made a mistake this time. Her best friend would never betray her. My request is very simple. If I win, you must obey my orders from now on. No matter what I ask you to do, you are not allowed to say no. Chen Feng stared at her chest with a sly smile on his face. Okay. Qin Yishuan got goosebumps all over her body when he looked at her like that. She turned her head and looked forward and said, drive quickly. Chen Feng didn't hesitate any longer, started the car and stepped on the accelerator. Drive west in the direction Qin Yishuan pointed. On their way he stopped for a car and bought some embroidery needles from a roadside shop. Why did you buy the needle? Qin Yishuan couldn't help but ask questions. But Chen Feng ignored her and focused on driving, completely ignoring her. Half an hour later. The car arrived at an abandoned factory in the western suburbs. Let's go. Chen Feng got out of the car and held Qin Yishuan's hand, and they walked side by side into the factory. He remembered the plot in the original novel, where Qin Yishuan was at the back and Yi Chen was the hero in the front. However, as soon as they entered the door, they were attacked fiercely and almost fell to their knees. So he changed that detail. But the results don't seem to make much difference. As soon as the two of them walked in. Call out. The sound of breaking wind came. Two steel knives attacked from both sides, heading straight for Chen Feng's head. He killed me as soon as we met without saying a word. Chen Feng couldn't figure out the reason, but he was not in the mood to think about it. He pushed Qin Yishuan forward from behind, then turned around to avoid the steel knife and kicked twice, knocking the strong men who were attacking with knives on both sides to the ground. The next moment he had the knife in his hand. With two puff sounds, the knifeman raised and swung his sword, cutting the tendons of the two men's legs. Blood spurted out. The shrill howling sounds, like that of a pig being slaughtered, echoed in the spacious factory building. You lose. At this time, Qin Yishuan's voice came from the side. Chen Feng looked in the direction she pointed, and saw a woman in leather jacket and skirt, black stockings and high heels, with a face full of heroic spirit, being tied to a chair with a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. It was a very typical kidnapping scene. Chen Feng knew without thinking that the person in front of him was the killer Ji Yue. I lost. Really? Chen Feng threw the steel knife on the ground and walked towards where Ji Yue was. At this moment, Qin Yishuan had already come close to Ji Yue and was reaching out to untie the ropes on her body. But at this moment, bang! Ji Yue just pushed with both hands and broke the rope, which was as thick as her fingers. She looked at Chen Feng with murderous eyes, sighed and said, "You look pretty good, but it's a pity that someone wants to buy your life." Chen Feng frowned slightly. He finally understood Ji Yue's purpose in having Qin Yishuan bring him here. In the original novel, she wanted to kill Yi Chen because she had a grudge against him. However, she and I have never had any intersection, so there is no possibility of any grudge between us. Perhaps this is the only reason that can be considered reasonable. How much money would someone give you to kill me? Chen Feng didn't care and walked forward with a smile on his face. I'll give you double the money, go kill him for me, how about that? It's not about the money. Ji Yue looked at him with contempt and shook her head. You can't afford what I want. Chen Feng smiled and said, why not tell me about it? There's not much to say to a dying person. After you die, on your Memorial Day next year, I'll burn paper and tell you. As Ji Yue spoke, murderous intent grew on her face. Then he reached into his waist and pulled out the soft sword wrapped around his waist, pointing the cold edge directly at Chen Feng. Qin Yishuan didn't react until this moment. Chen Feng is right. Her best friend actually lied to her. He planned to bring Chen Feng here, and then kill him. But Chen Feng had clearly calculated that Ji Yue was going to do something bad to him, so why did he come over? Just to prove to me that he was right. What a fool. Qin Yishuan felt a little regretful. She regretted coming here and regretted not listening to Chen Feng before. Ji Yue, you lied to me. She suddenly took a step forward and reached out to hug Ji Yue. He wanted to hug him and buy Chen Feng time to escape. Although she didn't know that Ji Yue was a professional killer, she could tell from the way she drew the sword just now that she was a martial arts master. However, she used all her strength but couldn't even touch the corner of Ji Yue's clothes. My dear sister, why are you still so angry? Ji Yue dodged easily like a water snake, turned around and smiled gently, then shook the sword and stabbed straight at Chen Feng's chest. It's really hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words. Chen Feng suddenly sighed. Just when Ji Yue was about to stab him with the sword, he reached into his pocket, took out an embroidery needle he had bought on the road, and held it in his hand. He made a charming gesture of making an orchid finger towards Ji Yue, with a feminine and contemptuous sneer on his face. Ji Yue's body trembled, and she quickly withdrew her sword and retreated. You? She looked at the embroidery needle in Chen Feng's hand with horror. Who is Dongfangwu to you? You guess. It was as if there was phlegm stuck in Chen Feng's throat, and he made a sharp sound like a eunuch. Ji Yue's face looked a little ugly, and she stared at Chen Feng's orchid finger. Have you practiced Dongfangwu's Lotus Sutra? Why are you asking so many questions? Chen Feng smiled charmingly and blew on the needle in his hand. You are here to kill me anyway, why don't you give it a try? Are you Dongfangwu's disciple? You're talking too much nonsense. Are you going to do anything or not? You damn eunuch, you. Gue's face became increasingly ugly. She was not afraid of Chen Feng. After all, she could fully see through Chen Feng's current realm, which was far lower than hers. What she really feared was Dongfang Wubai. He was a legendary strong man, and according to rumors, Dongfang Wubai had appeared in Qingjiang City some time ago, and might not have left yet. If he knew that I was bullying his disciple. Gui couldn't help but shudder, and her heart became more and more conflicted. Chapter 34. Why don't you sleep with me? Gui held the sword tightly in her hand, unable to advance or retreat. While she was struggling in her heart. Little girl, you neither attack nor retreat. Are you pointing the sword at me to flirt with me? Unfortunately, this young master doesn't even like your ugly appearance. If you want to seduce a man, go get plastic surgery first. Chen Feng shook his head contemptuously. He didn't even glance at Gui, who was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. He turned around and walked away arrogantly. Gui was so angry that her chest heaved violently. She stared at Chen Feng intently, her hand gripping the hilt of the sword trembling slightly. She wanted to rush forward and stab him to death with the sword, but she was afraid that Chen Feng and Dongfang Wubai were master and disciple, and she would be retaliated by Dongfang Wubai in the future. Damn eunuch. In the end, she didn't dare to take action. He could only curse viciously, and finally jumped out of the window, leaving behind a voice full of reluctance. You are lucky today, I will spare your life for now. Chen Feng turned his head and glanced at the figure outside the window, then threw away the embroidery needle in his hand. He was just taking advantage of the power of the other side. After all, the first sentence of their Lotus Sutra is that if you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. How could he possibly practice such an evil skill? Not to mention, he didn't even know Dongfang Wubai. Everything he did was purely to use the plot to confuse Gui. After all, with his current level of cultivation, he is no match for Gui. You have to use some conspiracy and trickery to save your life. You lose. Chen Feng glanced at Qin Yishuan, grabbed her hand, and strode out of the factory. So from now on, you need to obey my orders. Qin Yishuan didn't say anything. He was still immersed in the sadness of being betrayed by his best friend. Before this, he trusted Gui as if she were himself, so he made the bet with Chen Feng with full confidence. Because he never had any doubt about Gui. However, the fact that just appeared before her slapped her hard in the face. She lost. It was a complete and total loss. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Chen Feng stopped mocking her. Although, when dealing with someone like Qin Yishuan, the more you make her angry, the more she will keep you in mind. But it also depends on the timing. Now is clearly not the right time. On their way back to the city, Qin Yishuan didn't say a word, and Chen Feng also drove quietly. Neither of them spoke. It's not that I can't find a topic. After all, he used to be a coder and an expert at making up stories. When it comes to finding topics to chat about, he is the best. But he didn't. Because he doesn't want to. It's not that his heart is too cold, it's mainly because Qin Yishuan's personality is too weird. Whoever comforts her when she is sad will be in trouble. Naturally, Chen Feng would not risk this bad luck. After all, his goal was only to obtain the secret of the Seven Swords diagram, not to be Qin Yishuan's bootlicker. Half an hour later. The car stopped outside the Qin family's gate. Arrive. Chen Feng glanced at her and said, You're still lying there, you don't want me to carry you out of the car, do you? Qin Yishuan raised her head. He opened the car door and prepared to get out, but as soon as he stepped out of the car, he turned back to look at Chen Feng and asked curiously, Gui said you are a eunuch. Is this true or not? Chen Feng. Is there any need to ask such an obvious question? Is there any eunuch in the world as masculine as him? I see. Qin Yishuan looked at him strangely, turned around and waved her hand, saying, Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you, and I will keep this matter a secret for you. Keep it confidential? Chen Feng had the urge to touch her mouth. I was clearly speechless just now, but she took it as her consent. Nima, I'm not a eunuch. Chen Feng explained. He could allow people to misunderstand him about other things, but not about things like this which concern his dignity. In fact, the more you explain some things, the more they seem, you know. Qin Yishuan turned around and smiled. It seems that he has come out of his depression. Chen Feng's face darkened. Why don't you stay at home and sleep with me tonight? Sleep with me? Qin Yishuan's heart trembled. Thinking of the bet between him and Chen Feng, that if he lost he would have to obey his orders, he was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word, pretending not to hear anything, and quickened his pace to run into the Qin family's gate. Run faster, or I'll have to come in and ask your father for the person. Chen Feng shouted. Qin Yishuan was frightened like a frightened rabbit. She quickly closed the door and rushed inside. Chen Feng shrugged and looked away. When I started the car and prepared to leave, I noticed a figure standing in front of the car. As the sun had already set and the sky was dark, Chen Feng looked carefully and realized that it was Jiang Xinyu. Why are you here? Chen Feng opened the car window and asked. I was on my way to an appointment with Su Bing and happened to pass by here. Jiang Xinyu answered, looking in the direction of the Qin family with a strange look in his eyes, and couldn't help asking, is the one who just went in your girlfriend? No, just ordinary friends. Chen Feng waved his hand, motioning her to get in the car. Jiang Xinyu didn't ask any more questions, but in her heart she didn't quite trust Chen Feng, this so-called ordinary friend. After all, she heard it clearly just now. Chen Feng was calling the other party to sleep with him. Can ordinary friends say such explicit words? As she thought about it, she opened the car door and got in. The familiar and intoxicating scent floated into her nostrils. Jiang Xinyu subconsciously took a deep breath, and a hint of intoxication appeared on her face. But she soon came to her senses and blamed herself for being too frivolous. As soon as she got in the car, she acted like a lecher. What would Chen Feng think when he was watching her? Jiang Xinyu couldn't help but blush. For no other reason than to feel ashamed of my own behavior. Just as she was feeling embarrassed, Chen Feng asked, where did Su Bing ask you to go? Chen Feng has no good feelings towards Su Bing, the number one troublemaker in the book. He even suspected that the package of razor blades that Jiang Xinyu had received before was the work of Su Bing. Because this guy loves to play pranks the most in the original book. Wutong Restaurant said they would treat me to a meal. Jiang Xinyu said this while secretly glancing at Chen Feng. Seeing that Chen Feng looked normal and didn't look like he had discovered her embarrassing behavior, she felt slightly relieved. This is the last time. Jiang Xinyu gritted his teeth secretly and swore in his heart, I will never let the smell of him make me lose my mind again. I must stay rational, calm in the future. A sly smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. Because he could clearly feel that Jiang Xinyu's heartbeat was accelerating. Why are you laughing? Jiang Xinyu had just breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly her heart tightened again. Because in her opinion, Chen Feng's smile was too cunning. It was like the smile a hungry wolf gives to a fat sheep. And she is the fat sheep. Chapter 35 Jiang Xinyu's Gift. Do you need a reason to laugh? Not only did Chen Feng not restrain himself, but he laughed even more unscrupulously. Jiang Xinyu lowered his head and muttered, but your smile is too cunning. True. Chen Feng shook his head, I just thought of something happy. As he spoke he started the car. Anyway, there is nothing important now, so he plans to send Jiang Xinyu to Wutong Restaurant and flirt with her at the same time. Jiang Xinyu asked curiously, what happy thing? Because I had a dream last night. Dream? Jiang Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, what dream made you so happy? You give birth to a child. What? Jiang Xinyu looked at him speechlessly and complained, what kind of weird dream is this? Can you expect something good from me? You've given birth to a child, isn't that a good thing? Chen Feng turned his head and glanced at her, teasing, and she gave birth to so many, one after another, 7 or 8 in a row. Jiang Xinyu. She had the urge to rush into Chen Feng's dream and beat him up. Is this a dream that a human can have? She gave birth to 7 or 8 children in a row. What has she become? Old sow. Jiang Xinyu rubbed his fingers, you know what? I really want to strangle you to death now. Well. Chen Feng sighed, if you strangle me to death, those 7 or 8 children will be left without a father. You? Jiang Xinyu was speechless for a moment. It turns out that he dreamed of giving birth to a child, and the child was actually his? Is this a disguised way of teasing her? Jiang Xinyu was thinking about it, when Chen Feng sighed again and said, actually, you don't have to blame yourself. After all, it's just a dream. I won't blame you. Blame me. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Xinyu felt a little confused. This is totally an unintentional mistake. However, before she could refute, Chen Feng sighed with a sad face, "You in the dream were too cruel. You tricked me back home under the pretext of treating me to a meal, got me drunk, and then brutally raped me." He shook his head and sighed, without saying the last word. Because it's really not elegant. Although he has long stopped typing, his years of typing have allowed him to develop good habits. He never touches any words related to the river crab beast. "Go away, you're making fun of me." Jiang Xinyu patted him lightly. If she had believed that Chen Feng was really dreaming before. Now, there is not even half a point left. She was absolutely certain that Chen Feng was just teasing her and making fun of her. But she didn't mind this kind of teasing. It even feels quite interesting. It wasn't long before the car arrived near Wutong restaurant. "Thank you, benefactor, for sending me." After getting off the car, Jiang Xinyu turned around and smiled at him, saying, "You haven't even repaid me for your help in the past, but now I'm letting you be my free driver again. Have you ever thought about how to repay?" Chen Feng looked at her with interest. Let me think about it." Jiang Xinyu scratched her head, thought for a moment, then smiled with narrowed eyes. "It's a pity that you are a man, otherwise, I would become sisters with you." Chen Feng knew she was joking. Simply following the topic, he teased, "Since we can't become sisters, how about we worship heaven and earth? You see, King." Jiang Xinyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "We've been in the same class for so long, and I never realized before that you could be so smooth talking. Am I slipping?" Chen Feng shrugged. Then he raised his eyebrows and took the opportunity to say jokingly, "So, how do you want to repay me?" "Well." Jiang Xinyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed, "Keep it a secret for now, I'll give it to you next time we meet." After saying that, he waved his hand and turned to run towards Wutong restaurant. "What on earth is it?" Chen Feng shouted. He couldn't wait to know if it was her family heirloom jade pendant, the dragon soul jade. If yes, it can only be described in 2 words: perfect. "I'm not going to tell you. You'll know it when I give it to you next time." Jiang Xinyu waved and smiled, and her figure disappeared around the corner. Chen Feng could only shake his head helplessly. After all, the plot between him and Jiang Xinyu has completely deviated from the original novel. Even as the author, he can't see what she will do next. Qin family. After Qin Yishuan returned home, she rushed straight to Qin Yuan's study. She was going to settle accounts with her old father. When they were in the hospital, he actually left her to Chen Feng to be a maid, which made Qin Yishuan seriously doubt whether she was his biological daughter. So, she wanted to question him face to face. But when she came to the study angrily, she found that her father was not there. And where a painting was originally hung on the wall next to it, a secret door suddenly appeared. This. Qin Yishuan's face was full of surprise. He grew up in the Qin family and often went in and out of his father's study, but he had never seen this secret door. Is there a secret room hidden here? Qin Yishuan's curiosity instantly exploded, and she ran towards the secret door without thinking. After entering the secret door, there is a spiral staircase leading downwards. At the end of the stairs is a dark underground secret room. I never thought there was such a secret room hidden under my father's study. Qin Yishuan muttered to herself. When there were 5 steps left, she jumped down directly. She couldn't wait to see what was hidden in this underground secret room. There seems to be a sound. Qin Yishuan pricked up her ears. She faintly heard the sound of people talking. He immediately took big steps and ran towards the direction where the sound came from. The sound came from inside an iron door. A secret room within a secret room. Qin Yixuan stretched out her hand and pushed the door. The iron door was not locked. It was pushed open with a click sound, and 2 figures, one old and one young, appeared in front of her. "Dad, Yi Chen." Qin Yishuan was stunned. She was not surprised to see her father here. After all, this underground secret room is right under my father's study. But she didn't expect to see Yi Chen here. Moreover, he was tied up with iron chains all over his body and tied tightly to a steel frame. Why are you here?" Qin Yuan was startled. "I secretly blamed myself for being careless and forgetting to close the door to the secret room after entering." Before Qin Yishuan could answer, Yi Chen looked as if he had seen a savior, and said excitedly, it's good that you are here, help me untie it. Qin Yishuan looked a little ugly. First, she didn't understand what was going on. Second, Yi Chen said he loved her while harassing the campus beauty in college, which made her feel extremely sad and angry. Otherwise, there would be no need to go racing on the track. What on earth is going on? She turned her gaze to her father. Qin Yuan was anxious and his mind was working fast, trying to find a perfect excuse. After all, the conspiracy between the old senior and him must not be leaked. Otherwise, if he angered the old senior and they turned against each other, his Qin family would be doomed. Chapter 36 Yi Chen, you thief. Faced with Qin Yishuan's questioning, Qin Yuan did not dare to answer easily. He has to think clearly. Even if you have to take the blame, you must never bring trouble to the seniors, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. This little beast has evil intentions and deserves death. Qin Yuan glanced at Yi Chen and spoke with a murderous look on his face. Qin Yishuan fell silent. Because in her heart, Yi Chen is indeed an unforgivable scumbag. But it's not that serious to say that Yi Chen deserves to die. After all, no matter how hateful a scumbag is, it is ultimately just a matter of character. There is still some difference between him and a villain who kills and burns people. Girl, you may not know what this boy has done, right? Qin Yuan said this with gritted teeth. Qin Yishuan thought he was talking about Yi Chen's scumbag affairs, so she explained, it's not that I don't know anything about it. In fact, I have found out everything he did at Yannan University. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Qin Yuan stared at Yi Chen coldly, then looked at Qin Yishuan after a moment, sighed, and said, girl, you are not young anymore. I should also explain to you some of the grudges left by our ancestors. What's the grudge? Qin Yishuan's face was full of confusion. Do you know how your grandfather died? Grandfather? Qin Yishuan muttered to herself, and after a while she asked in a rhetorical tone, I remember you told me before that it was a man named Yi Jiang who killed Grandpa. I think I'm not mistaken, am I? Qin Yuan nodded, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said, then do you know that Yi Chen is Yi Jiang's grandson? Boom! These words were like a bolt of lightning from the sky. Qin Yishuan only felt her head buzzing, and in an instant there was a complete short circuit. She never dreamed that the first man who made her heart beat fast would have a feud with her. Although, after Yi Jiang killed her grandfather, he was also punished by law and sentenced to life imprisonment. But the Qin family will never forget this blood feud. Qin Yishuan's face was gloomy, and her eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. Are you really Yi Jiang's grandson? Yes. Yi Chen looked ashen. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out how Qin Yuan knew his background. He remembered that it was not like this in his previous life. Could it be that bitch who secretly harmed me, the old senior that Qin Yuan mentioned, who figured out my secret and told it to Qin Yuan? If this is true, then this person is really scary. Truly be able to predict the future. Even a reborn person like me cannot match his godly skills. I hope the truth is not what I imagined. Yi Chen thought to himself. However, at this moment, a sudden burning pain came from my face, accompanied by a pop sound. Qin Yishuan slapped him hard on the face and said through gritted teeth, scumbag. You knew that we had a feud, but you still deliberately approached me. What was your purpose? Qin Yuan, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Because Chen Feng had told him before that Qin Yishuan would love Yi Chen to death and even betray her ancestors. But that is not the case right now. Obviously, it was his and Chen Feng's interference that blocked the development of Qin Yishuan's feelings for Yi Chen. You misunderstood. Yi Chen shook his head repeatedly, wanting to explain. Shut up. Qin Yuan shouted coldly, little beast, do you still want to quibble? Yi Chen was tied up with iron chains and couldn't move. He could only shake his head and said, it's not like that. No, Xian, listen to my explanation. I really like you. I just want to be with you. I don't have any other purpose. Bar. Qin Yuan spitted all over his face. Then, with a look of anger on his face, he waved his finger and shouted, little beast, you clearly want to take revenge on my Qin family, and you still dare to quibble. I didn't, Xian, you have to believe me, I really. Shut up. Qin Yuan interrupted him and gritted his teeth and said, if it is really as you said, why did you steal the Seven Swords map, the most precious treasure of my Qin family? I. Yi Chen was suddenly speechless. He did steal the Seven Swords map. Although the cause of this incident started with Qin Yuan imprisoning him for no reason. But will Qin Yishuan believe this? What do you mean by you? You beast with wolfish ambitions, why don't you hand over the Seven Swords diagram? Qin Yuan shouted again. Qin Yishuan looked on in confusion. What is the Seven Swords diagram? She is now full of questions. Because she had never heard of this term. Yi Chen thought for a moment and denied it flatly. I didn't take your Seven Swords map at all, don't frame me. He could only deny it now. If he admitted it, he would completely lose Qin Yishuan's trust. If you deny it, you might still have a chance. Qin Yuan said angrily, you stole my Qin family's Seven Swords diagram and hid in the mountains to practice. All my men saw you use the sword moves in the diagram. Do you still dare to deny it? How can you prove that my sword moves come from your Seven Swords diagram? You? Qin Yuan was unable to refute for a moment. He really couldn't prove it. Turning to look at Qin Yishuan, I saw that she had raised her hand. Bang bang bang. The loud sound of slaps continued to ring out. She slapped Yi Chen's face 7 or 8 times in a row, then gritted her teeth and said angrily, whether you stole the treasures of my Qin family or not, these slaps of mine are not unfair to you. I was blind before and was fooled by you, scumbag, bar. After cursing, he turned and left. Yi Chen looked at her back and was stunned. This result was something he never expected. I had originally hoped that after Qin Yishuan discovered that I was imprisoned by her father, she would secretly help me and release me. But it seems right now. I can almost give up on this idea. Little did he know that Qin Yishuan not only knew about the feud, but also discovered that he was two-timing. Little beast, I ordered my men to reforge this black iron gate. This time, no one will come to save you, so just stay here obediently. Qin Yuan laughed wildly as he spoke. After glancing at Qin Yuan coldly, he turned around and strode out. Bang! The black iron door slammed shut. Yi Chen's heart sank and his face turned pale. He felt that his life had lost hope. Being a reborn person, but ending up like this is really pathetic. He laughed at himself in his heart. However, at this moment, there was a faint, clicking sound coming from the black iron door, as if someone was unlocking it. Yi Chen was shocked. Could it be that Qin Yishuan couldn't bear it anymore and came to save me? He looked at the iron gate expectantly. Not long after, with a crisp sound, the lock was opened and a short figure appeared at the door. It's you. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This person looks only about 1 meter tall, like a 3 or 4-year-old child, but his face is extremely mature, and he is a short adult. His name was Wu Qian, and he claimed to be the best thief in the world. The reason why Yi Chen was able to escape last time was all thanks to his rescue. Chapter 37, Apologizing. Wu Qian's original name was Wu Qian, and he studied under the thief saint. Because he was good at using a small toothpick to open all kinds of anti-theft locks in the world, the thief saint changed his name to Wu Qian. It can even be said, as long as he has the signature, no matter how awesome your lock is, it will be useless. Brother Yi. Wu Qian took a bow-legged step. His short stature looked like a starving ghost, skinny as a stick. He grinned at Yi Chen and said, how did Qin Yuan catch you again? It's a long story. Yi Chen looked helpless. He didn't really want to talk about this matter. After all, it was too frustrating and he felt bad just thinking about it. Wu Qian grinned, sat down next to him and said, Brother Yi, you can keep it short. Yi Chen glanced at the direction of the iron gate and said, this is not the place to talk. How about you rescue me first, and then I will tell you in detail. Okay. Wu Qian stood up and patted his butt and said, I'm just joking with you, Brother Yi, don't worry. After saying that, he took out a toothpick. He wanted to help Yi Chen open the chain lock, but when he looked up, he was dumbfounded. The padlock was on Yi Chen's shoulder. With his height of 1 meter, he couldn't reach it even if he stood on tiptoe. He had no choice but to jump onto Yi Chen's shoulder, took out a toothpick and poked at the lock, and in no time he opened it. What's the use of a good black iron chain? Unless he doesn't need to lock it and just welds it shut. Wu Qian sneered and jumped off his shoulder. Yi Chen pointed to the door and said, it's not suitable to stay here for long, let's go quickly. Wu Qian nodded. The two of them slipped out of the secret room one after the other. After leaving the Qin family, seeing that there were no pursuers, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Brother Wu, how did you know that I fell into the hands of Qin the old thief again?" "I don't know." Wu Qian shook his head and said, "The reason why I broke into the secret room again was because there was a rumor that the Qin family had made a new set of anti-theft door locks. I guess that because the secret room was robbed last time, they replaced the new door locks, so I came here to try my tricks." Yi Chen was speechless for a long while. So he went through all this fuss just to prove his skills. If Qin Yuan knew the truth, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood, right? "I cannot thank you enough, Brother Wu. I will remember your kindness in saving me twice. If I can be of any use to you in the future, I will fight for you no matter how dangerous it is." Sure. Wu signed and stopped. He glanced at the brightly lit city center and waved, "I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave now. The mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow forever, Brother Yi, we'll see each other again in the rivers and lakes." Yi Chen bowed and nodded, "Take care, Brother Wu." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flashed and Wu Qian disappeared. What a fast movement! Yi Chen pondered in his heart. Although he had lived through a lifetime and knew that Wu Qian's skills were inherited from the King of Thieves and were rare in the world, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. After expressing his feelings, Yi Chen rushed to Panlong Mountain as soon as possible. "But I'm not going there for retreat. After all, his secret cave is no longer safe." The purpose of his trip was nothing more than the 7 swords map hidden in the secret room in the cave. He has made his decision. After obtaining the 7 swords map, he went deep into the mountains to practice in seclusion for a period of time. He wanted to avoid bad luck. After all, he has not had a normal day since his rebirth. He is either unlucky or on the way to unlucky. So he changed his plans. He planned to practice in seclusion for a period of time, and then come out to settle accounts with the mastermind behind the persecution. However, what Yi Chen didn't expect was, ideals are full, but reality is skinny. When he arrived at the cave on Panlong Mountain, opened the mechanism and entered the secret room, he was surprised to find that the 7 swords map had been stolen. Not even a trace was left. How so? Yi Chen found it difficult to accept the reality before him. This secret room is extremely hidden, and it would be impossible to find it unless you are very familiar with this cave. Who did it? Could it be the person Qin Yuan called Senior again? Could it be that this person really has the ability to see through the secrets of heaven? Yi Chen suddenly panicked. He rushed out of the secret room as soon as possible and ran out of the cave. He no longer had time to think about the whereabouts of the 7 swords map. What he was really worried about was his own situation. If the mastermind behind this is really able to see through the heavens and predict the future, then wouldn't he have known that I had escaped by now, and could he also calculate my position and bring people to besiege me again? Yi Chen did not come out. Instead, he ran wildly for more than 10 miles in the mountains. Finally, we stopped on the top of a densely wooded mountain. From this high vantage point, you can have a panoramic view of everything going on around you. He plans to stay here for a while. If the other party came, it would just prove his guess. He was able to discover the situation in time at the top of the mountain and escape early. If the other party did not come, it means that the truth may not be as terrible as he imagined. Yannan University, male dormitory. Chen Feng was lying on the bed, thinking about his next plan. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Yuan called. Chen Feng had a bad feeling and asked after answering the call. Sure enough, Yi Chen ran away again. Qin Yuan was afraid that he would curse, so he asked carefully about Yi Chen's whereabouts. That's all. Chen Feng sighed and said, "This kid is not destined to go to jail. Even if you capture him again, he will be out of tune in no time. There is no need to waste your efforts." After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Qin Yuan to ask any more questions. Qin Yuan didn't dare to call again. After all, he still has a good idea of what's going on. The old senior helped capture Yi Chen twice, but he escaped both times. He is just a loser, he can't blame others. It was normal for the senior to hang up on him, and it was good enough that he didn't curse his ancestors. After all, if he were a fool, he would definitely curse at his mother for falling in the same place twice. After Chen Feng put down his phone, his expression was a little complicated. He now has no idea where Yi Chen has gone. After all, with the experience last time, he would definitely not go to the cave in Panlong Mountain. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Suddenly, a loud and emotional shout was heard. Song Renchu was seen carrying a bramble on his back, with disheveled hair and a face full of bitterness. After rushing into the door, he knelt down in front of Chen Feng and said, "Brother, I was wrong. I used to blame me for not being a human being. Can you please forgive me? He's going crazy from poverty these days." Because Chen Feng did not ask for forgiveness, the Song family never unfrozen his bank card. What's even worse is that the Song family also ordered that no one was allowed to help him. As a result, he had no food to eat these days and had to sleep under a bridge at night, living like a homeless person. "Oh, are you asking for forgiveness?" Chen Feng glanced at the brambles on his back and couldn't help laughing. "I am such a bad person. Even a wicked young man like Song Renchu was worn down into this state. Well, last time I asked you what you did wrong, you couldn't answer. This time, you might as well not answer at all. Just use a stick to beat your face until it swells up, and that's it."